Chapter 561. The heavy earth element magic squeezed out the magic of other attributes. And coupled with its own tenacity, the several spellcasters trapped in the cage turned into muggles. Only a few magicians, who took into account the night breathing method and had the physique of a squire, were slightly better. The feeling of emptiness and the pressure brought by the surrounding earth elements made these mentally sensitive spellcasters perform worse than ordinary people. Luke outside the cage also witnessed all this, looking at the old wizard and the other young wizard lying on the ground. He probably knew that they had suffered a backlash from magic, and said with emotion, "Mage, after all, is more precious." The bloody duke, who was knocked away early and climbed out of the pile of dirt, seemed to have been paying attention to the changes here, and his face was absent-minded. Luke suddenly became violent. Of course, he didn't want to be dragged down at the last moment. He was deliberately knocked away by the heavy blow this time. Although he broke several ribs, he was temporarily out of the battlefield, lest Luke go crazy and beat himself to death. The situation that followed was actually within his expectations at the beginning. While lying here and slacking off, he also witnessed the combination magic used by the mage on the Calais side. A 7th level and an 8th level magic were combined. After the 7th level magic used the spirit of the dead on the battlefield, the elemental snake formed made the bloody duke, who was not targeted, feel a huge pressure, although he has been suppressed. The bloody duke is not a weak one among the great knights. Luke has even climbed to the top. His strength may be slightly inferior to King Edai, but not by much, and it is very likely that he will take over King Edai's title of the strongest man in the East Plain in the future. At the beginning, the simple 8th level magic was almost defeated by his brute force, which was enough to prove his ability. The bloody duke thought to himself that he could not do it, but even such a Luke was still powerless in the face of the combination magic giant snake behind, and could only want to defeat the caster in the opposite direction. But the subsequent earth shield directly intercepted the great knight. The magician's exquisite use of power is also fully reflected in the earth shield. In terms of the amount of magic power mobilized, the earth shield is actually not more than the magic power mobilized by the great knight's breathing method. But the magic power mobilized by the breathing method is disordered and difficult to control. It is really helpless to hit the earth shield that can evenly distribute the force through the model. The earth shield is a standard reckless man's nemesis. Although the inside cannot directly attack the outside physically, the mage can mobilize magic inside. The exquisite mode that is connected to the earth and can share the power is enough to make the top great knight sigh in despair. The earth shield is hard to bear, and then make moves inside. This is one of the standard templates for the great mage to fight against the great knight. Immediately afterwards, 2 powerful great knights appeared in the Khotan camp again, which made the bloody duke feel depressed. But seeing that the giant snake could continue to condense without much damage after being dispersed, he was happy again. His mood was like a roller coaster. It was not until the earth giant that rose from the ground raised his hand and took down the elemental snake, and then smashed the earth shield with a spear that he woke up from his dream. Lost, and lost completely. The lineup of 3 great knights and 1 suspected great mage, plus all their magic systems were controlled. They were at a disadvantage in the early stage, and there was no chance of a comeback. Rather than letting the boys continue to fight and die, it is better to accept the reality. This time, it was to take advantage of the situation for Calais. Your support is not strong, far less than that of Khotan, so you can't blame me. Stop. We surrender. The tired voice resounded throughout the venue, and not soldiers also stopped in confusion, and then began to drop their weapons one by one, waiting for prisoners. Luke also looked at this messy and cruel battlefield at this time, looking back at the tall earth giant wrapped in elemental ribbons, and a heavy smile appeared on his face. Except the prisoners. We won. During the banquet assassination, he knew that Wang Yi was a powerful mage, and he did not even rule out the possibility that he was a great mage. But he had never witnessed it after all. The magic blood warlock killed Senator William and left. He also felt that it should be Wang Yi who put pressure on the other party with the help of the mage tower. That's why he solemnly handed over the 7th level scroll that he had kept in the bottom of the box to the other party this time, asking the other party to use it according to the situation. But he had already looked up to him, and it was not surprising that he even showed the strength of a great wizard. But he didn't expect it to reach this strength. Luke had a head-on encounter with the elemental snake before. Although he defeated half of it and reduced its size, he could still feel its strength. After the combined undead magic became stronger, he knew that he couldn't intercept it. There was no point in turning back, so he could only choose to pin his hopes on the rear. The sudden attack of the 2 great knights in the back also proved this point. The foul and difficulty of the wizard can be said to be fully demonstrated at this time. In theory, the size should be similar, but the difference in the use of strength is too big. In their eyes, the physical profession is really a mud leg. Facing this kind of combined magic, the best result Luke expected was that Master Yi was really a great wizard. And then he found a way to reduce the damage and stop it. After all, only a few of the great wizards can release 8th level magic. Not to mention this kind of combined magic. That is, the user himself is only at the wizard level to have a chance. But the appearance of the Earth Giant is much better than the best case Luke originally estimated. Master Yi is probably not a weakling among the great wizards. Under the reversal of the tide here, the Not Border Knights were directly defeated, and most of them were captured. Even the Bloody Duke, who was a great knight, honestly accepted the captives. The same is true for the group of spellcasters, who came to support from Calais. This group of captives can actually be regarded as a huge fortune, although according to some tacit unspoken rules, plus the invisible pressure from the temple, Luke can't kill the captives and kill the Bloody Duke. But if the Principality of Not wants to redeem them, it will definitely bleed heavily. And once the border knights are broken, the border city of Shishan City on the Not side can also be taken over almost without bloodshed. In this way, not only is the Dono Bridge completely under control, but a large buffer zone is also added in the Not direction. Most of the nobles in this territory are in this battle, which can save a lot of trouble. But next, I need to notify my brother and find a way to negotiate with the other two parties. The people will be released after receiving the ransom, but the ransom can be higher. After all, there is a duke, and he is a great knight. But the weapons, equipment, and horses of the knights must be confiscated. This, combined with the batch confiscated by the noble coalition before, is enough to arm more than 2,000 knights, so that they can train their own team, instead of always relying on my brother's 1,000 royal knights to support the scene. However, Luke also knew the reason for winning this battle. So after personally tying up the Bloody Duke, he arranged for Baron Dulf to handle the next battlefield cleaning work. He whistled, and the black magic horse ran from outside the battlefield, jumped on the horse, and galloped directly on the way back. It's okay. You can talk. Just give me all the land of the Mage Tower. And then, there is the Mage Tower in Shishan City. Seeing Luke coming to thank him, Wang Yi did not make any excessive demands. But Wang Yi did not mention it. But Luke had to give it. The land and full ownership of the two Mage Towers are naturally not a problem. The value of a great mage can be seen from his performance on the battlefield before. And the kingdom of Edai is so much stronger than the Principality of Ye. But they have not really fought yet. That is, the great mage living in the Principality of Ye. Now Wang Yi also knows that the great mage is Lilith's teacher, and this Earth Scroll was given by him. Because of her sensitive identity, Lilith has always been very low-key. However, Luke is not Baron Danic. He attaches great importance to his relatives. So the gifts are mainly material. For example, precious materials such as mithril and magic gems, as well as all the magic items looted from Shishan City. At that time, the compensation for prisoners that the Principality of Not is prepared to pay will also be given. Wang Yi naturally did not comment on this. Money is not omnipotent, but it can simplify a lot of work, and some modern things can be fully reflected. After helping to get rid of the confrontation on the side of the Bloody Duke, allowing Count Luke to kill Not directly and occupy Shishan City, Wang Yi leisurely returned to his own magic tower and finally freed up his hands to start tinkering with the connection. After completing it, you don't have to worry about emergencies in the future. Just run away and jump to the point. And you can come back from here, and you don't need a caravan to pick you up. Hashtag the player's choice determines the direction of history. Suddenly, it became a hot topic on the hot search, attracting many people's attention. Previously, the caravan of the Abyss Mineral Company defeated a noble coalition directly. The live broadcast of the scenes from all angles, and the later mixed cuts were truly epic. It was much more exciting than a movie. The real battlefield and cruelty were vividly presented to everyone. It even caused some players to vomit. However, Umbrella itself was so powerful that some of the Holy Mother organizations did not dare to come forward to criticize these things. Instead, many people praised the game for its authenticity. I thought that this was the role played by the players. After all, according to the words of Baron Danic, this force was already very important in the East, and they avoided the consequences of the corruption of the East. But the subsequent upload of the Battle of the Dono River shot by Wang Yi and edited by Lin Shirqin once again made the players excited. Master Yi assisted Earl Luke to defeat the Not Border Knights on the banks of the Dono River. The simple and clear background introduction and cause. Plus the glorious frontal battlefield. This is the battle that truly belongs to this era in front of everyone. Whether it is the blazing rain of fire at the beginning with the special effects attack of Earl Luke, or the peak duel of the Great Knights, and the appearance of the elemental giant snake, it can be said that the special effects are pulled to the full. In the end, the elemental giant snake became more terrifying with the blessing of the undead breath. And the two Great Knights who emerged again, and the Earth Giant, who finally decided the victory made the players feel like a roller coaster. Ah, I know. These two are the two beauties who went out with Master Yi last time. Right? Master Yi left the town of Danik the next day. I didn't expect that he went to support Dano City. To some extent, Master Yi and these two are NPCs. What a great GM playing games with us players. I was so envious of Master Yi and the Baroness dancing with each other before. But it turns out that the two female companions around him are both great knights. So strong. If the game is operated by another GM, there may be some negative voices. There will definitely be players who feel unbalanced and unfair. But now that it is confirmed that it is Master Yi, they all feel that it is natural. Nowadays, the difficulty of learning and casting spells for mages is already here. And even many talented students who have entered the mage class are a little overwhelmed and regard magic as a part-time job. As the current #1 mathematician and the most recognized smartest person in the world, it seems natural that he has the ability of a great mage. Didn't you see that Zabo, the old man with no face, is a great mage? They can accept that Master Yi is a legend. Because this is a real legend. Only Jiangbo felt a little weird and funny when watching this video. They are really fighting in another world. I don't know when Umbrella will drive the Gundam over. What are you thinking about? Qin Xiang came to the pineapple and saw that he was a little absent-minded. Nothing. Where is Master Yi's video? What can I teach you? Mr. Qin? Uh-huh. I've watched it many times. Nothing much. Just that Okita and his team made a prototype of a magic airship. Wait until the new map is opened. You come and try to lead the team? Qin Xiang said casually. In total, he, Okita, and the Pineapple are the three major co-founders of the Abyss Mineral Company. Okita is in charge of daily life. Qin Xiang is angel investment and connections. And the Pineapple is mainly responsible for early traffic and current signs. At the same time, the Pineapple has the highest magic attainment among the three. So it is easy to set some directions in magic. This magic airship is also involved. And the Pineapple also participated in the initial recruitment and design of personnel. Now, with the convenience of the mage and the magic materials of this world, it has vaguely taken shape. For the test voyage of such an important magic item, it would be better if one of the three of them came forward. Big Pineapple is undoubtedly the most suitable. No problem. I promised it before. Don't worry. I will go wherever the map can be opened. Jiangbo laughed. He wanted to go around. Haha. Don't worry. There will be no problem with financial resources. The official announcement came out before. And the map of the Principality of Ktion will be opened soon. And the map of the Principality of Not will be the next version. Hearing Qin Xiang's words, Jiangbo also laughed dryly. Could it be that the signal has just been set up? Did Master Yi go to Dano City to do this? Not can be opened because it has captured that Shishan City? The coverage area of this magic tower is so large. How is PDD? Has his attributes recovered? Well, the reward for completing the task is enough for him to recover his attributes. He added points directly on the spot when he died. And then exchanged some points products to bring back. This time he is rich. What points products? Antibiotics and condiments? There are also goods. Qin Xiang's tone froze for a moment. He didn't pay attention to these. He paid attention to mortars and Gatling guns. After experiencing the previous volley guns against cavalry, he also noticed some disadvantages and shortcomings of his side. There is no doubt that mortars and Gatling guns can make up for this. Huh? Bring it directly? This is too wasteful. Jiangbo couldn't help feeling a little speechless. Oh, then what should I do? Qin Xiang was not angry because of being refuted. He recognized the ability of the Pineapple. Not to mention that he is a magician. Add some enchantment methods to see if the ammunition can be improved to add magic factors. Otherwise it will be too much of a loss to exchange for business points. Hey, it's true. Most of the original firearms have a single-shot firepower that is not as good as that of heavy muskets. Qin Xiang's eyes also lit up slightly. But then he smiled and said, "But don't worry. Just leave some of it. We will take some to satisfy our own desires first. Okay. If you want. Big Pineapple also sighed. But this young master is not short of money. It seems normal. On the other side, Wang Yi was also working overtime to tinker with the transformation of the Mage Tower, relying on the number of people in Dano City to cover up, judging his progress bar in real time, and relying on the silver in the personal space. He quickly completed the basic connection. Afterwards, he directly moved a lot of silver picked up from the abyss on Mars, and began to increase the infusion of the Mage Tower. Even for this, he reduced some playtime. As it gradually took shape and consolidated, he flashed again and appeared in the Mage Tower built on Mars based on the experimental cabin. Supreme Lord, your loyal servant awaits your command. The brainworm that spat in front of Wang Yi at the beginning now saluted the master, who had imposed hundreds of layers of restrictions on him in a humble and flattering tone. I still like your unruly look. Recover a little. Wang Yi did not feel complacent because of the brainworm's words, thinking that he had tamed the Zerg or something. When he searched for the memory in the other party's gene fragments, he also knew that the Zerg surrendered frequently. And this branch also temporarily surrendered to the 100 Eyes Lord at the beginning. For the Zerg with full survival points, their strongest feature in the past was that they could endure. The long accumulation gave them experience in dealing with various problems. And time could solve all enemies. They can lose countless times. But the race that enslaves them can only lose once. Continue. Let's see what we can find today. Wang Yi grinned at the respectful brainworm. In addition to regularly monitoring the worms to prevent them from rebelling, Wang Yi was also quite curious about the knowledge accumulation and genetic information accumulated by the Zerg. This is the life that gradually evolved after the first batch of stars exploded. And they directly swallowed up all the species on the Tree of Life and merged into one group. For example, all creatures on the earth have become one. It's just that there is a different division of labor. And it has been more than 10 billion years since the first batch of the earliest stars exploded. The Zerg has truly witnessed the rise and fall of countless species, and the rise and fall of countless civilizations, conquered gods and witnessed the miracle of life, seen the special life structure of the double helix plasma galaxy level that was accidentally born due to the supernova explosion. I have also seen electronic life like the core of Saturn. The knowledge contained is all-encompassing and spans ancient and modern times. It existed earlier than the previous generation of the Sun. Unfortunately, there are too many traces of gods on the long river of insect genes. Last time I took a quick look on the road, I saw 9 of them. So I have to be careful when collecting information, which is often fragmented. Supreme, I actually want to tell you directly, but you don't believe me. In fact, you can trust me. The brainworm lay down obediently, exposing its white belly. Wang Yi just listened to what this thing said. It was okay to rely on the fragments he searched and some of its explanations. He was worried about listening to it completely. As Wang Yi stretched out his hand and pressed on the brainworm, he began to carefully read the information contained in it again, according to its long river of genes. Wang Yi was also very obsessed with the massive information that could broaden his horizons and complete his information database, regardless of whether it is junk information or not. Even if it seems to be useless information, it may be linked with other information at some point, so as to be deduced and verified from the side. Anyway, Wang Yi accepted it all. Other gods need faith, and how to absorb faith efficiently and with low side effects to dissolve the poison of faith. Each god has some of his own methods and tricks. But for Wang Yi, what he needs is knowledge and information. The Zerg is really a treasure. Huh? Just when Wang Yi was intoxicated by his powerful special computing power and constantly absorbed this stream of information to complete his alternative practice, he suddenly captured a very interesting information stream fragment. After searching and finding similar arrangement data from the genes for analysis, Wang Yi also got some very strange fragments. After thinking for a while, he quit the search, took his hand off the belly of the brainworm, and said calmly at the brainworm that was foaming at the mouth, "Wake up! I have something to ask you." The brainworm that was originally foaming at the mouth suddenly turned around as if nothing had happened. Asked, "What is the change of the abyss in different eras? The history of the Zerg is too long, and there are too many data recorded in their genes." Wang Yi only analyzed this fragment of the problem. In the history and records of the Zerg, the abyss has undergone many large-scale changes, and each change is quite bizarre and strange. The abyss is everywhere. It is very convenient to use the abyss for space travel. We also have wormhole worms that use these characteristics in our Zerg. The brainworm explained very straightforwardly that the other party had already found out. If they wanted to hide something, they would be asking for trouble. Moreover, it was not related to some core events of the Zerg itself. So it didn't matter if they said some common sense questions. According to our Zerg's classification, the Abyss is divided into 3 periods. If we count the period before our records, it is 4. In addition to the ancient Abyss before our records, when we first came into contact with the Abyss still had the characteristics of being everywhere, and it was very stable and easy to use. We also made full use of the characteristics of the Abyss to spread our seeds. Hearing this, Wang Yi also secretly pondered that the Zerg had indeed begun to use the Abyss technology a long time ago. But their way of spreading was still to drift in the universe at will. In addition to the fact that time has no meaning for them, and they randomly spread seeds, it is probably related to the different changes in the Abyss in the future. In the early stage when we came into contact with the Abyss was like a blank sheet of paper. It was not as chaotic as it is now, and it was more stable and had a high utilization rate than it is now. So, there was a big change in the middle? Yes. Since we came into contact with the Abyss, some creatures have gradually begun to appear in the Abyss. But the Abyss creatures at the time were still quite friendly. Wang Yi kept listening to the words of the brain worm, and combined with the genetic information he analyzed, he also supplemented and deduced it himself. The Abyss today has undergone earth-shaking changes. It is uncertain what the Abyss was like before the Zerg recorded it, but it is likely to be even more pure than when the Zerg discovered it. A blank sheet of paper in the true sense. It is very likely to be the other side of the universe. The energy universe, the spiritual universe, and the magic universe. At that time, the Zerg had not yet developed organs for sensing magic, so it is not known whether it is related to the birth of magic. But as time goes by, the number of pure white friendly creatures in the Abyss has begun to increase. Based on some information records spread by the Zerg itself, Wang Yi speculated that it might be because other kinds of life began to appear at that time. In a sense, the Abyss might be the place where life is reflected, the imprint and projection of spirit. However, just like the birth of the Zerg itself, the continuation of life only depends on replication and inheritance, and it does not necessarily have to evolve to a higher level, nor does it necessarily require wisdom. Therefore, the Abyss reflected by the simple creatures without wisdom in the early stage was also very harmonious. However, with the evolution of many creatures, the instinct of the strong preying on the weak evolved, and slowly, those friendly creatures in the Abyss began to devour and hunt each other, and it is purer and more direct than in the material universe. It's just that for a long time, these Abyss creatures would only devour each other, with new births and new devourings all the time, as if they had never interfered with each other. At the beginning, because of the mutual devouring characteristics in the Abyss, 4 of the most powerful individuals were gradually born over a long period of time. The Zerg marked their records separately, and according to the current information, they are translated as life, wisdom, war and love. It seems that because of the projection and mapping of countless creatures devouring each other, these 4 types of information are the most intense. So they are aggregated. The attachment to the most original source of life, the exploration and learning of the unknown, the struggle to defend the territory and the struggle for predation, as well as the love of beauty and the reproduction of offspring. This can also be seen as the earliest 4 gods, the real good gods, gathering all the beauty and obsession of the creatures. To a certain extent, this is much stronger than the ancestor god born by a race, which only gathers the beliefs of its own race, and can even directly interfere with the fluctuations of the Abyss. Their existence also protects the stability of the Abyss. However, according to Wang Yi's information deduction and analysis, perhaps there will be more and more creatures in the universe later. And even if these 4 gods have their own specific directions to maintain, just like the poison of faith today, the different instincts and obsessions of different creatures converge. Even if they all point to the same meaning, they will still be different. Chaos and madness are just a matter of time. As the information gathered became more and more chaotic, the 4 good gods seemed to have undergone some inexplicable changes, and the Abyss became unstable. There were often void storms. And the Zerg, which was born with magic sensing organs at that time, also sensed the existence of magic. And it is very likely that the source of magic comes from the Abyss, continuously enter the material universe through the gaps of the void storm. Finally, with the increasing frequency of void storms, the Abyss finally entered the second stage, the stage of absolute chaos, impassibility and unusability. The Zerg, who were used to using the Abyss to move, also suffered a devastating blow. A large number of Zerg colonies settled in the Abyss were all destroyed, and the Zerg were divided into various parts of the universe. This Abyss storm which affected the entire abyss and the entire universe, lasted for more than 1 billion years. Then, the Zerg discovered the racial god for the first time. Chapter 562 Abyss Pillars Commission. It must be said that the information fragments Wang Yi sorted out from the Zerg gene fragments this time, combined with some supplements from the brain worm, have also successfully deduced a lot of very important information. The 4 pillars of the abyss. The projection of the collective emotions of the universe's creatures. There are many abyss demons in the abyss, but many of them are fallen race gods, as well as some scraps gathered together besides the 4 pillars. But Wang Yi did not expect that a long time ago there were actually good gods in the abyss, and they would give help to the lost. It was not until the terrifying storm that affected the entire abyss that it became the current 3rd stage. Chaos, depravity, and unknown. No wonder the worms clearly mastered some wormhole technology. But they were also accustomed to ordinary drifting. It turned out that they had suffered heavy losses in the past, and the current situation of the abyss demons is likely to be essentially goodwill. It's just that this kind of goodwill composed of too much messy information is probably unbearable for ordinary creatures. Today, the 4 pillars of life, wisdom, war and love have essentially been completely distorted from their original meanings. Life has become endless proliferation, accompanied by various distortions and weirdness, making individual life mutate like cancer cells, without a fixed form or a fixed shape. Many abyss creatures, and even abyss lords, are affected by this fundamental consciousness. Enzo's randomly split distorted tentacles are typical representatives. Wisdom has become endless madness, chaotic will, and messy information. But it is all-encompassing, and may even have all the records from the birth of the universe to the present. It's just that the information flow is too huge and too chaotic. So under the influence of wisdom, many abyss lives themselves have also turned into a kind of madness without reason. War was originally a struggle for resources and the development of living space. But now it has become pure killing, destruction and devouring. Many material planets and civilizations destroyed by the abyss are related to this. Orderly competition was originally a virtuous cycle of mutual promotion. But now after the deterioration, there is only endless killing and destruction. Love turns the original natural reproduction and spiritual attachment into endless desires, which are not limited to a specific desire, but will be infinitely magnified and even reversed. The 4 gods of the abyss, which evolved according to the 4 purest instincts of living beings, have now become the source of chaos. They can also be regarded as the 4 strongest abyss demons and pillars of the abyss. But it is precisely because of their unique strength that the chaotic abyss storm was forced to calm down and become what it is now. Those racial gods who enter the abyss for a long time will be corrupted and degenerate into abyss demons, and they are also eroded and influenced by them. They are the concrete embodiment of the will of the abyss. Digesting the information learned from the Zerg, Wang Yi also closed his eyes and meditated. The upper limit of the ability of the 4 pillars of the abyss is so strong that Wang Yi dare not evaluate it now. But after such a long period of special accumulation and mutual devouring, even if Wang Yi himself relies on exponentially increasing strength, he will be able to reach or even surpass it sooner or later. But it is definitely not something that can be tested in a short time. The bugs themselves can still jump left and right, but those 4 things really can't. However, Wang Yi is quite interested in the wisdom of these 4 pillars. The root he took was originally all-knowing and all-powerful, and it is very likely that the wisdom that has recorded relevant information since the birth of the universe is quite compatible with him. Just hearing the information, he had a premonition that this would be his dream pursuit in the future. In addition, Wang Yi found that he had only begun to have a preliminary understanding and analysis of these 4 pillars. But it seemed that there was a certain kind of attention that was about to fall on his head. If it was an ordinary racial god that shaped its own power with the power of faith, although it would not be directly killed, it is very likely that the poison of faith would surge due to the spread of this kind of attention, and the faith would be confused and cause various problems. However, Wang Yi did not suffer this kind of harm, and because he did not want to attract the attention of such dirty things, he directly hid himself with the help of the long river of Zerg genes. It was indeed analyzed from the Zerg, so this is not a random blame. If ordinary people have more knowledge about those things, they will probably be polluted accordingly. Even knowledge is poisonous. The status is really high. In fact, it is no wonder why Wang Yi did not learn relevant knowledge from various relevant records and Enzo and other abyss lords. The more the existences below the gods know about these relevant details, the greater the risk. Even the gods themselves have to block the influence as much as possible after knowing it. Not to mention the records. Only the abyss lords know that devouring more material planets can get rewards from the abyss will. But what these abyss wills are, they are not clear and understand. At the beginning, it was clear that the four gods of the abyss were the projections of the spirits of the universe in the abyss. But now, they have begun to directly start with the material world. I don't know if there is a unique church for these four gods. It cannot be ruled out that the abyss will swallow up the entire material universe and truly merge into one under this trend. In fact, it seems that the mage is a high-risk profession. The greater the curiosity, the stronger the strength, and the more in-depth the research, the clearer the information of those people is. And I am afraid that they may be corrupted without knowing it. Wang Yi couldn't help but fall into deep thought when he thought of this. There are actually demigods. There was one in the divine court of the other world, and the Lord of the Abyss before. There are at least two confirmed in the Sephi realm. But whether it is the other world that Wang Yi has been to, or the current Sephi realm, Wang Yi has never seen any records of demigod mages. Not even one. Good guy. I took my own path and jumped straight from legend. It seems that I hit the jackpot. Wang Yi felt a little scared for no reason. Don't think that he easily shook off that kind of attention now. And let the Zerg take the blame for nothing. That's because he is strong enough and has a high enough status now. If I follow the traditional demigod path and acquire some knowledge that should not be acquired, I don't know if my external overclocking can block that kind of spiritual pollution. Even if it can be blocked, I'm afraid I will be watched all the time. Just like the powerful world will of the Sephi realm. It's no big deal if the players make a scene. Xian Yayan and the others can exert their full strength. But Wang Yi will be noticed if he makes a big move. Those four guys are probably in a similar situation. However, judging from the faint attention they gave before, they are also in a state of chaos and madness. It was just an instinctive response before. The Abyss Demon has been upgraded to the ++ version. I don't know whether it should be a good thing or a bad thing. Wang Yi, who returned to the Deno Mage Tower and used the Abyss to complete the jump again, inexplicably felt an invisible pressure. The Abyss had problems before. And if there were problems with the four pillars, there was no guarantee that there would be no more trouble. If there was an accident in the Abyss, all teleportation spells based on the Abyss would have problems. However, according to Wang Yi's calculations and some previous records of the Zerg, if there were to be any changes in the Abyss, it would not happen in an instant. And there would definitely be some signs. Just like the Earth entering the Ice Age would also have signs. With his current ability, it would be in time to deal with it. It's just that the Abyss, which used to be convenient and easy to use, now has an extra layer of fear and concern in front of Wang Yi. As expected, the ignorant are fearless. I was frightened. No. I need to calm down. Then Wang Yi called Lu Xiuke and others who were practicing some combat skills and techniques to come up and started practicing another combat skill. Are you interested in taking a new task? Baron Danik came to several player representatives with a high-spirited expression on his face. When Qin Xiang and Lu Yi and others who had waited for PDD to die and come back, they also became excited when they heard the word task. The rewards for the tasks issued by the Baron himself will not be small. Right? Your Excellency, the Baron knows our ability to act. Just tell me if there is any task. Originally, they wanted to wait for the magic airship to come this time. But it seemed that there was a small malfunction when the airship took off. So they went back to repair it. After all, it was a rush product. After all, it's the players who are sitting on it. If there is a problem, the whole team will be wiped out. It's just a matter of compensation. Now the airship has not arrived yet. And the version update is still a few days away. Naturally, they are preparing near the town of Danik. Now they encounter a new task, which is really a blessing from heaven. At this time, several attribute points of Louis and others have reached the accumulation requirements of the professional level, and only the material requirements are missing. After the map of the entire territory of the Principality of Kton is opened, the money earned from the caravan and the task should be able to directly buy materials to complete the promotion of the first batch of professional players. The reason why they can reach the attribute requirements so quickly is because they participated in several large-scale tasks. Whether it is goblins or caravans, or the defeat of the Noble Coalition later, the rewards given are far more than the normal accumulation. Even PDD died once, but he relied on the reward to make up for it. And there was still a surplus. After tasting the sweetness, seeing Baron Danik now, I think he is handsome. The thing is, because we defeated the Noble Coalition and forced them to defend themselves, Lord Luke took the opportunity to march north, defeated the border knights of the Bloody Duke, and has already occupied Shishan City. Baron Danik was full of vigor and excitement when he said this. 20 years ago, Kedon was the weaker party. and the city of Dano was almost conquered by the bloody Duke. The previous Earl of Dano died because of this. So this time, he can be said to be very proud. Moreover, among this merit, the fact that he defeated the noble coalition in his own territory of Danik was also a great achievement. And he was also a participant. I heard that mastery was crucial in this operation. And there were even some rumors that mastery was a great wizard. However, due to the limited information of magic communication, he could not be completely sure. But if it was confirmed to be true, it would show the correctness of his investment, which was really insightful. But then Danik found that the savages were not surprised after hearing this, as if they had known it for a long time. Just kidding. They even watched the on-site promotional video, how the fight took place, what the two sides said, and what magic they used were all clearly visible. Now I hear you express it in words, and it doesn't make any sense. Okay. After seeing their situation, Danik was also slightly stunned, and then asked tentatively, "Do you already know?" I didn't expect Danik to ask this. Qin Xiang was stunned for a moment before nodding. "Well, we know. Master Yi's magic turned the tide, and the bloody Duke has been captured." This made Danik's mouth twitch, thinking of the wild man's communication magic. It's strange. Every one of them can know it at the first time. Did Master Yi tell them? But since they already know, it's easy to say later. So now Lord Luke wants to complete the reorganization of Shishan territory in one go, and at the same time go to Shishan Canyon to build a defense line and consolidate the results of the battle. Now the noble coalition in the east has been defeated, but there are still a few fish that have escaped the net, led by Viscount Henry. Although the threat has been greatly reduced, it is also a hidden danger. At present, many nobles in the east who are loyal to the principality have sent troops to assist Lord Luke in stationing in Shishan territory. So Lord Luke has issued a related clearing commission. In fact, Lord Luke's original plan was to drive away the bloody Duke. This was already the best result and strategic goal he estimated. For this purpose, all the scrolls at the bottom of the box were used, and it was acceptable for his subordinates to have a lot of casualties. At that time, the bloody Duke can retreat to Shishan City. The distance of Shishan City is relatively safe, and after the opponent is crippled, it will lose the ability to attack the city. At that time, Luke can free up his hands to slowly deal with the affairs of the East. As a result, the plan could not keep up with the changes. The bloody Duke, one of the three great knights of the Principality of Not, and the only Duke besides Grand Duke Not, was captured directly. The border knights were defeated, and most of them were captured. The mage team supported by Calais was captured, and a large number of nobles from the West Mountain Territory were captured. This huge West Mountain Territory has become almost defenseless. In this case, it is naturally impossible for Earl Luke to come back specially for that insignificant thing. It is undoubtedly the most important thing at the moment to seize the natural barrier between West Mountain Territory and the Principality of Not. Circle the entire West Mountain Territory and digest it slowly. It is said that the small number of defenders stationed in Shishan City originally wanted to use some city defense equipment to struggle and delay time to wait for the support of Fudi. After all, it is also a border city similar to Dano, but under the tips left by Master Yi before he went back, after hanging up the bloody Duke and pushing him to the gate of the city. The morale of the whole time collapsed, and they opened the city and surrendered obediently. In addition, the captured nobles can also go to their territories to do the same. It can be said that the speed of receiving Shishan territory is frighteningly fast. It just takes a long time to digest afterwards. In this case, the small problems in Dongni will naturally be solved by Dongni first. The main force has gone to Shishan territory, and most of the remaining mobile forces have taken a defensive position to protect Dano City. Although they have begun to request assistance from Grand Duke Kedon, Fudi has also begun to actively form a noble coalition. But it has not been a short time to come. So I thought of the wild people at the moment. So that's the situation. Are you interested in taking on the clearing mission? It is currently confirmed that the rebels are mainly based in Viscount Henry's base, with about 500 elite soldiers gathered, including 100 cavalry, and about 4,000 to 5,000 militia and auxiliary soldiers. Danik explained the current situation and the content of the commission. And then he added, "But this time, after they know your attack characteristics, it will be more difficult to achieve similar results. After all, your numbers are at a disadvantage, and it will be more difficult for them to defend blindly if you take the initiative to attack. So we can unite some nearby." Before Danik finished speaking, Qin Xiang waved his hand domineeringly. "No need to contact. Just us. NPC still wants to share the task?" What if our experience becomes less? After all, Qin Xiang's leveling efficiency is a little worse than Lu Yi and others. And it is all supported by several large tasks. So he can't reduce his income. Please rest assured, Baron. Please also inform Earl Luke that we savages have taken on this mission, and will definitely kill Viscount Henry. Hearing this, Baron Danick's scalp tingled. And then he said quickly, No need. No need. Our main goal is also the bandit leader. It would be best if we can defeat the rebels, and capture the bandit leader alive. If we can't kill him, we can also take his head. If the soldiers resist, we can deal with them casually. But if they surrender, please let them go. After all, they are all citizens of the Duchy of Kaduan. He was really afraid that these savages would do something like no one will be left alive. Just thinking about that scene made him feel creepy. And from the relaxed tone of their voices, it seemed that they could really do it. Okay, I respect your opinions. In fact, we don't like blood either. Qin Xiang also agreed to it. He was not a pervert, and couldn't stand such a real scene. He just expressed his attitude. But now it seems that NPCs will also pay attention to the wanton killing. If they don't handle it well in the future, it may affect their favorability. This game is too simulated. And you need to explore some details by yourself. What a waste. What bloody Duke. Call him Duke of Men. Viscount Henry got the latest intelligence and smashed it to the ground. He had earls in his ancestry. And his relatives' network was very extensive. Not only in the Duchy of Kaduan, but also in the 4 countries of the East Plains. Some non-critical information can also be obtained. There is no doubt that now that the overall situation has been decided, someone is still happy to tell him about the battle situation. He couldn't even believe his eyes after getting this result. Even if Luke repelled the bloody Duke, it was understandable. But directly captured? What the hell? But then he thought of Zack and others who were now captured in Danick territory. There are quite a lot of nobles captured recently. And the most important thing is that the Calais Federation didn't give him any feedback. The source of intelligence is all his own channels. This means that he has been abandoned by the Calais Federation. What happened? But then, he patted his pale face and walked out of the room. Soon, the fire wizard Ma Fei also quickly came over and frowned and asked, How is the situation now? Has your blood not adapted yet? Viscount Henry smiled and said, The situation is good. Luke will definitely not be able to send troops to deal with us in the short term. We can calmly find a way out. Hearing Henry's words, Ma Fei was also slightly relieved. It was a miscalculation to agree to let Zack come this time. Originally, his status in the East was very high. But now, he could only leave in embarrassment. He didn't dare to stay and bet on Luke's means. Fortunately, Henry did have some good things in his bottom box. The blood of the Blood Clan. It is said that the Blood Clan is the family of the Moon God, and they are born with strong bodies and magical abilities. This is an item that even the great warlocks will be tempted by, although it will also bring some defects and risks. And after the Moon God left, the Blood Clan was targeted and suppressed because of their own arrogance and cruelty. But if there is a chance, he certainly doesn't mind trying to integrate this blood. Now the OK experiment has been carried out on Henry. Their ancestors should have a relationship with the Blood Clan, or there is a high probability that they are mixed blood clans. So the affinity is very strong. Today's Henry can be regarded as a knight and a warlock. And I still have a piece of blood in my hand. After observing it and doing a few tests, I can try to integrate it myself. But at this moment, they suddenly received a report from a knight in a hurry. My lords, we have found traces of wild men nearby. After hearing this, both of them thought of the tragic situation on the battlefield before. And their faces changed. Savages again? They have not forgotten that before the coalition forces of Zack set out, there were many wild men poking their heads around. They also caught some tortures. But it turned out that these wild men were all perverts. The more painful they were, the more excited they were. The front battlefield also felt their terrifying continuous attacks of magic wands. And the powerful coalition forces were wiped out, leaving only them. Come again now? Still showing up nearby? Damn it! Luke didn't do anything. Why should the wild men meddle in other people's business? Ma Fei snorted coldly, with some fear in his eyes. He is a professional warlock. Although he can't engrave all the magic he has mastered in advance like a mage, he can also engrave his bloodline magic in advance, and have some instant means when necessary. But there is no shield in his bloodline magic. Even though he was quite proficient in shield magic and could use it quickly, if he faced a sneak attack with the weapons of the savages, he would probably end up in a bad situation. Maybe Luke, who was too busy, gave them a task. I really don't understand them. What on earth are they trying to achieve? Henry also looked a little angry at this time. Although he had kept it from Ma Fei for a short period of time, he was not lying. Now Luke was busy taking over Shishan territory, and had no time to take care of him. His distant relative also advised him to either surrender, or find a way to escape during this period. The noble coalition of the Kaduan Principality had already appeared, and they would deal with him at that time. Henry, who was also a noble, knew that the extra-large territory of Shishan territory was enough to make the noble coalition this time quite active. People were worried about not having any military merits. At that time, they might fight over how to deal with themselves, or even fight among themselves. So time must not be delayed, and we must prepare to retreat immediately. But now, the savages are here. The 3 moons of the Sephi realm are suspended in the night sky, adding some visibility to the night. At this time, the area around Henry's territory is full of torches. Viscount Henry is trying to get through this period at all costs. But it is precisely because of the fire on the city wall that a soldier standing guard on the city wall suddenly fell down with a bang. This sound, like a fuse, immediately caused the sound of gunfire to rise and fall in the woods. Heavy muskets are powerful, but the accuracy will drop rapidly at a long distance. But at least many players have mastered the skills, especially some who already have shooting skills or have practiced shooting in reality, and can still shoot with very good accuracy. With torches lighting up the night, it is naturally completely in the player's home field. Just the first wave of attack scared all the garrison soldiers, and they dared to hide behind the city wall. I just felt that there were people in the jungle outside, and there were savages laughing like a night owl, which made people feel terrified. It was like a horror movie scene. At this time, an emergency bell rang inside the town, and all the elite soldiers and militia began to come out, ready to defend with the convenience of the city wall. Even some ordinary young and strong villagers were called up and picked up rakes. Henry, Ma Fei, and the few remaining knights were all solemn at this time, waiting behind the city wall as if they were facing a great enemy. This kind of night siege is extremely rare, but the weapons of the savages are indeed too unreasonable. They dare not take risks, and cannot but take it seriously. But after waiting for a whole night, except for the strange cries in the surrounding woods, and then constantly attacking those who showed their heads, they had no intention of attacking at all, until the sun rose. The strange cries of the savages gradually faded away. Henry, who had been up all night, had a vague feeling that something was wrong, even though his spirit was not affected too much by the newly integrated blood of the vampires. The savages did not attack the city, but if they continued to harass like this, how long could they last? Facing such harassment, we could not just ignore it. Who knew if they would turn the fake into real? The special attack of the savages was too tricky, so he didn't dare to use the rotation method. And with that kind of bang-bang sound, the soldiers with psychological trauma couldn't rest well. The key is that these guys don't want to rest themselves? Why are they so energetic? And the situation in the forest is also complicated at night. Aren't they afraid of non-combat casualties? Even if it's poisonous insects and mosquitoes, it's enough to drink a pot. Otherwise, similar means would have been launched long ago, and they wouldn't be unprepared like they are now. Can't delay. We can't bet that they can't harass continuously. Henry looked at the soldiers with red eyes, and his heart sank to the bottom. Many of them have experienced the frontal battlefield before, and even the elite soldiers will lose their courage. The jia sound of those savages is more disgusting and terrifying than the coyotes, who can only dig out the jar. Escape. While Luke can't spare his hands, he must escape while his men still have energy. The savages are very strong. The advantages and disadvantages of that kind of long-range magic wand can be seen in the review now. The strength of the scale is definitely crushing. But if they disperse, it's actually acceptable. As long as the speed is fast enough and they don't block us, it's fine. Before, when Zack was fighting alone in front of the battle, he killed a savage as a sacrifice. And there are only more than 200 of them. As long as they don't fight a positional battle and start to leave, it will be difficult for them to chase them. The reconnaissance and marching capabilities of this era are here. If you just want to escape, it will be difficult to stop them. Chapter 563 Advantages Secret Capture. Devils. They are devils. As the sound of hee began to echo around the team again, Viscount Henry, who had been tortured for several days and had not slept, also felt a sense of despair and helplessness. The savages had adopted harassment tactics overnight before, and he had also seen through the savages' purpose. So he chose to start the transfer when his own energy was still strong. And this time, only elite soldiers were brought. The militia only brought a very small number of auxiliary soldiers. And even many elite infantrymen themselves began to do some auxiliary work, abandoning the territory directly. All the pack horses that could be obtained were obtained. In addition to the transfer for the cavalry, they mainly pulled some valuables and food and hurriedly set off, prepare to bypass the city of Dono and follow the Dono River to the seaside, and then retreat to Calais by land and sea. This Count Henry also has some relatives in Calais, although Calais has abandoned him now. He took the initiative to escape and brought a lot of things. So there will be some feedback, no matter what. He had witnessed the strength of the savages with his own eyes. At the same time, because he was defeated and driven out of the territory by the savages, it might be a reason and excuse for Calais to use. After Luke directly entered the Shishan territory, he knew that this was his last chance. But in the end, his original plan was very good. And the savages had the flaws of the savages. Their individual strength is indeed not very strong. There are not many people, and most of them do not have mounts. So their pursuit battle is flawed. If they are really scattered, there may be a chance for them to steal the chicken. They don't have the number of people to besiege. After all, there are more than 100 cavalrymen left here. And there are also several professional ranks. Now he has the stronger blood of the vampires, and has become a warlock. Ma Fei's strength should not be underestimated. But who would have thought that the encounter after going on the road was completely different from what he imagined? This group of savages did not hold together and pursue as a whole, but were scattered. I don't know when I will encounter their attack, and I may be hit by a club if I go to chase them. Even a knight had been killed for this. At this time, they didn't even dare to leave the team to relieve themselves. Many soldiers who had gone to relieve themselves were put into sacks and taken away directly. Some of them were lurking in the water with reeds and suddenly jumped up to drag the soldiers who were going to fetch water into the water, or shot one at the roadside and ran away. They were so brave. This was hard for Henry to understand. Are these savages not afraid of death? Do we have such a big hatred? Is it worth you to fight so hard? It's totally incomprehensible. Later, in order to deter them, he even hung several savages he had killed on the flag and raised it high. But those savages were still fearless and didn't care at all. They were brave, had many tricks, were not afraid of death. And the key was that they still had that kind of magic wand in their hands. This was really a headache for the opponent. Gradually, they had lost nearly 1/3 of their personnel on the road. And the key was that their morale was almost completely collapsed. And many of them had begun to escape at night. This was still mainly elite soldiers. There was no way to stop this escape trend. If we continue like this, we may be eaten up before we even reach the coast. However, the only good thing now is that we killed a few savages on the way and seized a few magic wands. Now we have studied how to use this thing. It's a magical design idea. The huge pressure generated by the explosion of flint pushes the projectile out of the sealed tube. No wonder it has such strong penetration. Although Ma Fei is a warlock, he is also a spellcaster. He has time to study it now and understands the principle of this gun. He doesn't just treat it as a magic wand. This is really a wonderful idea. And I didn't expect it to be so efficient. And it seems simple. But there is still some demand for that kind of sealed tube and corresponding structure. Galay finally responded. He said that if we can bring these samples over, they are willing to take them in. Henry was very excited and read the contents of a magic communication crystal. This is also one of the heritage items of the Henry family. It is a magic creation that is much more expensive than a disposable communication prop. It can be reused as long as the magic crystal is consumed. His subsequent contact with Calais was based on this communication crystal. But after their coalition was defeated and Luke defeated the Bloody Duke, Calais did not respond again until he tentatively sent the news that he had seized some items. And then he received another reply from there. Those businessmen full of the smell of money really do not get up early without profit. They will never do anything without profit. Although we nobles are also like this. At least we can pull a fig leaf. You country people are too direct. But it's good that we got a few samples. Why doesn't Calais arrange an airship to come? Coden has no ability to deal with airships. So we can leave calmly. Ma Fei has been exhausted these days. He is not a mage and cannot engrave non-bloodline magic in advance. His bloodline magic is more offensive. In fact, he used to hate sharpshooters. So he has always been mysterious in a black robe. Just worried about becoming the focus. But now that the weapons of the group of savages are here, he feels even more insecure. As a warlock, he put on armor and disguised himself as an ordinary cavalryman. And he also maintained a low-cost arrow deflection for a long time. With the blessing of his bloodline, his physical fitness is not weak. And wearing armor is nothing. This, after seeing Ma Fei's reaction, Henry knew that he could not hide it anymore. But now he had tricked people out. With Ma Fei's self-protection ability, he could not leave the team again. After getting on the pirate ship, he was not afraid of showing his cards. I just got the news that the Bloody Duke has been captured. Now Luke can't spare his hands to find us because he is going to occupy the West Mountain territory. Ma Fei was numb when he heard this. Damn! Directly captured? So explosive? And your expression when you saw the news just now was not shocked. Did you accept it so quickly? Obviously. This news was not the news you just got. This trick is so hard on me. Ma Fei couldn't help but complain in his heart. As a warlock, although not as good as a wizard, he was still quite smart and quickly understood Henry's thoughts. He was afraid that he would run away while he was in the territory. But now, he didn't care at all after being out for a few days. I really couldn't leave him surrounded by savages. So the two of them could only hug each other. For a moment, this also made him feel very angry. We are allies. Why are you guarding against me like this? Although I have already obtained the benefits of your blood essence. Although I was only invited. And although it would cost me a lot less to pat my butt and leave. But I will also tell you before I leave. It would be better to part ways in peace. However, at this moment, a series of vibrations suddenly appeared in the direction they were moving forward. And then slowly, the main force of players composed of dozens of fire dogs also appeared in front of them from the corner, blocking their way firmly, while the daily players are carrying out various harassments. They can still convey information in fact, and their routes can be said to be almost the same as broadcasting live. In this case, it is natural to successfully block the way forward. The players have their own disadvantages. But now that the 48 fire dogs, each with a gun in hand, blocked the front, Henry and his team's game officially ended. Ding ding. Weapons were thrown to the ground one by one, and no one knew who took the lead. The soldiers who had witnessed the horror of this group of demons finally couldn't stand the pressure. Even if there were only 48 riders in front to successfully block the mobility this time. But having witnessed the nightmare-like battlefield last time, the whole fighting spirit of the team was crushed in an instant. They began to flee the territory quickly, not giving the savages a chance to fight a positional war. And they still felt that there was a way to drag the savages' team apart. Facts also proved that their choice was correct to a certain extent. Although the sporadic savages had been staring at them very closely, they had never been able to successfully block them with a large force, and could only use various harassment methods to delay their time. But for this group of Sephi natives, it was obvious that they didn't know the power of foreign reporting and opening an external live broadcast. Every wild man wandering around can be regarded as an intelligence drone, constantly spreading their movements and intelligence. That's why the number of wild men in the vicinity is increasing. Until now, they are blocked by the main force of the Flame Dog team. The soldiers who were already scared would be fine if they encountered scattered wild men. But they would fight on the spot when they encountered the group in front. The sound and action of those who dropped their weapons made PDD, who was carrying a magazine and holding a dual-wielding Gatling gun, curse. Vote for your sister. Don't let me swear my shame. This time, PDD actually gained some popularity because he didn't even want his life at the request of fans. And he really lost a lot of attribute points, which was considered very pampering to his fans. And this time, he was able to add points after returning. And he could also bring some points items that he exchanged. In terms of strength, I can't break through the professional level yet. But I changed my equipment. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. This time, I heard that there were still fish that slipped through the net, and a clearing mission was issued. So naturally I volunteered to take the lead. We finally managed to stop them. But now it seems that the opponent is just giving up. It is also very tiring to block people. After all, this world is too real. We really have to get up early and go to bed late. Constantly wandering around this vast map. Rely on real-time comparison to make some confirmations. During this period, PDD felt that he couldn't eat well and sleep well, and he lost weight. But after finding them with great difficulty, the other party's surrender made him feel like he punched into nothing. Although this should have completed the task, he felt aggrieved. However, in a place that PDD and Viscount Henry could not notice, two figures wearing knight armor and one wearing a robe were standing on the cliff and quietly looking down at them. They were stopped. The courage of that team had been beaten. They didn't expect to surrender directly when they encountered a team of dozens of people blocking the road. One of the figures wearing knight armor was full of emotion. This man had a full beard and looked a little decadent. His brown hair seemed to have not been taken care of. But it was not oily. Behind him was a young blonde knight, who was handsome, sunny and energetic. Master Yao, what should we do now? Should we just catch a few savages and take the things back? The young knight looked eager to move. Be quiet. The middle-aged knight should be his teacher. After scolding him, the young man stopped talking with an embarrassed expression. However, Master Yao, who was wearing a robe, sighed and spoke at this time. The reason why we lurk here is that we don't want to make a big fuss and get to know these savages well. If they fight, it would be okay to kidnap them in the chaos. But now it's a bit troublesome. In that case, should we go to Deno City? It seems the Gad is imprisoned there, and did not go to Shishan territory with Luke. As a top mage, Gad Hoyle's status is much higher than that of Senator William at the time. Although William is also a high-level mage, and is still very young. There is still a long way to go for a mage in the future. Gad Hoyle used to have a talent similar to William. And then he accumulated so much for so long. And he was only one step away from becoming a great mage. It is a real opportunity that can be seen and touched. If it weren't for the need to guide the 8th level scroll this time, he would not be arranged to come. But the result was that the preparations were so thorough this time. And the new products linked to the scroll were brought, which can be said to be foolproof. But in the end, it still collapsed, which naturally attracted the attention of Calais, at least before, relying on those scrolls and mages. This was a force that could not be ignored on the local battlefield. No matter how you look at it, Kaduan didn't have this ability. To be frank, even if the 3 great knights of Kaduan were there, it would be useless even if all the members of the Royal Knight Corps arrived. The Wind of the Dead and the elemental snakes combined with each other. The more miscellaneous soldiers there were, the greater the power. Although the Royal Knights of Kaduan were elite, these elites themselves also needed a large number of auxiliary soldiers to assist. This was the limitation of this era. However, such a strong combination lost, and lost so thoroughly. The Bloody Duke was captured and hung up to call for the door. Before, they were actually observing in secret, but they didn't know the reason for the failure and didn't dare to take action. Otherwise, the combination of a great knight and a great mage would suddenly attack Luke, and it would be very dangerous. Don't go to Deno. I have an ominous feeling in the dark. Master Yao frowned, and then looked in the direction of Deno. Perhaps, there was the real reason for this failure. He originally thought it was the blood magician. But the feeling he gave him seemed not to be so. Is there something more terrifying? Unknown? If it is your feeling, then I am afraid there is a big problem. The middle-aged knight was shocked when he heard this. He was actually very relaxed. Because they have a great knight, a great magician, and a genius of high-level magic knight. They can be said to be walking sideways in Kedon. Even if they were observed in Shishan territory before. They even had the opportunity to attack Luke. So all along, he didn't take it too seriously, and seemed very relaxed. He and his disciples were responsible for protecting and assisting Master Yao, and then beating his subordinates. But now Master Yao actually said that Deno gave him a sense of danger? This is completely different. Master Yao's own strength is not as good as that of the Great Elder. And his strength is still far behind. He can't even launch the 8th level magic by himself. His spellcasting ability can only be regarded as a mediocre great wizard. But Master Yao also specializes in the extremely metaphysical fate spells, and is good at prediction and revelation. This is also the reason why he came here in person this time. As a great knight, he also knew that the spell of fate was not a talent that consumed mental power, but a kind of favor of the world. Perhaps people with this kind of unique favor do not have any magic talent, but they can still have a certain degree of prophecy. This is a kind of innate specialty, which is more unpredictable than blood talent. It is more like a special blessing obtained by the favor of the soul. Any race may have this talent, which used to guide the progress of some tribes. Now many subhuman tribes still have people like prophets and great shamans. But Master Yao has this talent and has embarked on the path of a mage, so he can use rare related abilities. In addition, he can also be said to have reached a certain extreme in terms of seeking good fortune and avoiding evil. The feeling of being able to have a bad feeling can be seen as the world warning him to a certain extent. The luxurious lineup of a great knight and a great mage can feel the crisis, which actually fully explains the problem. This must be the reason why the Bloody Duke was captured before. Even Master Yao felt the crisis. So it seems natural that the Not Border Knights lost with the help of their Calais mage team. In fact, when Kane said to capture a few savages, I also vaguely felt something wrong. But it was not a sense of crisis. So I am a little hesitant for the time being. Emperor Chapter 885 Secret Capture. Is it wrong to capture savages? Colin also felt a little tricky when he heard what Master Yao said. This time, they arranged such a luxurious lineup to come here. And they also wanted to understand the most real and specific situation. The best way is to ask for the savages, the things, and the reasons. If we can communicate with the savages directly, or even persuade them, it would be great. It is not impossible for them to get some corresponding technology and needs, or negotiate a treaty. In short, as a great knight and a great wizard, they have a high status and high autonomy, and can truly represent the will of Calais. Originally, they came here based on some news sent by Viscount Henry, and they also wanted to get first-hand information first. Even based on this place, the two of them can help do something. But they never expected that Henry's team would have problems so soon, and they have been harassed by savages. Obviously, there are not many savages, far less than Henry's team, but they inexplicably give them a feeling of locusts. That jejia sound made them want to hit people. But although the magic device used by the savages is interesting and powerful, it is meaningless to the three of them. Such savages can be caught, but they will make Master Yao feel bad, even if it is not a threat. It is incredible. After all, there is no threat, and they are also very weak. So let's try to capture them. In the end, Yao made the final decision. There will be trouble, but the trouble is still controllable. He was actually a little strange. After coming to Khotan, his sense of fate felt very active. He also wanted to understand the reason for his strange feeling. Since there is no sense of threat, let's give it a try. Yes, I think it should be fine. They are too brave. Whether in the water or in the forest, there may be monsters or fleeing soldiers. It is normal for the lone savage to be killed by accident. Right? The young knight named Cain finally dared to speak again at this time. He is the disciple of the great knight Colin, and he also takes into account the ability to cast spells. His spellcasting side has also entered the level of the professional class. He is good at fighting, spells, and blessings. His ability is stronger than that of a single physical profession of the same level. His talent, strength, and background are all here. So he naturally cares less. He doesn't think these savages can be a threat. But their weapons that occasionally come out from hiding in the woods are very interesting and fast. He is actually a little interested in trying it. From the observation of several shootings, this kind of attack is more powerful than ordinary crossbows. But it is mainly because of its fast speed and small size, which makes it difficult to resist. Ordinary full-body armor cannot defend against it. But Cain wants to test his limits. Ordinary knights may have a headache, and may need to rely on enchanted armor to bear it. But with blessings and magic shields, it is not a big problem to take it head-on. And if you add wind lightness, arrow deflection, water acceleration and other combat states to yourself, it is not impossible to dodge by speed. Dynamic vision, quick reaction plus. Weapons can also be used to block. If you are not strong enough, the means you can take to face this kind of attack are limited. But in fact, when your strength reaches this level, you already have a variety of response plans. However, it must be said that if the number of people with this kind of weapon increases, it will indeed cause a certain threat. At that time, you will definitely need to protect, dodge, and block. But considering the frequency of this attack and the fan-shaped area of the number of people, there are not many problems overall. Cain closed his eyes and practiced with multiple simulations. He liked to review the game in this way. At the same time, as a part-time spellcaster, his mental power was strong enough and his control was fine enough. So he could simulate it easily. One-on-one, one-on-many. He simulated them and could kill them at will. Teacher, Master Yao, you guys think too highly of them. How about letting me capture them? Don't underestimate them. There are heroes among the savages. Colin did not deny that he wanted to bring his disciples out this time to experience it. It would not work to just work behind closed doors. After all, he was not a pure magician. It was not enough to just study. Hee. At least there is no one in the group in front of us. Even their leader doesn't look good. Judging from his movements, he is just a powerful follower. Cain watched PDD kick some flowers and plants because he was depressed and vented. He made a judgment based on the speed, strength and other details that are easy to form muscle memory. This is the advantage of inheritance. The eyesight is not comparable to some country nobles. There really isn't one among these people. But we need to look for the lone ones, so as not to alert the enemy. Great Knight Colin glared at his disciple, and told him not to jump too much. Hee. Teacher. Don't worry. I know what's going on. I think this group of savages actually don't have any organizational discipline. And they don't seem to have any respect for their leader. Not even guards and followers. Although Kane's personality is a bit eccentric, he still has some observation skills. And his face is full of confidence when he looks at the picture below. And if we can catch a leader, we can get more information. This still made Colin a little relaxed. And then he looked at Master Yao. The white-robed wizard also nodded at this time. Okay. But Colin, you should take care of it by the side. Just in case. I always feel a little strange. Master Yao did not feel any danger. But the weird feeling since he came here made him feel very wrong. After all, he is a great wizard. And he has been favored by the world and has the ability of fate magic. Even though the feeling now was different from the frightening feeling when he saw the no, he still chose to trust his intuition. Kane was more than enough to take action. So he asked Colin to go as well. These savages here are indeed problematic. And they are big problems. Could it be that they are really blessed by God? In this case, if a savage leader with some status can be captured, it will be more useful. Then Yao quietly watched Kane lurking on the cliff, while Colin hung far away just in case. It's so annoying. Brothers, the weapons that I exchanged for points with my hard work are useless. PDD is interacting with the fans. He was too lazy to participate in the next matter of prisoners. That group of people are completely useless. He even wanted to deliberately expose a flaw. Let the other side attack and then counterattack. But now the players went over to take away their weapons and disarm them. After tying them up with a long hemp rope like a string. They were all honest and no one resisted. This made PDD feel unlucky. He was not a pervert and had no hobby of killing people. Moreover, there was some consensus on the attitude towards the natives. And it was not appropriate to be too cruel. It was hard to say that ordinary players were restrained. But PDD had so many fans that he would still pay attention to these things. Hey, you guys escort them back. I'll go play in the wild and try my firepower. I'll chase you later. PDD rode the fire dog and turned over and left the team. The other players didn't care. But this fell into the eyes of Kane and Colin. But they couldn't help but be a little confused. Although the wild leader seemed to have no servants and no heirs. But you guys are too casual. Aren't you? Really leave the team without saying anything? How did you survive? This made Kane look up and down. Especially when he saw the fire dog that PDD was riding. His eyes lit up. No matter how financially sound PDD is. He bought a big one after the last firehound was killed. So he looks the best in the team. As a knight, it is hard for Kane to refuse such an excellent mount. He had some selfish motives when he first proposed to capture PDD. Wanting to see if these docile mounts could be subdued. But now is just right. Although this thing is powerful, it is too clumsy and not worth worrying about. Then he looked up at PDD again. And I have enough confidence in that kind of magic device. However, to be safe, Kane still cast a spiritual eye on himself. After looking over, he found that the other party did not have any magic items on him. There was only a faint magic breath on the two large pipes. And with this kind of breath, there was no need to worry at all. It's stable. In order to train himself, Kane did not choose to sneak attack directly, but followed PDD for a distance, making sure to separate from the team and rush out from the back to block PDD's retreat. The other party has left the group, and now it is too far to call for reinforcements. I have plenty of time, enough to ensure that this capture is foolproof. And no one knows. When PDD saw someone suddenly jump out, his expression was stunned. There really is a fish that slipped through the net. At the moment, he couldn't help but show an excited look on his face, and said to the millions of fans in his live broadcast room, "Brothers, place your bets. Bet on how long he can hold out." Chapter 564 Shocking Showdown. Seeing PDD talking to himself like a lunatic, Kane couldn't help but frown. Savages are savages after all. Although he was proficient in the language of Yaojiachi, he still didn't understand what the guy was muttering. "Friend, in order to avoid suffering, you should come with me. You can try to resist. But the price of resistance may not be something you can afford." Kane leaned on his back with one hand and made a gesture of invitation with the other hand. With his handsome appearance and sunny temperament with blonde hair and blue eyes, he was really quite graceful. Many people in the live broadcast room were saying, "Look at him." PDD didn't rely on his looks to get ahead. Suddenly, he met a handsome blonde guy who looked like he came out of anime. He also said with a stinky face, Don't think I won't hit you because you are polite. Let me tell you. I can't stop now. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Ha ha. If you mean your kind of interesting equipment, then there is no need. You can try it. Kane smiled slightly. Don't compare me to that bunch of trash. As he finished speaking, Kane lowered his center of gravity slightly, bent his waist, and made more forceful movements with his feet. He was prepared to make different changes according to the different means taken by the opponent, according to the multiple responses he simulated. Although he said it lightly, he still showed enough attention. That kind of attack can indeed threaten or even kill the professional level. Now it depends on how the opponent reacts. If it is raised 30 degrees, then lean down to the ground and cooperate with the water to accelerate. If it is predicted, just block it directly. If the shield is attacked by mistake, even if this training fails, go back and train more. Kane felt that he would use the shield and enchanted armor as a foolproof bottom line, and strictly require himself to block and dodge, which would be a pretty good practical training of skills. But as he saw the guy opposite suddenly took out two strange thick cylinders, Kane was still a little confused. This weapon seems to be a little different from the one I observed before, but there is no magic fluctuation, so it's not a big problem. Donor. I can't stop. Don't blame me if I die. Amitabha. PDD had a compassionate expression in front of the live camera, and then he pulled the trigger. The terrifying metal storm poured out from the two Gatling guns. When leaving, I asked the chief enchanter, the gentleman, to slightly improve the enchantment cooling and strengthen the barrel function. There is no need to worry about it at all. The ammunition box on his back is enough for him to squander. Kane, who had made sufficient preparations, was stunned when he saw the metal storm coming towards him. Hack! While spewing the fragrance after the local translation of Sephi, he ran away with his head in his arms. What routines and responses are all clouds at this time? I can only keep trying to hide behind the tree. The metal storm was only scratched once, and the shield was directly broken, after only appearing in the shooting range for a few seconds. The dual-wielding Gatling guns fired dozens of bullets at his shield. 12.7mm caliber special ammunition. For the human body, wherever it hits, it will be a vital point. It is normal to have broken hands and feet, and blood flying everywhere. Even if Kane's shield is comparable to that of a professional level, it is impossible for him to hold on for much longer. Feeling the bullets flying around, the broken hair brushed past his ears, and the enchanted inscriptions on the armor on his body appeared, and the continuous breaking sound. Finally, Kane used various shelters to hide behind a thick old tree, and then he kept panting. At this time, the armor had been penetrated, and the slow pain in the shoulder had already hit. If it were an ordinary person, this injury would be enough to tear the shoulder. What the H.L. On the other side, PDD, who relied on the attributes of his body to maintain a good hit rate, also widened his eyes and swore, Hack his little cutie. There is something dirty. PDD had fought with Baron Zack before, and was killed by the flame dog, so he wanted to exchange for Gatling to avenge his previous shame. According to the power compared with the last time, another attack would definitely turn Baron Zack into a hornet's nest. But now, he just met a soldier casually, and he actually had such strength? Even though most of the bullets were dodged, his physical fitness still controlled the barrage to pour nearly 100 rounds on the opponent. Took nearly 100 rounds of 12.7 caliber special ammunition? Even a light armored vehicle could be turned into a sieve. Knowing that he used heavy muskets before, a single bullet was powerful, so he specially chose this pair of Gatling guns, because the power of a single shot was equally powerful after deducting the speed. But in the end, he didn't get anything good the first time he went out. This even surprised Colin, who was observing not far away. What a strong power. A single shot might not be a big deal. He was even sure to catch it with his bare hands. But this pouring speed, even Colin didn't dare to take it lightly. This is incomparable to the weapon he observed before. To put it bluntly, no matter how strong the knight is, he will die if his vitals are hit hard. Although the armor on his body must be high-end enchanted stuff, it is not able to withstand such attacks all the time. Although Colin was surprised, he began to hold his breath and slowly approached. The opponent's strength is indeed not at the professional level. It was a bit difficult to lock Kane before. With his speed, before he got close, he found that the wild leader riding the mount suddenly controlled the mount and ran away, as if he didn't want to expand the results of the battle at all. Having died once, PDD will cherish his attributes. His strongest attack has been used. Although it is effective, it didn't kill him. He didn't forget that he was killed by a long-range spear last time. These natives are not without long-range attack capabilities. Especially the guy who fled like a rat before. It seems that he has magic ability. Magic and martial arts dual cultivation. There is no need for him to be a hero. Just call people to come and deal with him. The Flame Dog Squadron that had escorted the prisoners away should have seen the news from the forum. Now he just needs to join his allies. Even though a group of people in the live broadcast room mocked his escape. But PDD was not provoked this time. Shut up. You guys just want to harm me. PDD can't always spoil them. He's already died once. If he really follows their way, he'll die like a rookie sooner or later. They don't want to see how brave he is. They just want to see how he dies. But at this moment, the fire dog under his butt suddenly became uneasy, which made PDD also vigilantly hold the Gatling gun in his hand and be alert. However, even though he was already alert, a sharp arrow suddenly shot out from the jungle the next moment, but still hit the fire dog under his butt directly. Woo! The powerful kinetic energy of the arrow that was directly injected into the head was dissolved, and the fire dog's brain was directly mixed into a ball of paste. The huge body stopped while sprinting, and then inertia slid a few meters, and PDD on it also fell down in a mess. Then he picked up the gun with red eyes and shot into the forest. Beast. After all, it was a contracted fire dog. One died before, and now another one died, which naturally made PDD angry, even though he knew that if the arrow was aimed at him, he would have no ability to resist. But he still couldn't hold back his anger. You all think I'm easy to bully, right? But after shooting for a while, he still stopped by the body of the second generation of the flame dog. Even with an ammunition box on his back, he couldn't stand the Gatling gun. It's miserable to be Mr. Piao's dog. The second generation is dead too. You took the first and second blood. Sell the saw pig mount at a higher price in the future. It's too miserable. Apply for a monthly service card. Netizens don't care so much. And there are still many jokes. And PDD didn't pay attention. Just a cat next to the body of the flame dog. Based on his experience with Voldemort in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. As long as you are patient, you will get something. And the treasures in front are also returning at this time. Even if the opponent is strong, you have to weigh it when facing dozens of flame dogs. That guy was already strong enough before. But he still ran away in front of the Gatling gun. When the reinforcements come back, let them remotely control the fire hounds to charge. And I will use the hunters with heavy muskets to kill you. There are also 2 mortars, which should be enough. Just when PDD was fighting Voldemort, a voice came from the forest. Teacher, I'm sorry. I messed up. I didn't expect his weapon to be so strong. It doesn't matter. I didn't expect it. It's good that you didn't get killed. Use medicine first. Don't leave any sequelae. Kane and Colin came out of the forest one after another, and they didn't seem to mind. PD wanted to jump out and shoot, but he held back. Maybe there was a bow and arrow waiting for him. Or that person prepared magic? But it's a pity that I don't have a Warcraft mount that good. I caught a pig for you last time, but you didn't want it. It's too ugly. The 2 of them commented as if nothing had happened. But in fact, even Colin was alert enough at this time. That kind of metal storm is not easy, and he doesn't want to take it head on. But the savage's physical fitness is limited, which is his biggest weakness. Although he might have a chance to lock onto himself if he simply aimed with the help of a weapon. When he and Kane came out together, even if he had 2 weapons, he couldn't face both of them at the same time. So, once he showed his head and attacked the other person, he could easily take him down. And PDD seemed to have slowly discovered this. Cursing beside him. Don't you value chivalry? You have to fight 2 against 1 against me, who is not even a professional level. This made Kane look a little embarrassed. But Colin said sincerely without any concern. Because you are very strong. We don't want anyone to get hurt. This made PDD choke. And he also felt a little happy for some reason. And said directly to the live broadcast room, "Did you hear that? They said I was very strong." But then he still recognized the reality and said calmly, "You didn't shoot me at first, but shot my mount. I'm afraid you also have your purpose. Tell me, what do you want to do? As for delaying time, PDD will also do it. Now according to the feedback from the forum, he will be back in a few minutes. After all, there are only 2 people on the other side. We just need you to come with us first. If everything goes well, we will let you go back soon," Colin said calmly. If the one-shot weapons at the beginning only made him pay a little attention, then the terrifying attack, like a metal storm later, was enough to surprise him. Kane can almost deal with that kind of single-shot weapon completely. Even if the opponent has enough people, it is useless. He has plenty of ways to dodge, block, and bear it. For Colin, as a great knight, it is even more so, and it can be regarded as no threat. It is undeniable that the weapon is simple, and can greatly improve the attack of ordinary people by one level, making ordinary people enough to threaten the professional level. But its greatest effect is still aimed at small countries, with few heroic professions and few mages. It has a miraculous effect on places like Khotan and Not. But for Calais, the threat is still controllable, and he can think of many ways to deal with it. However, when the savage leader took out the weapon that attacked Kane, Colin couldn't sit still. Even if the value of savages has been overestimated, it seems that it is still greatly underestimated now. Not to mention that this thing is a certain threat to the Great Knight. If there are enough of them, they can really surround and kill the Great Knight in an ambush. And the effect may even be better than the Warcraft Knight Legion. And this shooting speed has a harvesting effect on those below the Great Knight. In fact, whether it is ordinary people to professional level or professional level to hero level, or above hero level, the gap in the middle is still quite large. For example, those elite cavalry. If they cooperate with each other, a few cavalry may be able to fight against an ordinary professional level. But a few elite soldiers will be slaughtered when facing high-level knights like Zack. At the beginning, PDD was almost killed instantly when he took a gun. Although Zack has mastered some spells, his spellcasting level is limited and can only assist. Therefore, if he compares with the same level of barbarians and tiger people who have innate talents, he is still a lot worse. And Kane, who has two professions, is stronger than that special race. But even Kane was beaten by the opponent alone and fled in panic. And this is still a one-on-one situation. If it is a group battle, I am afraid that those Warcraft Knight Corps will not be able to withstand the Savage Corps armed with this weapon. The difference in the attack distance and coverage area of the weapon is too big. In fact, no matter whether it is the elite soldier strategy or any formation, the reason is that no matter how many armies collide, the number of people who really fight together is still limited. The elite soldiers and formations are for suppressing in local areas, and then begin to spread outward and break through morale. However, this weapon completely subverts this combat mode. It can continuously expand the range of simultaneous attacks. Nowadays, the number of mages of Garai is actually quite good, and the lack of foundation is actually the conventional power of this level. Originally, the funds were invested in studying the reproduction of Warcraft with the barbarians. But now it is discovered that the savages have a complete set of Warcraft training technology. As well as this unique technology, what if this forms a Warcraft core with this weapon? Even if you look at the entire Middle-earth and even the Sephi realm, it is considered super first class. Then Garai can officially enter the first-tier national club in Middle-earth. He has the power to formulate some rules on Middle-earth. At that time, combined with their commercial advantages, as long as the rules are inclined to commercialism, the future benefits will be unlimited. Thinking of this, Colin, who can be regarded as one of the senior executives of Calais, was also a little excited. Therefore, the importance of the savage in front of him naturally increased again. Okay, I'll go with you. Just when he had winked at Kane and was about to start sandwiching from both sides, PDD agreed directly, which surprised Colin, seeing that the other party wanted to kill them at the beginning. It seemed that it was not the case. Why is it now? However, no matter what, any small thoughts are meaningless in the face of absolute strength. As long as you can catch the other party at close range, everything will be over. At this time, two option boxes popped up in PDD's live broadcast room for fans to choose. One is to use a grenade as a sympathetic bomb to sneak up on the other party, and the other is to endure the humiliation and broadcast the interrogation process live. Seeing the overwhelming advantage of self-destruction, PDD silently turned off the option, and then said, "For our players, for the savages, I can only bear the humiliation. I hope they are not as perverted as the goblins." This made the players in the live broadcast room curse. Why did you bring out the option if you don't want self-destruction? Swish. Colin carried the bound PDD, while Kane held the Gatling gun and the ammunition box, and quickly shuttled through the forest, feeling some pursuit noises around. Kane said with some surprise, "I didn't expect the savages to react so quickly. Was there too much noise before? They are all back. After all, he is one of their leaders." Colin was not surprised. The noise of the opponents shooting before was not small. Maybe there was some magic for help, so it was normal for them to come here. However, Although the speed of that kind of monster was not slow, it was still too far behind the two of them in this jungle terrain. It didn't take long for them to get rid of them all. Then he rushed to the mountain and came to Master Yao. It seems that the harvest is good. Looking at the control PDD, Master Yao also showed a smile on his face. But then he frowned inexplicably and said, "Hasn't it been discovered by others?" Hearing Master Yao's words, Colin, the Great Knight, couldn't help but smile confidently. "Don't worry. No one saw our faces. But there was a little accident in the middle. The power of his weapon was a little beyond expectations. It might be used by the leader. His status is not ordinary. So he made some noise and let the others do some pursuit." Master Yao was relieved when he heard this. It's nothing to just find out that he was caught. Master Yao didn't finish the rest of the words. After all, he didn't know that he was caught by us. Calais. He just felt that this sentence shouldn't be said to this guy. It's good that no one else saw my appearance. Yao looked at PDD and always felt that he should have some disguise on his face. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room had exceeded 1 million. Whether it was game players or some cloud players. Many of them were staring here. I've taken screenshots. It's good that their faces haven't been seen. LOL. This old man is so cute. So they shouldn't be from nearby? From the Principality of Not? I don't know. But they are very strong. At the beginning, the blonde handsome guy was much stronger than the Baron Zack. And he called the old man teacher. And the two of them respected the old man in the robe. They can't be great knights and great mages. Where do so many great knights and great mages come from? The game is just in its early stages. So we need to progress gradually. But their faces are already known. If they dare to catch our PDD, we should fight them. At the scene, Colin asked Kane to take out the Gatling gun and said to Yao, "Master, this is his weapon." And it was this weapon that almost killed Kane. Kane put out the Gatling gun. Based on his research on the road and his observations during the previous confrontation, he probably figured out how to use it, and used it on the spot. This surprised Master Yao a little. With this frequency and this power, it's no wonder. I don't know if there are many such devices. As he spoke, he also picked up the Gatling gun. As a great wizard, even if he didn't deliberately practice the knight's breathing method, his physique was still good under the impact of magic, and he could easily lift it. The great wizard's knowledge and experience were all here. After tinkering with it for a while, he felt the way it worked, and soon found the principle. It's a wonderful idea. A wonderful idea. The principle is very simple. But it's very difficult to achieve this level. Moreover, the manual precision should rely on the power of magic. Ordinary blacksmiths can't be so precise now. Yao took out two 12.7 bullets, and began to compare them constantly. They were exactly the same. Without any flaws. Even if they were made from the same mold. They were too fine. It is likely that magic was used. We all underestimated the savages. Their abilities, craftsmanship, magical knowledge, and exploration of natural theories have all reached a very high level. This thing doesn't have many magical properties. But after being activated, it can produce a large amount of gas to cause an explosion, thereby pushing it forward. I think the difficulty of making this consumable is much greater than the difficulty of producing this machine. This is just a launching machine. Many things need to be mixed with oxygen to burn and explode. And the propellant itself is a mixture of various reactants in proportion. And the oxidant is also self-prepared. When mixed together, they are ignited to produce a large amount of gas to form an explosion. This principle is naturally simple for a great wizard who can use mental power to scan. But don't worry. There should be only a few of these things. And they need blacksmiths with certain attainments in magic and spiritual use to complete them. Moreover, the production factor is not small. These things are easy to explode when mixed. And they are very dangerous when refilling. But this is indeed a very good idea. I will go back and ask some craftsmen and blacksmiths so that I can try to restore it. Millions of netizens watched the words of the old wizard. And many of them nodded repeatedly in front of the screen. The result was torn. This old man has something. And he saw the principle at once. It should be a plot NPC. The boss who guides the plot? I think he is more reliable than Zabo. Maybe a great wizard. Last time I saw that the old apprentice Murphy was more reliable than Zabo. How can you judge a person by his appearance? Zabo's face is really embarrassing. He is a great wizard. The kind that can kill you with one finger. But he still underestimates our modern industry. That is, the game background needs to be balanced. If the production capacity is really released according to the actual situation, he will know what horror is. This is called the gap between the times. Because of the excitement of seeing the prey, Yao first studied the Gatling for a long time. After he understood all the principles and knew what the method was, he turned back to look at the captured PDD, and then said with a smile, "Please don't mind this, wild friend. We just want to ask some questions. It's really that you showed up too suddenly. Ask any questions. I will tell you everything I know. Please spare my life." PDD bowed his hands and said something very cowardly in a bullish tone, which made many people in the live broadcast room laugh. There were even foreigners who came to post barrages. But PDD was unmoved. "Of course. But as far as I know, you wild people have always been very brave and courageous. You are not afraid of danger. A few people dared to cross the Warcraft forest," Yao said with a smile on his face. "Of course we are brave after getting the favor of God. We can be resurrected from the dead." PDD glanced at the smiling guy and directly revealed his trump card. It seems that the other party agreed. But who knows if he will kill him after he finishes speaking? "Didn't you say at the beginning that you don't want to see my face? In the end, you will let me go after I saw everything? I tell you frankly, I will remember you." This really shocked the three people at the scene, and their expressions froze. Then Yao said with a serious expression, "For resurrection from the dead, we mages actually have some techniques. But I don't know what kind of resurrection method your favor of God is." He suspected that the other party was talking nonsense to save his life. But he felt that he had to ask. Resurrection from the dead. He is not ready for this yet. The favorite of God is the favorite of God. When we die in the outside world, we will return to our ancestral land. After resurrection, we will be weak for a period of time. It is normal for a professional to become a non-professional after death and work hard again. When I was in the Noble Coalition, I was killed by Baron Zack in a duel. This is easy to verify. PDD looked at the other person deeply and just gave up. "I see." Kane, who had put on a hood with only his eyes and nose exposed, nodded beside him. "Resurrection from the dead is really magical. But I still need to confirm it." Colin, who was wearing a mask, also looked a little solemn. They did not choose to deny everything. But of course, they would not accept everything. Necessary verification is definitely necessary. The actions of the two people also made PDD's mouth jump. "Now hide it." "I can't hide it anymore. God knows how many high-definition screenshots of yours have appeared. Even if I don't remember it, it's useless. And you really wanted to kill me and silence me from the beginning, right? You came here to arrest people without covering up. What's the point of covering it now?" When he looked back, he found that the face of the mage had become hazy and dreamy, as if there was a layer of mist. This made the players in front of the screen laugh. Although it's good to mend the fence after the sheep have been lost, there may be too many photos. You wanted to silence him at first, and you wanted to deceive him. Give the natives a little shock. It's actually simple to confirm. Just go find Viscount Henry and his men. If this group of people really has a great knight and a great wizard, it's actually very simple. At this time, Colin also lowered his voice and said to Yao, "Master, if what he said is true, do you have any spells to change memory?" Master Yao was also thinking about this at this time, and said with a sigh, "In fact, there are indeed many spells for memory. Although I am not specialized, it is not impossible to use too. But it is difficult to control it finally. And I am afraid of sequelae." Then he looked at PDD again, and there was no sign. With a low chant in his mouth and an outline in his hand, he quickly shot a spell model into PDD's eyes. PDD was stunned for a moment. He just felt a little trance. And then the game system prompted that he was attacked by the soul. If this intensity of attack comes twice again, the line will be forced to disconnect for half an hour. If you attack me with this kind of soul attack again, I will faint and won't be able to answer your questions. This calm look really made the Calais trio speechless. Is there really a god's favor? What the hell is this savage? If they really have a god's favor, and can be resurrected from the dead, even if there is a price, sequelae, punishment, and even a number of times, this is definitely an extremely terrifying thing. This means that the other party will not have any worries, and often will indeed choose some bold and radical means. Resurrection from the dead is a miracle. Chapter 565 Exposure. Shock. Yao was so shocked that the mist on his face was rippled. He had not used any profound abilities before. Just an ordinary forgetfulness spell. This is a spell that a formal mage can master. But generally speaking, because it involves mental power, if a formal mage is not proficient in it, it is possible to cause permanent mental trauma to the opponent. And generally speaking, A formal mage can only use it on ordinary people, and it has limited effect on stronger apprentices and followers. Ordinary people with strong wills are more likely to turn this magic into a damage spell. Yao is a great mage after all. Although he is not a specialist, his mental strength and delicate control should be easy for him to catch the little Karami who has no professional level. To put it another way, even if he performs abnormally, with the sole impact formed by his mental power, the opponent will have a splitting headache, not to mention permanent injuries. Right? But what's the situation with this guy? He said that he might faint if he came again? The gangster ran over and stabbed the victim. The victim looked at the gangster expressionlessly and said, "If you stab me again, I will die." Anyone who was a gangster would doubt his life. If it was an ordinary player, it might stop there. But PDD himself is a troublemaker. Looking at the fluctuations in the mage's head, he probably understood something, and then said with a slight light in his eyes, "Don't be surprised. This is our God's favor. Your memory, spirit, soul, and hypnosis spells can kill us, but they are ineffective against us." PDD is not a mage, and he is still a truant student. He has a headache when he sees math, but this does not prevent him from understanding magic to a certain extent. After all, future opponents may use magic. He also has some understanding of the types of magic. Originally, PDD thought that those mental spells might directly create some extreme pleasure for you through the helmet. But after being hit by a shot before, he probably understood that this might be the performance. Of course, this is related to his turning off the pain feeling. Otherwise he might be the same as the unlucky guy who was tortured. That's why he said this calmly, to increase his credibility and shock the other party. This serious nonsense made many viewers in the live broadcast room say hee. Yao was stunned by this, and then smiled gently and said, "You misunderstood us. We don't want to do anything to you." He stretched out his hand to adjust PDD's collar while speaking, as if to show goodwill. But soon PDD got a hint that he was under the charm type of magic. However, the degree was much milder than the previous memory. Probably human kindness. I can withstand more of this kind of magic. This made Yao, who was doing the test, naturally retract his hand to adjust his collar. "You misunderstood me. This is just my habit. This magic can increase my charm." Yao spoke without changing his face or heartbeat. On the other hand, when Yao and the others began to hide themselves in the town of Danik, Qin Xiang brought a real art student to find Danik. Qin Xiang took the task as the main body. For the sake of fairness and experience, he did not participate in the extermination and gave it to PDD, who lost experience due to death. As a superior, he still has to seek benefits for his younger brothers. However, he did not expect that when he was tidying up his own small territory and directing the construction, he got into trouble again. PDD was directly captured by several NPC strongmen. Judging from their sneaky appearance, they might want to kill PDD afterwards. And they are very powerful, and they look like they are lurking in from abroad. In this case, Qin Xiang naturally took a screenshot and came over with an art student. Nowadays, AI is in power, and all kinds of beautiful young ladies can be drawn in reality. But art students really have a place in the game. As a basic sketch, he has a solid grasp, and he used a charcoal pencil to draw the outlines of the three people in front of the Baron. Looking at the high-definition screenshots in the forum, there are many angles, which is really not too easy for such professional players. Danik, who was originally relaxed, suddenly jumped up after seeing these three portraits, and said in shock, "Have you seen these three people?" "Where?" Baron Danik is also a confidant of Count Luke, and he is also a noble baron, so he still has some information channels. He is also qualified to see the magical images of some important figures in nearby countries from Count Luke. Coincidentally, among the important figures he saw, there are actually two of them here. They took one of our companions away for interrogation, near Henry territory. This made Danik's face change, and then he pointed to Colin and said, "This is Colin, the Wind Swordsman, a great knight. The wind attribute magic power mobilized by the breathing method gives him extremely high speed. As a mid-level great knight, he has the top speed and reaction among the great knights. And his archery is also outstanding. He has strong comprehensive ability, and is an honorary member of the Calais Federation." Then he pointed to Yao and said, "This is Yao, the astrologer, a member of the Calais Federation, great wizard, and also a well-known prophet. He has been inspired to predict many earthquakes and tsunamis, saving countless people, and his status in Calais is very transcendent." He pondered for a moment, then looked at Kane's portrait and said, He is so young and handsome. Although I haven't seen his magic portrait, he can be with these two. He is most likely the disciple of wind swordsman Colin. Kane is a genius who practices both magic and martial arts. Kane is still young. And he is not so important that he has to go to great lengths to get a magic portrait. Unlike Colin and Yao, they can't hide it even after so many years of fame. After the introduction, Danik's face was also uncertain. These people appeared in the territory of Khotan and near Henry's territory. This is definitely not good news. A lineup composed of a great wizard and a great knight is really too strong. If they want, they can cause great damage. This is also the reason why there is no hero without a country. Even because Master Yi and Earl Luke are separated now. Their cooperation and any sneak attack on either side is a huge hidden danger. But generally speaking, a hero-level warrior with a certain affiliation will not sneak into another country. It will. You have a hero-level warrior, and the other party has one too. They both have weaknesses. And if they really fall out, no one will benefit. But generally speaking, this unspoken rule only applies to countries with similar strength. A hero-level warrior from an empire comes to a small principality of yours. Do you dare to get angry? Although the Calais Federation is not an empire. If they send a hero-level warrior and are really exposed, the means that Khotan can take are limited. There are only 3 great knights in total. Can they arrange for people to retaliate? They didn't cause much damage and accepted it. However, the Principality of Khotan can also take measures such as notifying the temple to make Calais tyranny public. As a business-oriented country, Calais will be more restrained, which is probably why they choose to lurk and instead of being open and above board. You are still alive. A soldier who had secretly escaped on the road under Henry's command was caught by Kane. This soldier was also an elite soldier who watched the duel between PDD and Zack. Kane had captured several militiamen before, but they were hiding behind and didn't see the scene. This time, he finally confirmed that they didn't take the risk to find Henry's group of prisoners. The soul attack test has been completed, and now it has been confirmed that they have been resurrected from the dead. This really shocked Colin and the other two. You are really blessed by God, and you are really not afraid of death. Your resurrection must have a price. Of course, and the price is not small. Why? Master Yao, the astrologer, wants to try it on me. Let me make it clear in advance that we savages are very vengeful. Don't think that we can't do anything to you hiding in Calais. PDD was also desperate with his neck stiff. This made Yao, who still had water on his face, twitch his eyes. Damn it! What's the point of hiding this? How did he know? Have you seen my portrait? Is the intelligence system of the savages so strong? Did Luke share it with them? Bullshit! Who do you think you are? Threatening us, Calais? Kane was also young and full of energy, since his identity was exposed. He roared. These savages actually threatened us, Calais? Do they really think we are idiots like the Principality of Not? If they hadn't considered the criticism and the Pharaoh Empire next to them, they would have expanded a lot. If Calais wanted to, the principalities of Kton and Not could be taken down in a very short time. But now he was threatened by these savages, which naturally made Kane very unhappy. He has always been very proud of being a Calais man. He believes that those corrupt empires are not as good as Calais. When PDD heard Kane's words, he sneered a few times. Can we rely on our resurrection from the dead? I think we still have some influence. If it doesn't work once, we can do it twice. If it doesn't work twice, we can do it 3 times. ZZ. Cough. We will always find your flaws. We can lose countless times, but you only have one chance. PDD's face was full of righteous words and impassioned. But in the live broadcast room, the fans laughed at him for being afraid of death. Yao looked at him deeply and suddenly laughed. Mr. Savage, don't threaten us. If the price of your death is really so small, you won't fight for the chance to live so much. This made PDD stiffen. Is it so obvious? Although this is indeed a miracle, and the gods have a special love for you. The blood race was also known as the immortal body, but now it is hiding in the corner of the world. Yao clicked ear, but did not go deeper. To be honest, the other party's previous words are still very stressful. When the blood race was in chaos, it was at least difficult to kill, and the vitality was tenacious. And the blood race had many ways to save their lives. Some blood dukes and princes also have many resurrection methods similar to soul boxes, which are quite difficult to deal with. It is still uncertain whether the blood race ancestor has died. But no matter what, even the existence below the professional level has the ability to resurrect, which can still make people feel terrified. Number limit? Resurrection interval? Weakened? All kinds of possibilities emerged from his mind. And he really wanted to try to kill the other party just like this to see if he could test the number in cooling. But the threat brought by the savage's words is also real. If the other party knows his identity, there is no need to test it now. To put it bluntly, even if each savage has only one chance to revive, it will be a very scary thing. This means that the other party can create a group of elites who are not afraid of death and have extremely high morale. There is nothing important except life and death. The Blood Clan caused a group of attacks back then. If the savages really bite Calais, it will be a headache. I don't know what his status is. However, what makes Yao a little relieved for the time being is that the strength of these savages is generally not strong. Even the leaders are not professional level. Maybe there are some limitations to their talents in practice. After all, there are gains and losses. It's just that their weapons and magic beast training skills have indeed made up for this defect. If there is a chance to win them over, it is better to win them over, and try not to be enemies with this group of resurrected gods. In fact, there is no irreconcilable contradiction or hatred between the two sides. But, if they really affect Calais' interests and long-term plans, they will have to fight. In any case, the plan for the East Plain has been promoted. But the savages cannot be allowed to destroy it. This is the grand plan of the Calais Federation. You can cooperate with the outside world, but just come with us. Now I don't understand why they are hanging on such a weak principality of Kaduan. I think we can go deep into the camp of the savages. Didn't they say that the trade route has been opened? They shouldn't mind. Right? You want to go to the camp? PDD was stunned for a moment, and then said happily, I can lead you. If they really let him lead the way, then maybe they wouldn't have to die last time. No matter what. The expeditionary camp has the great wizard Zabos sitting in charge. And there are also heroes such as King Arthur and Champion Marquis. These two guys can't make a big move. But when PDD expressed his opinion here, the live broadcast room was in chaos. You led the devil here? Good boy. You have betrayed humanity with your thick eyebrows and big eyes. Hurry up. There is still a great wizard. I wonder if he will accept disciples. What the hell are you dreaming of? The Calais map hasn't even been opened yet. It's more realistic to go and ask Zabo for help. But PDD obviously doesn't care about these voices. He likes to stir up trouble. And most of his fans are like this. So it's not out of place to do this. Maybe there's also a desire to see the boss-level wild monsters led back to the main city to watch the duel between the Guardian NPCs. And the players themselves are indeed not tied to Curtain. So it doesn't seem to matter to contact Calais here. For the players, Calais arrogance makes them very unhappy. As players who are born to rebel, most of them are still a little repulsive. But for the foreign studios that were suppressed by Liu Yi and others and robbed of the initiative, they began to mutter and plot at this time. The first caravan, as well as the large-scale confrontation mission and the clearing mission, were all taken away by them. Damn it. Isn't it just taking advantage of the closed beta? Now our number is not bad. In the savage camp, the Fruit Prince had a gloomy face. He was killed once. And it was not a mission kill, but a malicious PK between players, without any benefit. Unlike that PDD, although he also died once. He made up for the mission rewards and there were more. In comparison, he was simply losing blood. And because their caravan has not yet taken shape, they are now at a disadvantage in all aspects. Don't worry. Our subsequent combined strength will exceed theirs. Unfortunately, Umbrella has some preference for the East. And the number of players in our Western world is just equal. But we have stronger financial resources. And we also have advantages. This time our Flame Dog caravan will be larger, with 100 Flame Dogs. Komodo and Metaverse also joined the discussion. But the Fruit Prince sighed in his heart when he saw them. Although his own alliance seemed to be bigger, there were too many internal conflicts. No one could become the leader, and there were too many arguments. Otherwise, the caravan would not have been formed until now. Now the number of caravans and fire dogs is enough. But the scheduling, arguments, profit distribution, purchase and other problems in the middle are all here, which makes him very headache. There is really a big gap between them in terms of efficiency. But now we have encountered new opportunities and chances. In the Principality of Curtain, our status is impossible to surpass the Abyss Mineral Company. So we have to find another way. The Fruit Prince began to get to the point this time. You mean the Calais Federation? Yes. According to current understanding, the Calais Federation is obviously much stronger than the Principality of Kedon, and even stronger than all the countries on the East Plain. It is the closest and strongest country. At this point, The Fruit Prince paused, and then continued. And it seems that the Calais Federation should have some ideas about the East Plane. I think it may be the conflict background designed by the game. Otherwise, how could the strongest kingdom of Edi on the plane be involved in a conflict with Dia at this time? There are also problems between Kedon and Not, and the assassination of the Earl of Flame. The words of the Fruit Prince made Komodo and Metaverse nod their heads. It was indeed the case. In fact, their country often does this kind of thing. Isn't the CIA specialized in doing this? In fact, the CIA often publicly announces some achievements in order to obtain funds. But occasionally such public statements will point out some directions, and even kill some dogs they raise remotely. So there must be something wrong with this Calais Federation. So, although it is true that the place where we players left is close to the Principality of Curtin, if we help the Calais Federation to take control here, how rich will the benefits be? The words of the Fruit Prince were full of incitement. But Komodo still hesitated to say. But in the previous game posters, didn't Master E, as the GM, help the Principality of Curtin? Maybe Calais is a design villain. You also know that he is the GM. Maybe helping the Principality of Curtin is necessary for the plot. And then expressing his attitude. But do you think there will be no other options for us to control the authenticity of this game? Starry Sky World can change the plot, let alone this one. It may be simpler to follow the guidance and follow the regular main line. But won't we get more benefits by taking a different approach? The Fruit Prince didn't care. Could it be that the GM personally interfered with the plot? Impossible. The Metaverse on the other side also said with a slight heart. That's right. The higher the difficulty, the more rewards. The benefits gained by blindly following the crowd are incomparable to the benefits gained by a few people who have the information. But it's useless for us to determine the direction. Let's submit it to our respective boards of directors. They will also pay attention to it if we submit it together. Well, it just so happens that it will take time for the envoy from Calais to come. Not bad. The craftsmanship has not declined. With the silver pouring on Mars and some advanced modifications, Wang Yi also quickly completed the improvement of the Mage Tower. Before, it was barely connected with the inventory of personal space, and it was considered complete with the goods on Mars. The news obtained from this connection made Wang Yi pay attention to his own unique plugin again. The function looks really simple, and the personal space is also quite small. But whether it is overclocking or the personal space itself, Wang Yi inexplicably feels a little weird. Especially the higher his status is now, the more mysterious it feels. In fact, with Wang Yi's current understanding of space, he can really make some space equipment. But no matter how Wang Yi planned and designed, he found that the essence of his space equipment was the same as the teleportation array. And he still had to use the abyss. It was equivalent to using some kind of item to bless and anchor a certain area in the abyss to complete the reserve. Theoretically, if there was a lord in the abyss who passed by that area and destroyed the fixed defense, he could pick it up for free. And it was equivalent to adding the connection and coordinates with the abyss out of thin air. The space equipment that I heard about in the other world before was probably the same. But Wang Yi's own personal space was not included in this list. Although the personal space was small, it was a separate one. He still didn't understand the principle. In the past, Wang Yi always felt that his hanging time travel was the most consuming function, and overclocking and personal space were bonuses. But now looking back, the difficulty of time travel is really simple, and it can be done by using the abyss. So after he became a legend, he relied on the research of the teleportation array in the other world to activate it again. He felt that these two seemingly simple things might be very useful in the future. When Wang Yi finished pouring the Deno Mage Tower, and was thinking about taking time to go to Shishan City to do the same, Enzo sent a message. Boss, I caught a succubus lord. The one not far from my territory. She wanted to sneak into my territory to check the situation. Hearing Enzo's words, Wang Yi was stunned. But it was also true that he had covered the entire Enzo territory with fog. At the beginning, several nearby Abyss Lords met together to discuss a disposal method, and Enzo brought back the anchored Abyss Crystal. Naturally, there would still be some concerns. It's just that Enzo had shown his strength before. And for the Abyss Lords, who were begging for food in the Abyss, they naturally knew how to advance and retreat. Anyway, Enzo was the strongest. So even if he wanted to do something, he would let him go. And there had been no attempts before. As for the Abyss Lord, even Enzo had to share the chaos and madness with 3 schizophrenia consciousnesses. It was good enough for other lords to have normal thinking. However, after Wang Yi had a deeper understanding of the Abyss through the Zerg, he also understood the reason why the succubus lord came to test. because the succubus was probably a group deeply influenced by the evil god love, which reduced some of their confusion in thinking to a certain extent. Their thinking was relatively normal. At least they wanted to test the safety and risks around their home. I haven't taken the initiative to catch him yet. But he came to my door. Wang Yi muttered secretly. But soon figured out the problem. In fact, this matter is not easy to deal with. Wang Yi was actually quite satisfied with the situation near Enzo's territory. The last time Enzo met with other lords, the strength he showed also made Enzo a pivotal existence in the vicinity. Or in other words, Enzo became the temporary speaker in the nearby area. After all, the proportion of demigod-level abyss lords is still not high. Wang Yi also pursues the stability of the nearby abyss, which is just right now. The more he knows about the abyss now, the more he understands that the last time he picked up the silver, he accidentally met an abyss demon god in the air. In fact, the risk is still very high. If the matter involves the abyss demon god, it is likely to involve the four things that represent the will of the abyss. And if so many abyss lords nearby are in trouble, and some of them call out the real name of the abyss demon god in the jurisdiction, then this hard-built springboard area will have to be abandoned, which is too wasteful. Therefore, I still need to stabilize it. And I can't just kill it. You really found a troublesome thing for me. Leave it to me first. I will subdue her, so as to avoid mistakes. As Wang Yi said, he also went directly to Enzo territory through the communication of the Mage Tower. According to the breadth of the contract, Enzo's position was quickly locked and came in front of him. After seeing Wang Yi coming, Enzo also quickly transformed into the form of Pekingese again, with a flattering and funny smile on his face. It's really a crime worthy of death for causing trouble to the boss, Enzo said flatteringly with his head down. Well, let's forget about it because of your hard work and contributions in the past. I just happen to have some new ideas recently, so I'll give you a share of the messy beliefs in Valhalla. Wang Yi decided to punish Enzo with a small punishment, which made Enzo's mouth grin to the back of his head. Then he turned his head to look at the unconscious figure entangled by the black mist tentacles. The succubus lord's clothes were wrapped tightly all over, and seemed to be relatively loose, but the curves were too low, and the loose-fitting clothes themselves seemed to be one size smaller. Too tight. A bit like the style of the yellow battle suit. Wang Yi also shook his head secretly. Since you are awake, get up and talk. Wang Yi's cold voice made Deli's tremble all over. Her curved eyelashes trembled, and then she opened her charming eyes with a little confusion. Deli's has met His Majesty. I didn't expect Enzo to have been conquered by His Majesty a long time ago. Deli's is willing to serve His Majesty in the future. While speaking in a crisp but inexplicably seductive voice, the fascinating eyes boldly looked up and down at Wang Yi, and the tail behind him swung unconsciously, as if observing something. Yes, you know the situation. I want to test you and see how you are. While Wang Yi was testing his new subordinates, the Calais trio, led by PDD, came to the outskirts of the Warcraft forest. Although Danik already knew the situation here and notified Count Luke and Grand Duke Ketan through emergency magic communication. However, Ketan only has 3 Great Knights in the hero level. To put it bluntly, even if the 3 Great Knights gathered, they might not be able to do anything with the combination of this Great Knight and the Great Wizard. This is because Luke's strength is a top-level Great Knight. Otherwise, if it were just 3 ordinary Great Knights, they might have to be suppressed. The strength of the Great Wizard fluctuates too much. So the instruction Danik received was to wait and see, and then try to win over the savages as much as possible. This made the Baron temporarily put down the work of the territory, and came to the expeditionary camp and advance along the trade route. Chapter 566 Attention. Hey! You are the one who led the devils here? A figure suddenly jumped out of the forest, and jumped in front of PDD and his group. Then the player couldn't help laughing. Leave after taking the photo. Don't get in my way. Be careful, they will kill you. PDD waved his hand impatiently, and Kane and the others beside him looked at each other. What happened along the way? Why did a savage appear from time to time? How did they find us? They took the small paths along the way, and bypassed the edge of the Warcraft forest where Zack and Danik came to. But for some reason, no matter how far they went, savages would appear on the road from time to watch. And the savages were like lunatics, talking nonsense. Watched closely. Finally saw someone alive. You traitor? Originally, the Calais trio frowned at first, especially when they heard the person who accused them of being traitors. They thought things were messed up. But the savages often laughed themselves, so they couldn't understand what they were laughing at. They always felt like a bunch of psychopaths. However, The behavior of traveling alone through the woods just to come here to take photos up close and watch still made the Calais trio feel a sense of silent pressure. Why do they feel that these savages know everything about the situation here? Why is this so? Aren't they afraid at all? Questions like watch the night up close. Can the astrologer really predict? And what will the weather be like tomorrow? Are endless. They all know their identities. They were hiding before. But now they just lie down and take off the masks and disguises on their faces. Mr. PDD, how did you notify your people? I'm quite curious. After another round of players came to check in, take screenshots and take photos, Yao asked PDD with a smile. The cloud players in the live broadcast room laughed beside him. Feel the shock of our players. But the NPC is really smart. Do they have to explore even the functions that players have? We are savages favored by God. This is indeed more real and more in line with the background. PDD also saw the complaints of netizens. After hearing Yao's answer, he said calmly, we naturally have our communication magic. So don't play any conspiracy with us. But I didn't feel any magic fluctuations. Yao frowned a little at this time. After all, he is a great wizard. He is still quite sensitive to the fluctuations of magic power. The communication magic was released in front of me. And I didn't notice it? This is too disrespectful of the great wizard. Do you understand the value of God's favor? PDD smiled. If it weren't for the special features of the savages that have been discovered, such as the blessing of gods and the miraculous power of resurrection from the dead, Yao really wanted to put them on the test bench for a thorough study. But now that he has not yet come into contact with the savage tribe, he can only temporarily endure and let PDD put on this arrogant expression. I just kept thinking in my heart, magic communication has a strong anti-interference ability, and it is easy to pass through mountains and rivers. But there will be magic fluctuations anyway. If there is no magic fluctuation, then this transmission method is special. What else can be used for long-distance information transmission besides magic? A light flashed in Yao's mind for a while. And the teleportation array actually has the ability to transmit. It's not that all savages can use the teleportation array, but if they have similar space skills, it seems that they can also achieve non-fluctuation communication. But the difficulty of this is that even Leo Floating City can't do it. If the Mother Goddess and the Moon Goddess are still in the Surfei realm, if they are willing, they may use themselves as a transfer and use faith to ensure connectivity. But this is impossible. The two gods have left the Surfei realm for so many years. The once arrogant blood clan has now become a rat in the gutter. And even the Moon God Court can't get them out. Moreover, even if they are still there, the gods will not condescend to let themselves be used as a transfer. Just looking at the strength of PDD, if this little Karami can really use this level of communication, then only the gods can explain it clearly. Anyway, the more he learned along the way, the more shocked Yao was. He is a knowledgeable great wizard, the typical one who knows more and is more afraid. Damn, I really want to catch a wild man to study. I wonder if there is a way to use the method of inducement to find some to cooperate at the same time. He also discussed some of his observations and insights by using the method of magic connection to avoid PDD and his two people. The savages are really powerful, so we should keep peace for the time being. Cain was still a little young and hot-tempered after hearing this, and he still said stubbornly, they are indeed very unique, but their strength is generally low, and they are still much worse than our Calais as a whole. Colin also frowned and said at this time, it is of course good to keep peace, and it would be even better to become allies. But if they want to get involved in the East Plains, then wouldn't the layout we spent so much energy on before be in vain? Speaking of this, Colin still paused and said, after all, it all depends on the strength of both sides. If they don't have the power to make us feel pain, then the East Plains will still be ours. After hearing Colin's words, Yao also sighed and said, I know what you think, but I don't feel good. Alas, let's talk about it when we get there first, and take it one step at a time. Yao didn't finish his words, because after he came to the east, he felt that his spiritual sense was very active. And as he approached the monster forest, he always felt that there was a layer of fog between him and the world. And the fog was getting thicker and thicker, as if he couldn't see clearly. It was with this thought in mind that Yao and his team finally embarked on the business road to the expeditionary camp. When passing by the camp outside the woods that Qin Xian was building, the pineapple also put down his work and followed. It seems that he is going back to work on the magic airship. After several crashes, the safety of the magic airship has been greatly increased. Jiang Bo wanted to know what level the great wizards in this world had reached. After all, although he had already noticed something, Jiangbo still had no idea how strong Umbrella was. Mastery seemed to be a powerful great wizard, but there seemed to be only one among humans at present. Zabo was Enzo's slave, and was given to him after he captured Enzo. He didn't know if the heroes in Valhalla were strong enough. Because of the limitations of information, Jiangbo thought that Valhalla might have captured Enzo with the help of Gaia on Earth. So he had this opportunity. It just seemed that the strength of the heroes coming to this world would be weakened, and the number of heroes coming here was also limited. Just like the explanation in the background of the game before. This was not Earth after all. So he also wanted to understand the gap between the two worlds. Of course, with Umbrella's ability to drive the Gundam, plus the ability to sneak into the other world, and the ability of the Starry Sky spacecraft, and the electromagnetic nuclear cannon, Jiangbo didn't think there was a possibility of losing. But for the high-end individual combat power of the other world, he must still observe it, for fear of causing beheading and riots. He had also watched some replays of PDD's live broadcast before, and knew that it seemed that mental attacks would be directly blocked. Now he was just casually trying to satisfy his curiosity apprentice. Yao was also a little surprised to see a new savage, who suddenly joined the team. The other savages left after punching in, and only this one followed all the way, and it seemed that he was a spellcaster apprentice. However, his talent was average. At this age, the spells he could draw in the void were limited, and he even needed finger guidance. It seems that the teaching level of the savage tribe is not very good. Yes, apprentice. Jiangbo followed the team with a smile. Why are you here too? For free? PDD looked at Jiangbo and smiled. Both of them were anchors, but their styles were completely different, and their platforms were also different. So there was no competitive relationship. Occasionally interacting to increase the popularity of both parties would be beneficial. I don't think Master Yao would kill people casually. Although he might want to catch us back to study, he should care about our attitude. This time he came here probably to contact Elder Zabo, and others. Yao was also aware of the fact at this time. Elder Zabo? Is he a real high-ranking person among the savages? It seems that we need to pay attention to him. So that's how it is. The rising and falling patterns of the magic tide will also change with March. So a slight adjustment at the right node can make the magic release smoother? Jiangbo showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. The environment of this world is still a little different from that of the Abyss. It is true that he has never been taught about the March tide, although it is just a simple exchange now. It also makes him feel enlightened. You don't even know this basic. And I don't know how your teacher taught you. Cain had a little sense of superiority on his face, with his hands behind his head. Before, he was beaten by PDD with a strange weapon and ran away with his head in his hands. Even though he recovered quickly with magic potions afterwards, his self-esteem was still a little hurt. After all, he was a genius who practiced both magic and martial arts, and both advanced to the professional level. And if he could advance to the hero level in the future, he would become one of the top few below the legend. It was embarrassing for such a genius to be beaten by a savage who looked young. However, the low-level questions asked by the mage apprentice who came in on the road made him regain his confidence. These savages are still uncivilized after all, and their teaching ability is very poor. Our teacher doesn't teach us much, but mainly cultivates our ability to learn and explore by ourselves. So I'm really sorry. Jiangbo didn't mind this arrogant guy, and just replied casually. But Yao still heard it and exclaimed, "Do you teach like this too? Master Yao, is there anything strange?" Cain looked back at Yao, who was a little surprised, and asked. Generally, this teaching method is adopted when preparing to train a mage to develop research and exploration capabilities. Huh? Him? Mage? Cain glanced at Jiangbo and twisted his mouth. But at least he didn't laugh out loud. Wang Yi's training of players is actually mainly to get their creative ideas. Maybe any little trash can come up with some inspiration. Under this demand, their thinking will naturally not be restricted. But there is another big reason why Wang Yi would adopt this teaching method, which is the popularization of education and the absorption of information. In the internet age, everything under the sun is becoming clearer and clearer, and the 600,000 players inside are carefully selected. The basic knowledge of learning is here, the foundation of basic physics and mathematics, and logical thinking ability. Although these are constrained by innate shackles, the influence of acquired thoughts is equally important. There is still a big difference between people who have read books and those who have not. In addition, the talents of Earth humans themselves are indeed stronger in some aspects, without convenient magic directly forcing the natural rules. Earth human players do have a great advantage in exploration and questioning. Because of this, in the subsequent communication, Yao also went from being careless at the beginning to being somewhat surprised. Kane originally wanted to show off his superiority, but Jiangbo found several optimization possibilities in his spell model. I can't cast this magic myself, so there may be some things I don't understand. But the basic magic node characteristics should still be the same. Why don't you adopt the honeycomb mode here? This not only increases the power, but also saves the consumption of mental power. And the stability is also better. Jiangbo just said some things that are taken for granted. His mental power talent is actually just on the line. But his enthusiasm for research is very strong, which is considered quite good among players. Maybe except for Gu Qianqian and Yu Yuzi, who are the only ones. There are few apprentices with 17 mental powers who can compare with him. Moreover, with the popularization of magic basics, Red Queen Plus has also introduced some auxiliary model calculation capabilities. Although there is a threshold for use, you must have a solid foundation in magic to use it and understand it. But some additional improvement plans are really springing up like mushrooms after rain. The shock caused by Jiangbo's casually proposed wonderful ideas is similar to the impact of AI Go on professional chess players today. In the past, some traditional formulas were created based on accumulated experience. Because when human power is limited, even the computing power of legendary mages is limited. By constantly accumulating and improving these formulas, it can be said that when certain conditions are met, there are corresponding supporting plans here, which have been practiced. But what Jiangbo proposed this time, although the changes are not very critical and brilliant, it really broke this formula. Even Yao felt a shock at this time. The level of magic accumulation of the savage tribe seems to be far beyond his imagination. Then why haven't you broken through your profession yet? Even if you want to go the mage route, it shouldn't be that bad, right? This knowledge reserve is enough. And it even feels that your mental power has not reached the peak of an apprentice. Yao looked at Jiangbo with a serious face. And through Yao's expression, Jiangbo also felt a little relieved in his heart. The mages in this world are very strong, have pioneering spirit, and are not weak in learning ability. But it seems that Umbrella's research ability is stronger. It's stable. I've only studied for a few months, and I changed my career temporarily to learn magic. I used to be a... Jiangbo thought about it, not knowing how to describe the anchor better. But PDD next to him put his hands together and raised them above his head to make monkey gestures. Comedian. Prince, you will be the representative. No problem. We already have talents who are proficient in the language. But the other side has a great wizard, so they will release it themselves. When Jiangbo and PDD followed the Calais trio to go deeper along the trade route, the Fruit Prince and his group had already arrived at the necessary road, ready to intercept in advance. There are only 2 of you. Then we will kill you directly. You don't mind? Last time, did you do this kind of thing? Isn't it normal to PK in the wild? It just happens to show our determination to this group of NPCs. And from the information obtained from the live broadcast, it seems that the great wizard in Calais wants to study the wild people. It doesn't matter. I will study it for you. Now that we have lost the advantage in Khotan, we have to find another way. Hee. On the other side, Yao paused after casting another detection spell and said, "Do you have any enemies?" PDD and Jiangbo, who were chatting with Kane and the team, also looked back at this time. And then Jiangbo asked, "Did Master Yao discover the ambush?" Indeed, there is a group of people in front who seem to have bad intentions, and they should be you savages. After hearing this, PDD and Jiangbo both thought of the group of foreigners at the same time. Given the current situation of their Abyss Mineral Company, only that group of people might come here to cause trouble. Is this because they saw that the NPC was brought here, so they came to intercept? Then, they should have known from various channels that this is the Great Knight and the Great Mage. I think they may want to surrender to you. Jiangbo made a guess and explained it kindly. This surprised Colin and he said, "Surrender to us? Are they excluded by your tribe? Your competitors?" Because Yao's attitude towards Jiangbo changed. Colin no longer regarded PDD as a captive, but used a more normal tone. No matter where, mages are respected. Although Colin's own magic attainments are not as strong as his disciples, and what they talk about is completely incomprehensible. But it does not prevent him from seeing that the new apprentice's ability has made Master Yao look sideways. PDD also said on the road before that they are the first Savage Chamber of Commerce, so it seems natural to have internal struggles. Not to mention the competition between Calais and the Chambers of Commerce outside. Even some Chambers of Commerce within Calais compete with each other by any means. It is normal to have ambushes on the road. That's about right. They may really want to talk to you about cooperation or something. But can you please return my weapon to me first? I'll take care of them. PDD temporarily turned off the live broadcast. Only turned on the screen recording. And will broadcast it after it ends. I can't let you discover my secret weapon first. I can't beat the knight. But I can't beat you. Why haven't you come yet? I went to their live broadcast before, and it seemed to have stopped. Now he has turned off the live broadcast. Damn. Didn't they find us? It seems that the NPC in Calais found us. Then go out and say it directly. As he said, the Fruit Prince and his men also crawled out of the ambush in front, and then came to the front of the team in a line. He spoke loudly before he got close. Dear Calais envoy, we have no ill intentions. This performance also made Colin raise his eyebrows slightly. And it was indeed the same as what the two people next to him said. At present, it seems that the savages are not united. And from some of their attitudes, it can be seen that they don't have to stand on the side of the Duchy of Binkton. But how to say it? I always feel that there is something wrong with the brain circuits of these guys. They have a feeling of pursuing challenges and stimulations, but thinking about the ability to resurrect from the dead. It seems normal to have such a mentality. In fact, the performance of the savages is still very different from that of the blood race, which had a demigod ancestor and several legendary princes. At that time, the two gods had just left. Relying on the presence of demigods, the blood race did not even obey the persuasion of the moon god temple, and finally launched a war of annihilation against the blood race in the whole world. As for the savages, this situation cannot be seen for the time being. The three people in Calais have their own ideas in their hearts, but they have not shown any attacking actions. The conflicts within the savages are now completely unknown to them, so they will naturally not intervene rashly. In fact, if possible, they really want to get in touch with the so-called First Chamber of Commerce. After all, forcing this group of people to take such measures. For the savages who will not die, the ambush party actually seems a little unconfident. PDD, who already had his gun on his back, smiled sinisterly and took out a ghillie suit, hiding behind Kane, while Jiang Bo stepped forward and said, Ladies and gentlemen, isn't the lesson from last time enough? You want to intercept again? Step on where it hurts. Originally, the Fruit Prince wanted to say something calmly, but this time he got angry. Shut up. Last time you killed me without any martial ethics. This time I will definitely make you pay with blood. This information obviously also revealed that he had been killed, which made Colin and others confirm their thoughts again. This is indeed the weaker party. They just came here because they had no choice. Of course, this kind of cooperation also has its advantages, because they have fewer choices, so they can make more demanding demands. Messengers from Calais, please be a witness. This time it is an internal conflict among our savages. We will solve them first, and then talk to you in detail. Fortunately, although the Fruit Prince was angry, he did not forget the purpose of coming here this time. In order not to arouse the disgust of the Calais representatives, he spoke quickly at the moment, and many players behind him raised their heavy muskets and aimed at him. But because the people from Calais were worried about accidental injuries and misunderstandings, they did not shoot. Of course, we won't intervene in the conflicts among you savages, Yao said lightly, but he didn't leave the spot, but continued to stand in a similar area with Jiang Bo and others, so that the other players were afraid to shoot directly. In fact, this was a slight statement from Yao. Compared with this group of losers, he was more inclined to seek cooperation with the stronger party. We Calais and you savages don't have any life and death struggles. No hatred. And our Calais are so much stronger than Curtin. There is nothing to talk about. Thank you for your understanding, Master. Then, this time, the Fruit Prince was about to say something else, but Jiang Bo stepped aside to make way, and PDD, who was holding a dual Gatling gun, jumped out from behind Kane's ass. Feel the pain. The pleasant rotation speed of the Gatling gun sounded, which made the foreign player's eyes widen. Damn it! Wasn't this thing confiscated? How did it come to your hands again? No wonder Timo wanted to shut down the live broadcast. Bastard. When the Fruit Prince saw the Gatling, his face was twisted, and he wanted to say something, but he was torn into pieces by the metal storm before he opened his mouth. The power of the dual-wielding Gatling was also fully demonstrated at this time. It was like a pair of scissors that threw out a barrage of bullets, and they closed together with a click, and directly cut off all the players in front. This made PDD excited to reopen the live broadcast. Brothers, it's worth the exchange. 1 against 1,000. Right. It's not easy. After dying back and adding points, it's just right to exchange the points. I want to come here to take revenge excitedly. Young Master Qin is also particular, and handed it over to me directly. But in the end, when he was sharpening his knives and wanted to kill everyone, Henry's group actually surrendered directly. This made PDD want to cry. I said I would just play a jungle to test the power. Then I met Kane and his apprentice. Even if I started to drive Kane away and make him run away, the captured PDD was not in a good mood at all. Until this time, I really experienced what firepower coverage is. What the HL is a heavy musket. It is powerful. But the hit rate and firing rate are here. After playing a little trick and standing next to the NPC to make them hesitate for a while. Just one shot is enough to wipe them out immediately. No need for aiming or reloading. Just 2 flicks like a whip and it's done. Although the points added have not reached the professional level threshold, it is still much better than the physical fitness of ordinary people. It really feels like a stress relief to use the Gatling gun. PDD's popularity is still unstoppable, especially after entering Abyss World. Even if the black screen was turned off before, there were still many people. Many people were still chatting in the barrage before. Saju is trying to make trouble. Right? The people with bad intentions are probably the Fruit Prince and his group. They have also been forming a caravan recently. But the efficiency is a bit low. I don't know if the NPC will help. I saw that Pineapple and them were chatting very speculatively before. I guess we won't see the boss attack this time. If there is no opportunity, create one. When they enter the city, I will secretly shoot them a few times. While they were chatting, PDD reopened the live broadcast and saw the Gatling gun shooting scene. That was miserable. There was no time to even hum. The metal barrage closed and they were all shot. And there was no body left. The 12.7 special bullets can turn light armored vehicles into Cs. Let alone these players, who are not even at the professional level. If Kane had not practiced magic and martial arts, he would have almost died tragically at the hands of PDD. There was nothing else except the full screen of 666 and the sound of asking for the previous screen recording. In any case, China still did a good job in being consistent with the outside world. Even if some people have some dark thoughts, they dare not show up until the disaster occurs. Chapter 567 Insight. It's really cruel. Colin's face was full of emotion. Yes, this weapon is really strong. And the people were smashed. Kane was also secretly shocked. If he had dodged a little slower before, would he have followed in their footsteps? I mean, they treat their own people. Colin glanced at his disciples and felt a little helpless. They were concerned about different things. And they were thinking about the weapons and mounts. In front of outsiders, they fought without hesitation. They were also quite decisive and ruthless. But thinking of what they said before, that they had the ability to resurrect from the dead, it seemed normal for such a change to occur. Just that the immortal opponent should be offended so harshly. They can also be resurrected. Right? Will we encounter their ambush again when we go to the camp later? Yao also began to ask some details at this time, wanting to understand what means these savages used to resurrect. In fact, he wanted to test it himself. But now that this savage PDD did it for him, he didn't feel any soul fluctuations. The soul box is separated. And they are resurrected directly in a damaged and incomplete way? No. Why do I feel that they are using space again? Or using faith to use gods as a transit station? Not to mention that the gods have left. Even if they are still there, are they really so idle? Don't worry. We have a day to wait for resurrection. Now they can't do anything except swearing. PDD blew the gunpowder smoke from the muzzle and said with a beaming face. And Jiang Bo next to him also said, and we are not allowed to fight inside the camp. And someone will stop us when the time comes. You also have a great wizard. Right? I wonder if we can communicate at that time. Yao's words were both a test and some of his original thoughts. This big pineapple said that he only learned for a few months. But even so, some of the wonderful ideas he brought made Yao suffer a lot. He is a great wizard. One of the few who are very research-minded. And has enough knowledge reserves. So he can increasingly glimpse the horror behind through some details told by the other party. The savages have a systematic and large-scale basic theory and knowledge. Although the apprentice's knowledge classification is not detailed and in-depth, his knowledge is extremely broad. He knows astronomy and geography. And some of his cognition is not limited. And it seems to be a completely new and different magic route. It seems to be similar, but the methods, routes, and details are very different. For a mage, This is a temptation that is hard to refuse. Dunno. Mage Tower. With a wave of space, Wang Yi returned here from the abyss again, and then washed off some of the fragrance mixed with a little abyss on his body. It is worthy of being affected by love. One of the 4 pillars. The combat power is really terrible. Could it be a family? Wang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Although the body he built for Qian Yayan was similar to the image of a succubus, it was just imitating the enchanted weapon of Yu Ji. He still had experience. But the succubus lord really made Wang Yi take a breath of cold air. Under the very tight wrapping was such a sexy. Ahem. But Delhi's is also a legendary abyss lord. And it is not easy to enter this level of material world. So she stayed in the abyss to help guard it for the time being. Slowly find an opportunity to subdue all the nearby abyss lords, so that it can be considered foolproof. But this has to be done slowly. Don't arouse vigilance too quickly. In the restricted area of his own magic tower, Wang Yi casually found that Lu Shuka and Qian Yayan were learning some assassination and lurking skills with Xiaotia. Although Lu Shuka and Qian Yayan are both at the level of crushing in terms of strength, their related combat skills and experience are still too different. What an excellent talent. Meow. You seem to be born for the shadow, and your blood magic is enough to assassinate Luke. Xiaotia looked at Qian Yayan, who disappeared into the shadow and disappeared. The route arranged by Wang Yi for Qian Yayan was dark, but now it is perfectly matched with some shadow skills. Hee hee. It's really interesting. It feels so novel to shuttle through the shadows. Qian Yayan walked out from the shadows under the stage, as if she appeared out of thin air. Xiaotir, who taught her, couldn't do this herself, and said with some envy, "This is brought by your bloodline talent. I can't do it." However, as time went by, she slowly felt some other benefits. Recently, her man often gave her the last blow, which made her well. Anyway, she felt that she seemed to have become stronger from physical to mental. Not only did she break through to the intermediate assassin naturally, but she seemed to be improving rapidly, as if there was no bottleneck at all. And it was abnormally getting faster and faster. This is totally unreasonable. Even Chi-Chi and Lulu seemed to be about to break through to the professional level. This vaguely made her understand the point. So now she is even doing a very active job in cleaning up. I just don't know where this guy has been these days. And she smelled a different smell. What are you thinking about? Wang Yi knocked Xiaotir on the head, and felt that she seemed to be talking about him. Where have you been these days? Meow. Xiaotir asked curiously. Fighting against the evil abyss lord and saving the world. Wang Yi looked serious, but it was hard to say whether they believed it or not. Anyway, their eyes were quite subtle. Abyss lord? Not the succubus lord, then Lu Shuka, who was a little helpless because there was no shadow affinity, thought of something and said, "By the way, Luke has received information saying that 2 heroes from Calais appeared in the east. Be careful not to be ambushed by them." Wang Yi was also a little speechless after hearing the information relayed by Lu Shuka. It should be Danik who sent the message to Luke through magic, regardless of whether he was a savage or not, and what his relationship with the savages was. Luke still chose to remind him. Glancing at the message, it mainly talked about the more detailed and specific situation of the 2 people, so that he could have an idea in his mind. After all, no matter what the comparison of any rank is, it is not just a comparison of level and number of people. Wang Yi has 2 great knights and a great wizard, and they all seem to be very powerful. However, if the opponent has any specific restraining abilities, it is common for the weak to defeat the strong. It is not uncommon for a wizard who is good at war magic to be killed by a wizard who is good at single-target magic. Looking at a well-known wizard, the signs before casting a spell are all dark and gloomy, but he is directly killed by a seemingly ordinary death ray, precisely because they don't know each other's background. Heroes are usually more restrained and mainly use deterrence. It's not easy to reach the hero level and become a superior person, so there is no need to fight to the death. Just like nuclear bombs can change the direction of war. The main reason is that nuclear bombs themselves can threaten the rulers. Why the main force of Gaul is still there, but it surrendered after being attacked by Paris. It is almost the same reason. Some politicians dare to act as if they are very tough and clamor to hold the broom in front, because they can't threaten them and their families. Now the great power is in one person, although sometimes they have to rush forward for victory. But in fact, nothing has changed in essence. At the beginning, the players used volleys to fight against the charge of heavy cavalry. As long as the nobles who can withstand the heavy muskets are not afraid of death, the players will probably be the ones who will be wiped out in the end. But the actual result is completely the opposite. Huh? The world's favored one, Wang Yi became slightly interested after reading the information. This world has professions such as prophets, seers, and fortune tellers. The principle is to rely on the favor of the world's will to gain some enlightenment. It's not about the future that will definitely be met, but a warning and a prediction of operation that appears according to the rules of the world, which is similar to the weather forecast and is not unchangeable. But it is precisely because of this that the effect of this prophecy is actually better, because early prediction can really avoid or reduce disasters. For example, earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanoes. That astrologer Yao has done a lot of similar things. As for the information of this astrologer, Luke must have a lot more than Danik. So it is written that in addition to the prophetic function, he can also use some rare fate spells. For example, changing luck. Although according to Wang Yi's deduction of these magics, these abilities of the other party are only effective in the Sephi world. But it is already quite good, at least for now. The reason why Wang Yi himself is hiding here is because of the powerful world will of the Sephi realm. Compared with the baby-like Gaia on Earth, the world will born on the Sephi realm, a planet with a huge size, many creatures, and rich magic power, is indeed not something Wang Yi can confront head-on for the time being. Some of the evolved abilities, and even a single series of magic, also made Wang Yi interested. Being able to change luck should mean an extra tendency. Wang Yi is fully supported by Gaia on Earth. As long as Wang Yi wants, he can combine with Gaia at any time, just like the mother goddess of the earth. In this case, Wang Yi is now in a state of luck blessing on Earth. There is a feeling that when the time comes, the heaven and the earth are all in harmony, in a chaotic system of a certain fusion material. As Wang Yi tinkers, it is easy to get the arrangement and combination he wants with a higher probability. It is equivalent to constantly giving tendencies in some details, but it mainly depends on one's own ability. Schrodinger's state collapses and tends to the good side. But on Earth, only Wang Yi himself could easily get this kind of blessing. And Gaia's other main power was used on the Hall of Heroes. There is no such thing as the Hall of Heroes in the Sephi realm. And faith has also been obtained by the gods. So the world will randomly select some creatures in this world for its favor. I don't know if you can use some luck spells on me, Wang Yi pondered. If it was the world's favored one, I wonder if he could increase his ability to cover himself up. However, there is also a greater risk of being discovered. And you can go and see how it works. A great wizard with prophetic ability, if he gets close to the core of the wild man, should also understand that there is indeed a god behind him who has received the favor of the gods. Afterwards, it may get the attention of the moon god court and the mother god court. As for the races favored by the gods, in fact, both the moon god and the mother god have them. But the mother god is more philanthropic, and many of them are environmental impacts, as well as the mitigation of natural disasters, making many areas livable. But the moon god is relatively more focused. First, many of the subhuman races receive some obvious talent bonuses. And then, there were also the blood races that caused a period of turmoil. But relatively speaking, the difficulty and effort involved are indeed greater for the Mother Earth. The Sephi realm is too vast, and it is actually quite difficult for this unique planetary structure to maintain a generally sunny and peaceful state. In terms of strength, the Mother Earth is indeed much stronger. After all, she is in harmony with the will of the world. In the past, when there were clans like the Blood Clan, the acceptance of wild people was actually very strong. After all, there are not many people at present. However, when the public beta is launched, the number of newcomer villages in the launch location alone will have to be greatly increased. Whether it is Enzo territory or Sephi realm, the number will be greatly increased. After all, with the continuous popularization of robots, various production efficiencies have been getting higher and higher. Nowadays, all countries are vaguely a bit troubled, with too many people doing nothing, even if they can be ensured to be well-fed and well-drinked. It is a terrible behavior for people to be idle, especially in the West, where there have been many riots. All kinds of inexplicable reasons will cause zero-yuan purchases. As long as there is an excuse, it is like lighting a barrel of explosives. Some countries' officials have already requested Umbrella to speed up the public beta process, because it can replace sleep and because of the internal daily reward credit points. It is conservatively estimated that more than 10 billion or 20 billion players are the minimum estimate during the public beta. The number of people is hundreds of times that of internal beta players. Fortunately, the succubus territory can now be built into a new birthplace. And then other abyss lords will be taken in one by one. The map is actually large enough for players to explore. But now Wang Yi is just a little hesitant. The strength of the succubus territory may be too much for players to bear, even if some functions are removed. And he can ask Delia's subordinates to dress conservatively. They can't resist the charm of the abyss race itself, which is mainly affected by love. At that time, someone will take a special live shot to ask the succubus lady to dance. And then a group of people will go offline to restore the function and watch the live broadcast event. The possibility of this happening is really not low. There are guests in the camp. I'm going to go back. Are you going? Wang Yi said to Lu Xiaoke and the others. Ah? Xiaotir and I will practice for a while longer. Qian Yayan had just gotten into the mood, and her body was indeed very shadow-friendly. I can't practice this. Let's go and see if there's something suitable for me. Lu Xiaoke jumped off the table in her L-style skirt. She actually still likes sports very much. She practices yoga. And she also does it herself when filming fighting scenes. And she has learned a lot of fancy moves. She has practiced Chinese martial arts seriously for a while. But she really can't do it this time. What shadow? I can't feel anything. But Qian Yayan, who was learning with her, got the hang of it almost instantly. So unsuccessful. It's okay. Your expertise is in other areas. Wang Yi raised his hand. And as the space fluctuated, he and Lu Xiaoke disappeared into the room. They were all family members, so there was no need to hide. Although Xiaotir was a native creature of Sephi, it was obvious that she didn't know the difference between a great wizard and a teleporter. After all, it is a physical profession of no knowledge and no skills. On the other side, Yao looked at the world tree in front of him and the magnificent magician tower. But his eyes were filled with deep shock and even shock. The last time the Asian caravan had representatives. But the strongest magician among them was old Murphy, who was still in the apprentice stage and had limited abilities except for his appearance. It can be seen that the magician tower is strong, and the world tree is extraordinary. But when Zabo exuded the magic power of the great wizard and surged over, they all shifted their eyes. The magician tower of the great wizard should be like this. But Yao himself is the great wizard. Although he can't see through the world tree and the towering magician tower, his spiritual sense keeps warning him. Danger! 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 This is our camp for external exchanges, where some of our tribesmen live. PDD made a refreshing introduction. After killing the Fruit Prince and the others, he felt much better. Although he was mocked by the live broadcast room fans as a Civil War phantom, he ignored it directly. This is your jealousy of my Gatling. Do you have it? Compared to PDD's heartlessness, Jiang Bo has been observing several people. He clearly felt Yao's shock. Master Yao, do you think this magic tower is better than yours? Jiang Bo asked, and also wanted to judge the difference. After all, Yao is a great wizard, and the main structure of this magic tower is built by players. Although it is not clear what has been done inside, the magic tower has only been built for a few months. What are you talking about? Master Yao is a great wizard. His magic tower is a small floating magic tower that can be moved, which is much stronger than this fixed magic tower. Kane himself is also a part-time professional caster, and he also said with a sneer, he can also feel the power of the magic tower in front of him. But in terms of feeling, it is definitely not as good as. Don't talk nonsense. Mine can't compare with this. Yao quickly held Kane down, and this somewhat anxious action made Kane and Colin both startled at the same time. No way. Although Master Yao's mage tower is not as powerful as the Elder Council above the Calais Federation, it is still much stronger than ordinary mage towers, because it uses the technology of Leo's floating city. The magic tower of the Great Wizard of the Principality of Dia is also fixed, and it is not as convenient as this mobile one. The ability of a wizard on his own magic tower can be regarded as a direct upgrade. If the two great wizards of Calais work together with two mobile magic towers, they may be able to resist ordinary legends of the physical department. This is also Calais' greatest confidence. But now this floating magic tower, which comes from the top technology of Leo's floating city, and can be regarded as the welfare of Calais magicians, is actually not as good as the one in front of him? Really not polite or joking. Right? This magic tower. Yao looked up at the magic tower standing in front of him in the camp, with a blue glow on the top, and took a deep breath, with a reminder of spiritual perception, coupled with some perceptions of his own great wizard. He vaguely felt that this magic tower seemed to have a certain spatial anchoring feature. It seems that this magic tower suppresses the entire surrounding area. As a person who has been favored by the world, he even felt like he was leaving home after coming to this area. It seemed that this place was no longer his hometown. At this time, Yao finally realized why he always felt something was wrong after entering Kaduan. And his spiritual sense was too active. It was because the mother of the world seemed to be suppressed here. What happened here? Outer God. This was a thought that flashed through Yao's mind quickly, but was quickly suppressed. So that's it. So that's it. No wonder there are completely different magic systems, and completely different knowledge. And the weirdness of the wild people. This incompatibility. And the abnormal favor of the gods. If this is the case, then it makes sense. Yao is a great wizard. And he is also a great wizard from the country of Galai, which is very close to the Leo floating city. Because of the favor of the world and Yao's own ability. He also went to the Leo floating city for further study, and asked the legendary wizard for advice. And because of the favor of the world, he is considered to be a well-known person in Leo. So after a while, he had received news that Leo floating city seemed to have captured a new space coordinate some time ago. It seems that the gods are involved. If it succeeds, it may have to launch another plane war. But unfortunately it failed. If this is combined with the time when the savages appeared. It's terrifying to think about it carefully. Yao is a great wizard. And his knowledge and thinking ability are also top-notch in this world. And he also has nepotism in Leo floating city. The sense of alertness that appeared after entering Khotan. The active spiritual perception. The peculiarity of the savages. And the miracle of resurrection from the dead. Then he witnessed with his own eyes that the wizard tower that suppressed the surrounding space, as if it was peeled off from the nearby, and made the closest guess in his heart. Is this the location of the cross-border portal? The purpose of the wizard tower is to cover it up. But after getting this guess, he immediately threw it out of his mind, and didn't dare to think about it carefully. No wonder there is such a fairy wind singing. The elves seem to be distributed in all realms. Other ordinary people don't know what's going on with the elves. As a great wizard, Yao has read some of Leo's books. It is said that there was a conflict between the proud elves and the arrogant vampires. And the entire race was wiped out by the vampires, who were once in their heyday. And the tree of life was burned. Now only a few elves are left, far away from the world. They have been missing for a long time. They may even be extinct. Originally, he thought that the other party might have been lucky to meet an elf. But now it seems that they may be elves from other worlds. Let's go. We still have to meet the person in charge here. Don't let him feel rude. Yao was panicking. But he still had a smile on his face. He just said with emotion, "The savages are really strong. And this magic tower is much better than me." The other two people in the Calais trio didn't know the ideological struggle in Yao's heart. Only Kane said a little unconvinced, "No matter how strong it is still very limited if it can't move. Everyone has his own strengths." Yao didn't want to continue on this topic. And then he met Zabo, a hard-working model among the high-level NPCs. He is undoubtedly a great wizard. But the degree of spiritual overflow seems to have broken through the great wizard for no more than a year. Yao himself is not the top among the great wizards. And he can't even complete the 8th level magic independently. There are still some problems in controlling the conflicts between the elements of various systems. But he also thought that he was much stronger than the other party. I didn't expect that two heroes would come. Welcome to the Savage Tribe. My name is Zabo, the elder of the Zaya tribe. Zabo said in standard Sephi language. He is a great wizard after all. It would be too bad if he couldn't use Sephi language fluently during this period. Zaya tribe? Elder Zabo doesn't seem to be a savage. Yao seemed very calm on the surface, and also showed a little curiosity. The red skin characteristics of the Zaya tribe are still very obvious. Obviously another subhuman race. There are many subhuman species in the Sephi world, so it doesn't seem too abrupt. The savages are the Lord's followers, and we Zaya tribe are just the Lord's servants. Zabo also made a simple statement devoutly at this time. If Yao didn't notice Huadian before, it might be a little strange. But now it seems to be natural. Isn't it normal for a god to have some servant races? And the god's favored race that can be resurrected from the dead must be the most beloved race, and can receive more favor than the blood race. So that's how it is. This time we came here to show our goodwill and sincerity on behalf of the Calais Federation. Although there seems to be a little misunderstanding between us. In fact, neither side has suffered any loss. We, the Calais Federation, do not want to be enemies with the savages. Yao was very sincere. The players who began to watch nearby were also whispering. These NPCs are really simulated in intelligence. In order to promote it, they should immediately start a hostile war. It should be said that it is for the benefit. It's like this. But at this moment, Colin suddenly turned his head and looked at the sky. and saw an airship with a surface patched with animal skins, swaying and rising towards the sky. At this moment, a fierce look flashed in Colin's eyes. You stole our magic airship technology? The originally peaceful communication environment became tense because of Colin's words. Kane's face also changed, and his face was full of anger. The magic power fluctuations mobilized by the breathing method rose and fell around the two of them, and the weeds around them were pressed to the ground. The magic airship is the core of Calais. It is the foundation of their prosperous business. It is also the reverse scale that cannot be touched. However, the two people's statements almost made Yao faint on the spot. Please, don't mess with me. Please consider the occasion. But he didn't dare to say more. He could only raise his hand calmly and release two soothing emotions to calm Colin and Kane down first. Don't jump to conclusions. The gap between their airship structure and ours is still very large. Maybe they studied it themselves. Yao spoke calmly. Originally, the airship was modified based on some modern design drawings, combined with the materials and magic of the magic world. The appearance of the airship is also very different from that of the Calais Federation. At this time, many players next to him also laughed indignantly. These NPCs are really a bunch of country bumpkins. They are set as natives, which is in line with their identities. Hee hee. It's just an airship. What's the fuss? They even knocked out wooden propeller planes. Is it going to fight? I'm really looking forward to it. The boss is attacking the city. The culprit is PDD. Should we also shoot? A group of players are getting restless. And Colin and the others also became alert. This is the base camp of the savages. There is a great wizard in front of us. And there is also a wizard tower. It is indeed not advisable to show off. Then Colin also forced himself to suppress his anger and said, Sorry. I was a little excited just now. But the airship involves the core interests of our Calais. And we may still have to talk about it later. At this time, he already understood in his heart that no matter whether this airship was stolen from Calais technology or developed by the savages themselves, if they can also start using airships for trade, then the Calais Parliament will inevitably accuse them of stealing when they bring the intelligence back. Anyway, the whole continent knows that this is our Calais technology. They will not give up on this core interest. It is not impossible to invite the genius wizard or even his teacher to come forward. The savages must give in on this matter. Kane glared at the players next to him. Although there are some words that he can't understand even if he knows the language. But he can still feel the sarcasm of the natives. Kane has always been proud of Calais civilization, and believes that the model of the Calais Federation is beyond other countries. Calais is the future. Even if those corrupt empires are still stronger than Calais, they can't compare with Calais' potential and vitality. But now the group of savages are trampling on him hard in the place where he is most proud. I came here to look down on these savages. But I was looked down upon by them. And it was the kind of contempt that was taken for granted. It was really infuriating. Jabba was not surprised when he heard Colin's words. He just glanced at the surrounding players and said, This is not a place to talk. Please come in and have a chat. I have a small house over there. Jabba pointed to a small wooden house under the world tree, which was completely independent of the camp and had a somewhat pastoral atmosphere. Okay. But at this moment, a gentle voice came to Zabo and the three people of Galai at the same time. No need. Just come to the mage tower directly. This great mage is a bit interesting. Jabba listened to the divine prophecy with a pious face. Colin and Kane were shocked. And they didn't feel anything at all. And didn't detect any fluctuations. So strong. Another strong man of the savages? Only Yao was pale. And that slightly playful tone emphasized that he was a bit interesting. What did that mean? Could it be that my thoughts were seen through? Who on earth is this person? Chapter 568 Legend? Chess piece. Two beautiful figures kept colliding at high speed in the hall. And every confrontation could produce a flash of lightning. The explosive airflow swept under an invisible force field, and was locked in the center of the hall. No matter how strong the impact was, it could not overflow. And there was no vibration. This was the scene that Zabo saw when he brought the three people of Galion. And seeing the guests, the two high-speed colliding figures stopped and separated. It can be seen that one of them is a girl with blonde hair wearing a casual female t-shirt, and the other is an elf with a holy breath, which inexplicably gives people a sense of sacredness. The blonde girl glanced at the visitor with her pure blue eyes, and then bowed to the elf in front of her and said meticulously, Let's stop here today. Altolia. Thank you. I didn't expect your ability to be so suitable for me. Lu Shioka also seemed a little excited. She was a little sad that she couldn't learn anything that Xiao Tia taught Qianyan before. However, It was unexpected that the skills taught by King Arthur, the heroic spirit, were quite consistent. Although they only witnessed the end, the Calais trio could still feel the strength of the two top knights in front of them. Judging from the exuding magic fluctuations, they were not only great knights, but also seemed to have strong spellcasting abilities. Especially Cain, who always claimed to be a genius, was shocked when he saw two beautiful figures who were no older than him. He has always been very proud of his current strength as a high-level knight and professional spellcaster. His teacher is also a well-known wind swordsman, and he can also ask the great wizard for knowledge related to magic. He is truly a child of destiny born with a golden key. But now, he has just entered the wizard tower, and he has been greatly shocked. Cain has seen a lot of beautiful women, and because he is young and handsome, talented and powerful, he is often pursued by various socialites and noble ladies. He has long felt that he can be calm. The two beautiful figures who suddenly appeared in front of him, each with their own characteristics and strong strength, really broke his heart. It made him feel like he was electrocuted. But at this moment, Wang Yi slowly walked down from the stairs and waved his hand casually. Don't be restrained. Sit down. When Altria saw Wang Yi, she bowed solemnly and did a knight salute, while Lu Xiuka smiled and hugged his arm, making the young and energetic Cain hear the sound of heartbreak directly. Only then did he look at the figure who invited him and others in. Who is the person who can be valued by both the teacher and Master Yao? Who can own this kind of magic tower? And who can be treated like this by two top hero-level beauties and a red-skinned archmage? He looks very young, probably about the same age as himself. But this kind of person should be an old thing who relies on strength to maintain his appearance at an old age. I'm younger than you. No need to guess. Wang Yi glanced at Cain. It's normal for young people to be energetic and bloody. But it seems that he is not normal. Can you read minds? Cain was shocked. Not really. It's just that the information contained in the mental fluctuations you emit can be analyzed, and the corresponding meaning can be understood naturally. Wang Yi sat down with Lu Xiuka in his arms, while Altria had already brought tea and snacks and placed them on the coffee table. A piece of paper with words written on it will still contain the corresponding information even if it is burned. Even the black hole that swallows everything will feed back some information about the swallowed things due to Hawking radiation. As long as you know the basic rules, and as long as the computing power is strong enough, you can reverse everything. Although Wang Yi is still far from the so-called omniscience on this road. He is still far from the so-called omniscience. But as far as his increasingly powerful ability is concerned, the interpretation of some mental fluctuations of the little Karami in front of him is almost passive. And he can know what the situation is at a glance. Just like ordinary people see 1 + 1 =, and automatically come to the conclusion of 2. As Wang Yi finished speaking, Yao began to desperately converge his spirit, relying on the controllability of the great wizard to constantly calm his spirit. Since entering this magician tower, he felt that the world's favor on him seemed to have completely disappeared. Although he felt that the surrounding space was suppressed outside before, it was not so serious. This unprecedented feeling made Yao panic. Compared with Colin, who was alert, Yao, as a great magician, naturally knew how terrible this was. Yao could roughly judge whether he was lying. But that was all. Yao's nervousness made Wang Yi speechless. Then he took a sip of coffee and said, no matter how smooth the glass is, when you magnify it thousands of times, it will be uneven. Knowing that Wang Yi was talking about Yao, he couldn't help but shudder. At the same time, some doctrines about the Mother Goddess and the Moon God Church emerged in his mind. God, see through everything. I thought it might be a messenger of God or a saint. The other party said that he was younger than Cain before. As a result, is it your age after becoming a god? Yao learned from Liu that the fluctuations at that time seemed to be the birth of a new god. A god walking in the world. It didn't look special. Nor did it feel invisible and unspeakable. It looked ordinary. Just like a boy next door. According to what he said, he was even younger than Cain, the naughty kid he had watched grow up. But after he understood the truth in his heart, he became more and more scared and frightened. It's true that the mage was curious, but sometimes knowing too much doesn't seem to be a good thing. Looking at the other party, he seemed calm and kind, but who knows if he will refine himself into a spirit in the next moment. Fear, helplessness, nervousness, restlessness, and his appearance made Colin next to him feel a little strange. What happened to his old friend? Although Colin also admitted that the combat performance of the two ladies before was better than his. Jabwa, the great mage, also behaved quite respectfully. And the little trick similar to reading minds that were incomprehensible were also amazing. The new guy here is probably stronger and more powerful, and is definitely not a simple person. Even Colin suspected that the other party was a legend. But to be honest, even if there really is a legend, the performance of the old friend is too exaggerated. Everyone who can become a hero in this world has his own strength and confidence. And Galai has the support of Leo Floating City. And he has seen legendary mages before. It is inevitable to be respectful and respectful. But you can also maintain a neither arrogant nor humble attitude. After all, it is still a magic system. There is too little practical experience in fighting outside. I have been doing research all the time, and my psychological quality is still lacking. Colin sighed in his heart, but also because of Yao's attitude. He vaguely understood that the person in front of him might be more terrifying than expected at the beginning. The two top knights are respectful and intimate, and the red-skinned mage is like an apprentice or even a servant. Master Yao also had a sense of fear. Then, there is indeed a great probability that he is a legend. Not even a physical legend, but a legendary mage. Legend, an existence that can become the foundation of the empire. With a long lifespan, it can suppress an era, participate in major decisions of the entire world, and can obtain enough benefits and interests for itself when launching a plain war. Many major events and rules are decided by the legends when they meet. Some are open, and some are not public. It can be said that ordinary small countries, even countries like the Kingdom of Edai, can only go with the flow and act according to the newly set rules. The two major divine courts and the Leo Floating City are all top 3 giant forces. But even these 3 giants will pay attention to the voting choices of the legends. I didn't expect the background of the savages to be so terrible. Colin, who deeply knows the significance of the legendary wizard, also made a decision in his heart. You can only make friends, not hostile. Some small misunderstandings between the savages and Calais must also be resolved. Before, he saw the magic airship appearing on the savage side, and he had evil thoughts in his heart. Now it seems that he has thought too much. A legendary wizard is in charge. Even if only this legendary wizard is counted, he is fully qualified to be on par with Calais. After all, the magic airship is only important to Calais. But it is definitely not worth it for Leo Floating City to conflict with a legendary wizard. Similarly, even if Calais has taken some measures against the 4 countries of the East Plain and spent a lot of energy on the layout, it is necessary to first figure out the attitude of the savages. Cain was still a little bit unconvinced at first, and the other party's words, that he was younger than him, were too hurtful. But then, he gradually felt that the atmosphere was wrong. Both Master Yao and the teacher had some changes in their attitudes. In addition to the blonde beauty at the beginning who showed a respectful attitude and stood aside to guard, Zabo, the red-skinned wizard, actually stood aside with his head down, with a pious face. This is a bit wrong. The status of the Archmage is far superior to that of the Great Knight, and he can obtain a pivotal position anywhere. Even in Leo Floating City, he is second only to the legend. In those empires, he can also receive royal courtesy. But now the Great Wizard put on an expression like a servant, which really shocked him. No matter how undisciplined he was, he couldn't help but be obedient at this time, sitting next to the teacher like a good baby. At this time, Colin saw that Yao didn't say anything, and his own disciples seemed to understand something. He had to bite the bullet and take the initiative to speak. Your Excellency asked me to come here. I wonder if you have any advice. Zabo, who was standing aside, glared at him as if he wanted to say something. Yao's heart also jumped at this time. But before the two of them were ready to say anything, Wang Yi smiled and waved his hand. You took the initiative to visit here. I was just a little curious about this lucky guy who was favored by the world. But now it seems that there is favor. But not much. Wang Yi looked at Yao, who was easily blocked by the rules by finding loopholes, and sighed a little. I thought that using these lucky people could bring some convenience to myself. Now it seems that it is not as good as the convenience of finding loopholes by myself. The situation that can be blocked at will, or the world will react too slowly. The other party will have some special feelings when they come to the east, which may still be affected by the last remnant, which is a bit regrettable. Lu Shioka also stared at the side with wide eyes, always feeling that her man's status seems to be quite high. However, thinking that the player body that he can make for himself can be so strong, and there is also the reward that can improve physical fitness, it seems that it is natural that his status is high. But for her, she lacks a specific concept of how high it is at this time. On the other hand, after hearing Wang Yi's words, Yao probably understood the other party's original thoughts and intentions. After a little relief, He felt a little disappointed. It is actually an honor to be noticed by a god. No matter what god it is. Yao is still far from being a legend. But he does not have the idea of studying gods like those legendary mages. Now I just think that I know so much. And the other party knows it. How can I get out of it unscathed? Colin next to him had already started to negotiate with Wang Yi in a serious tone. It is true that we took the initiative to come here this time. Our purpose is actually to convey the goodwill of Calais. After learning about the situation of the wildlings, Calais wanted to contact you wholeheartedly. Although there may be some conflicts between us and Ketan, we have always maintained a friendly attitude towards you. Whether in the past, present, or future. Colin already suspected that the other party was a legendary wizard, and his attitude was very low. How to negotiate. How to talk. In fact, according to the strength of the other party, the attitude is naturally different. If the overall strength of the wildlings is weak, and it is estimated that they can be eaten without much loss, then what is there to talk about? If they can be easily taken, whether it is the taming technology or those strange weapons, they are all ours. We want them all. If it is judged that the strength of both parties is similar, then it is natural to argue with reason. And at the same time, you can appropriately show off your muscles to let the other party understand how powerful you are, and how much loss the two sides have suffered after becoming enemies, proving that Ketan has no future. And do not interfere with our plan in the astral plane. And those technologies and special items can also be exchanged back through trade and other means, forming a win-win situation. This is also the biggest possibility that Colin estimated at the beginning. The overall strength of the savages may be similar to that of Calais. They are not much weaker, but they are not that strong. Competition can be accompanied by cooperation, and direct armed confrontation is the worst policy. However, Yao's attitude, the reaction of the great wizard Zabo, and the attitude of the two top beautiful knights all indicate that the other party may be a legend. Even if it is not a legend, the strength displayed now can make Calais pay enough attention and respect. Therefore, he used the lowest and most sincere attitude in his opinion. So, we hope to establish friendly relations with you on behalf of Calais. Finally, Colin expressed his request in a more formal tone. In a sense, a great knight and a great wizard are enough to make similar decisions on behalf of Calais. What about the Principality of Kton? Wang Yi said casually. To be honest, we have our own plans in the East Plains, so we hope you can remain neutral. Of course, if you still want to be neighbors with Kton, we can go back and discuss this issue through the parliament. I can personally promise you that I will strive to meet your needs. Colin and Yao represent the friendly relationship between Calais, which is definitely no problem. However, Calais has spent a lot of energy and time on the layout of the East Plains. This is not a decision that the two of them can make here casually. But even so, Colin still expressed his personal attitude. It is completely opposite to the angry look that wanted to use violence after seeing the magic airship before. How about listening to my advice? Wang Yi changed his leg-crossing posture and leaned forward slightly. Please, I hope Calais will continue to maintain a hostile relationship with the wildlings for the time being, until the new villain forces appear. Wang Yi's words directly made the serious Colin stunned, and his face looked a little confused. Why can I understand every word, but I don't know what it means when it is connected? Do you hope to maintain the hostile relationship for the time being? A new villain force appears? Are we Calais villains? When? Who defined it? We just want to rescue the people of the East Plains. How did we become villains? Before he could even hint at Leo's floating city, Yao spoke first. Okay. We are willing to follow your wishes. Yao? Colin looked at his old friend with an unbelievable expression. Did you betray Calais? Do you know what you are talking about? Make sure Calais is an enemy of the wildlings? Did we come here to discuss this operation? Are you not saying the opposite? Trust me. These two words blocked all of Colin's words. And then he said after all, he is an astrologer, a chosen one, and a knowledgeable wizard. He must have his reasons. And Yao has not told Colin the truth all the time. Because the more he knows now, the more dangerous it is. It's better to let them be ignorant. Wang Yi also understood what this guy meant. But since he came out in person, and someone knew more, then naturally 1 sheep would be driven away, and 3 sheep would be let go. In fact, even if everything is exposed now, it's just a small matter for Wang Yi. It's just a matter of developing faster or slower. After learning about the 4 pillars of the abyss from the Zerg, I feel that these are nothing now. But if I can get rid of them here, I will naturally do it. 3 little cuties. No one needs to be left behind. I know you want to protect them, but it doesn't make much sense. If I have bad intentions, any choice and response you make will be useless. At this point, Wang Yi paused and smiled. Since you appear here, your fate will naturally be arranged by me. Yao was also bitter when he heard this. But this was indeed true. Since the three of them appeared here, their fate is indeed no longer under their control. Chess pieces must have the awareness of chess pieces. In this world, death is not a relief. Then, there is only one answer. And Colin and Kane suddenly looked at Yao kneeling on one knee and bowing his head to express his submission and loyalty. And both of them had their heads buzzing. Asking a great wizard to pledge allegiance? Asking a great wizard who met for the first time to pledge allegiance. How is this possible? Humph! How presumptuous! Knowing the identity of His Majesty, you only kneel on one knee. Who gave you the courage? At this time, Zabel came out from behind and shouted, Your Majesty? Colin and Kane were confused. And then shocked. But that's not right. Although it is difficult to distinguish the gender of gods, the moon goddess and the mother goddess are indeed female images. Could it be? Don't worry about these details. There is no difference in essence. Wang Yi raised his hand. And in an instant, the three of them felt a heart-wrenching feeling. 3 soul fragments were torn apart from them. Now Wang Yi was too lazy to use magic to control and contract issues. And he could just tear off part of the souls of the 3 people with his status. Don't worry. Not every part of the soul is important. Just like the brain. Sometimes it can survive without much impact even if it is pierced. The part one took away can be used as a soul box for you. If you die unfortunately, I will give you a chance to be reborn. Just think of it as an advance reward. The 3 of them collapsed at the same time because of the pain and cold sweat on their heads. They were not in high spirits when they heard Wang Yi's words. But at least Colin and Kane finally understood. This is not a legend. Let alone a great wizard. A god. A god other than the mother goddess and the moon goddess. How can we be so worthy? This is too flattering for us. From some of the other party's choices. And looking back at the previous words about being interested in Yao. This person is likely to be an alien god. There was a plain war in the Sefei realm. And they also knew that there were gods outside. Even the Sefei realm has introduced some alien species. It was said that there was once a connection to a powerful world with 7 gods walking around in the world. At that time, it seemed that all the gods wanted to cross over, but were directly blocked by the will of the world. An outer god lurking in the Sefei world. This is really a very despairing news. What kind of power is this? To hide the will of the world. It's just that now the soul fragments are all held by the other party. Although they can make a soul box, it will have certain benefits for the 3 of them. But there is no doubt that from now on they are traitors to the Sefei world. It's not as simple as betraying Calais. Just as Yao judged. In this world, death is just a beginning. The soul fragments are held by the other party. And they can make a soul box. They can think of it with their feet. Of course, they can kill themselves in the air and then recycle. The soul can be tortured endlessly, or even directly controlled. People should know the current situation. Others may be able to easily use souls to distort your thoughts and become puppets to do things for them. But they didn't do so. We need to cherish the current situation. What is the illusion that the other party has not affected our souls now? With a god in front of us, anything can happen. And Wang Yi glanced at their soul fluctuations and felt a little strange. I really didn't do anything. How come I've conquered myself? But regardless of whether I've conquered myself or not, now that the soul fragments are in my hands, I can set some restrictions at will. For example, I can't reveal secrets. What? They went to the wizard tower? Baron Danik found the champion, who was lying on the lawn with a dogtail grass in his mouth. Well, what? Is there a problem? The champion responded lazily, and then jumped up. He waved to a big man who was counting ants in the distance. Hercules. Come on. Keep gesturing. They're coming out. Hercules stood up and showed his burly figure. Danik was also 1.9 meters tall. But he still looked like a child in front of Hercules. And he also felt a huge sense of oppression. Doing nothing gave me an unspeakable pressure. Another great night. The wildlings are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The power shown now is far beyond Kaduan. Comparable to or even beyond the kingdom of Ida. But he still heard what Hercules said. And followed his sight to see the direction of the wizard tower. He saw the 3 people from Calais coming out in a somewhat wooden manner. After seeing that it was them, Baron Danik also felt nervous. 2 heroes came from Calais. and they even had considerable authority to make decisions on some issues. And he was just a country baron. And there was a big gap in sincerity. Even if a great knight from the Principality of Kation had come as a representative, it would take time. Now the only thing he was looking forward to was that the wild people had started to build magic airships, which would be unacceptable to the arrogant Calais. Soon, the next situation made Danik feel a little surprised. They really quarreled. Excuse me. The magic airship is related to the core interests of our Calais Federation. And we will not give in. The ready-made reasons are here. One, he actually doesn't need them to specially instigate anything. With such a huge loss of interests, there will naturally be interest groups pushing Calais to the correct track. The Calais trio actually only needs to bring back the intelligence from the savages. And those who don't object can follow the procedures. What gods? What legends? I didn't see them. I didn't see them at all. If this is the case, Calais still discusses and chooses to swallow his anger. Then it is not impossible for Wang Yi to find a new villain. And people who know the time should still give them a chance. However, judging from Calais' performance so far, this choice is almost negligible. A group of businessmen, who can even control food, and have Lille Floating City as a backer behind them. To put it bluntly, even if the savages have a legendary profession in the physical department, they can't dispel their idea of targeting magic airships. Chapter 569 Opportunity Commodity Impact. Baron Danik is also quite powerful. And the Calais trio did not hide it. Or they just said it for others to hear. So he heard what they said clearly. Although it sounds a bit incoherent, Baron Danik can completely fill in the gaps in his mind. Magic airship? That's right. That's it. Magic airship can be said to be Calais' core business. This importance even exceeds their erosion of other countries. Why are the merchants of the Calais Federation so strong? In addition to the rare and good goods they can get from Lille Floating City, magic airship can be said to be the top priority. Rare goods are indeed very important, such as magic crystals, mithril, and some powerful magic equipment, scrolls, etc. But the number of such goods traded is too small, and there are not many suitable trading partners. After all, traditional business and bulk goods such as food, clothing, housing and transportation can truly affect the lifeblood of a country. One of the most important ones is Calais magic seeds. It can increase the yield several times or even dozens of times. And it is also resistant to insects and drought, and easy to plant. Is this something that those nobles who own land can refuse? Danik himself was tempted. Moreover, the price of seeds sold by Calais was not too exaggerated in the early stage. Cooperation can be a win-win situation. And the transportation of seeds depends largely on these magic airships. There are also those specialties from Lille Floating City. It can be said that magic airships combined with various high-yield crop seeds are the core interests of the Calais Federation. Relying on this combination of punches, it is enough to form a strong commercial erosion, and even slowly control the farms of some countries. How to control it? First dump seeds at a low price, and then raise the price immediately after the previous natural seeds are eliminated. Even if there are still some farms struggling to support, they can rely on acquiring a batch of farms to dump crops in large quantities, to squeeze all other farms out of business. Even if they still hold on, they can also engage in some targeted pests to destroy the crops of other farms, forcing those farms to either cooperate or merge. It is easy to control the lifeline. This is the case with the Principality of Nantes. Of course, the Calais Federation is now also taking advantage of the situation, and only uses this method against a few small countries. For slightly stronger countries, at most, they will raise the price of some seeds. The reason is also very sufficient. For example, some insect-resistant crop seeds will gradually be damaged by some resistant pests, and the seeds need to be updated and upgraded to fight against them, which requires additional expenses. If you don't pay, you can only use the original version, which will also lose competitiveness. But for those empires, Calais is still unusually docile, selling seeds at the basic price, and providing free upgrade services, and never raising prices. This is actually the foundation of the current Calais Federation's commercial state. With food in hand, other caravan trade will naturally bring more convenience. Even the trade profits and model of the Calais Federation make many old empires jealous. It's just because of the face of the great wizard, who is expected to become a legend and his legendary teacher, as well as the Calais Federation's docility to the powerful countries, that they acquiesce to this kind of thing. This is why the Calais Federation cares about public opinion. The reaction of a small country like the Principality of Coton doesn't matter, but it is worried about causing a chain reaction in other countries. But no matter what, After Baron Danik thought about it, he also understood that the Calais Federation and the Wildlings had broken down. Although they have a luxurious lineup of a great wizard and a great knight, the Wildlings are vaguely more powerful. It's just that the Wildlings have no conflict of interest with them for the time being, so it is unlikely that a conflict will break out immediately. But for Danik, as long as they break down, it's okay. Otherwise, if the Wildlings really flirt with Calais, the Principality of Coden will really be finished. After receiving this information, Danik crushed a precious one-time communication crystal on the spot and passed the general content to Count Luke. Danik's first priority of loyalty is Count Luke, and under limited conditions, he must be notified first. As for the subsequent discussion with Grand Duke Coden, that is their brother's business. Danik also found with some regret that he could only get information here with his weak arms and legs. The status difference was too big, and the fact that the Calais trio had a falling out with the camp was also seen by many players. As for the nature of players, this kind of plot would of course be discussed. So the Fruit Prince and others who had just revived from the abyss and had just arrived at the resurrection time also learned about the situation at the first time. What should we do? Komodo looked at the news and said with some annoyance. Unprovoked disaster. They were all people who had no pressure to play dirty tricks. And of course, they knew the specific situation of the previous group wipe. Although the three Calais said that they would not intervene. But their actual actions actually helped the Abyss Mineral Company. First, they stood together without avoiding suspicion, which made the group who did not want to offend them hesitate, and they returned the seized weapons to the other party. Isn't this obviously a trap? Humph. You deserve it. Metaverse didn't know whether he was complaining about his own group or complaining about the useless show of goodwill by the Calais trio. In fact, this may not be a bad thing for us. Fruit Prince was still able to let go. Even if he was just a trick by the Calais trio to a certain extent, he was still ready to continue to lick them. Before, they definitely wanted to cooperate with a stronger party. But now the talks with Zabo and others broke down. I think the Abyss Mineral Company should not take the risk of making friends with them again. They already have a foundation, and they are reluctant to give up the private camp being built outside. Fruit Prince predicted his opponent's thoughts with a flickering eye. You are right. This is indeed not stressful for us. We can communicate with Calais first, and the Calais trio should be more likely to accept us after hitting a wall once. On the other side, after the Calais trio had obviously broken up here, they did not intend to leave the Savage camp immediately. The Savages have already announced that this is a trading port. Although their negotiations have failed, it's not difficult to drive them away as long as they don't cause any sabotage. Right? So these Calais openly carried out some intelligence-stealing work in the wild camp. Observe the wild people's goods, buy samples, and buy the wild people's intelligence for comparison. Who knows my family? They actually spent gold coins to buy our news. I didn't want to say it, but they gave too much. Hee hee. As long as we don't reveal the news that we are from another world, there will be no problem. In fact, I think it's okay even if it is revealed. But I probably won't get the money after revealing it. And I may be punished by the heroic spirit, which is not worth the loss. That's right. The game party probably wants to be gradual. It was in this atmosphere that one night, outside the tent built by the Calais trio in the wild, a sharp arrow shot towards the inside of the tent. Who? Colin flashed. And before the sharp arrow hit the tent, he had already jumped out and raised his hand to grab it steadily. And then he saw the note tied to the arrow. There were some crooked words from the Sephi world on it, written very poorly. But the meaning was roughly understood. Someone wants to discuss a big deal. Looking at the note in his hand, Yao seemed a little silent. Big deal. A wild man wants to sell out his own gods. He didn't know what expression to use for a moment. We are just pretending. Do you take it seriously? What should we do? Kane's eyes were a little dull. What else can we do? Let's do the whole show. Colin also sighed. And Yao suddenly laughed at this time. Actually, I don't think the crown, that excellency will not know these things. He should not care. We just deal with it casually. After a pause, Yao also continued in a daze. Actually, I am really interested in the structure of the wild men. Under normal circumstances, I would definitely want to study them. A mage is a mage after all. Although Yao has chosen to be loyal, he is still full of curiosity about exploring the secrets of those wild men. Anyway, I am already His Majesty's man. It doesn't matter. Right? According to the situation of the savages, they will be captured for research sooner or later. It's better to benefit yourself than to benefit others. and the good things should be kept within the family. The same is true for those traitors who want to cooperate. If they refuse, they will probably look for other powerful forces according to their nature. There are many countries stronger than Calais and Middle-earth alone. Then ask them to come and talk? Let's talk. As the two torches hung crookedly and straight outside the tent as the letter said. Two figures hidden in hoods came to the tent stealthily soon. When they entered and lifted the hoods, it was the Fruit Prince and Komodo. This time they have reached an agreement internally. And only 2 people are needed to ensure that the video is recorded well. The more people there are, the more likely they are to be noticed. And the first time, they saw the dead resurrected in person. Even if they knew it was a gift from the gods, it still made the 3 of them feel a sense of emotion. But he said with a solemn expression on his face, "Sure enough, you savages can come back to life. That guy didn't lie to us before. Yes, this is our God's favor. Resurrection from the dead is an extremely powerful trump card, which can make the opponent hesitate. The Fruit Prince naturally knows that he must use all the cards, which can increase their cards. We have learned some of your country's ideas. In fact, the magic airship is not something that all of us savages have. It's just that the Abyss Mineral Company began to imitate it after seeing your airship. In fact, we reject it. Isn't it the Flame Beast Mineral Company?" Kane asked on the side. This is a real question, because PDD and Jiang Bo introduced this name on the way. The translation of the 2 words Abyss is not very auspicious. Actually, it was the Abyss Mineral Company. But they changed it because they were afraid of causing misunderstandings. Yao also asked in surprise. You mean they started to modify it after seeing the magic airship? But now it can fly? They haven't even come into contact with magic airships? If the magic airship itself was made by His Majesty or His Saints, then of course there is no problem. But it was just the mineral company that has not seen the existence of the professional level yet. And it was built directly in such a short time. How did you know the drawings and structure? This is too exaggerated. Just looking at the 3 people with amazement. The Fruit Prince couldn't help but complain in his heart. They really haven't seen the world. The Earth had designed airships a long time ago without magic. But later it was eliminated because of the obvious shortcomings compared with airplanes. Today's airships are only needed for a few special operations. He even saw the mineral company start to knock propeller planes with wood. Ready-made drawings. Optimization of Red Queen Plus. Better materials affected by magic. Plus the cooperation of magic. This thing can be built faster than an airship. It's just that its use is limited at present. After all, the map is still a bit small. Well, our savages have a relatively universal basic education. You can think of it as a 100% literacy rate. Komodo next to him gave an example. At least for people who can play games, it's worthy of being the family of His Majesty. The 3 people of Goliath thought at the same time. At present, in the entire Sephi world, unless it is a wizard holy land formed after birth like Leo Floating City, which restricts the arrival of others, there is probably no city-state in other places that can be said to have a 100% literacy rate. Even 10% is enough to be proud of. This is the symbol of a civilized country. But this group of savages, who call themselves cavemen, have taught them a hard lesson in this regard. Only Yao sighed with some emotion and said, if knowledge is not blocked, the sparks of various thoughts will create miracles. He believed that if the Sephi world also achieved similar achievements, the improvement in magic would probably be huge. And it would inevitably form a qualitative change over time. Unfortunately, this threatens the rulers. And with the constant interference of external forces, it is difficult to achieve. Especially when the great power belongs to oneself. Those who have worked hard to stand out will be quickly absorbed and assimilated. And the end of the troublemakers is usually not good. Compared with now, these savages really lost their reputation. Why do I feel that they are the real civilization? So, gods can be born there? This thought flashed through Yao's mind, and he glanced at the direction of the mage tower across the tent. Gods with mage towers. This must have been achieved through the path of mages. It's really unbelievable and incredible. Although Yao himself is only a great mage, he is still the top mage after all. I have read some reviews when I was looking up some information about Leo Floating City. It seems that the breakthrough of legendary mages will be quite troublesome. The Blood Clan has given birth to demigods. And the 2 major divine courts currently have physical demigods. But mage demigods have never appeared before. Even for a while. Yao felt that the legendary mage was the top. After all, with his own talent, the possibility of becoming a legend was not great. He didn't have any other ideas. But just a little regretful. But now that he has met His Majesty, It seems that he has pointed the way forward, shaking off some distracting thoughts in his mind. Yao looked back at the two fruit princes who said sincerely that they could pay the price, and sighed secretly, then said with a smile on his face, "Okay, I'll do as you say, but I hope you can show some sincerity." "Is this your sincerity?" The next day, Yao looked at some samples in front of him and asked with some surprise, "I don't know what these guys are thinking. They said mysteriously that they would bring some really good things that are special to the savages, which they couldn't find in the camp." At first, Yao thought it was some rare magic material or something. But now, he saw that none of the things had magic fluctuations. This made him a little disappointed. This shows that the uses of these things are still limited. Just some conventional products. Master Yao, don't underestimate these. Although they look ordinary, each one may be a high-end product that can change the entire market. If the group of people from the mineral company promotes them with magic airships, then Calais business will probably be hit hard immediately. The fruit prince first gave a solemn reminder and pointed to the things that the consultants in these teams discussed that were most convenient to promote. First, he picked up a bottle of perfume and gently applied a little on his hand. It's a very good spice. But this kind of thing has long been circulated among the nobles. Cain sniffed his nose and glanced at it casually. The faint fragrance is indeed good. If it is applied properly, it may attract some noble ladies. The spice market is indeed quite profitable. But Calais is not without competitors. It is indeed a spice. But this spice has been improved by us, and the retention of the fragrance can be maintained for a long time. A little application can last for a long time, and we can launch various grades that everyone can afford, from nobles to civilians. The fruit prince's understatement moved Yao, who was originally calm. Can ordinary people afford it? Generally speaking, this kind of spice has a threshold, and it is not cheap to mix it properly. Generally speaking, only noble ladies and some wealthy businessmen's families can afford it. But if it can be popularized, then this is indeed a huge market. Spices themselves actually represent expensiveness. It is something that magic airships can transport without losing money. Seeing that the great wizard Yao was moved, the fruit prince also smiled slightly. Don't be surprised. This is actually just an appetizer, and it is still far inferior to the ones behind. As he spoke, he pointed to several plates of small ingredients. These are the spices from our side, which can be used for cooking and increase the deliciousness of food. The ingredients in this world are quite high quality because of the magic infiltration. But many seasonings in this world still seem to be lacking. Although this kind of pure natural is also very good, it is likely that many people who are used to heavy tastes will be willing to try it occasionally. But it is undeniable that various seasonings themselves can artificially create all kinds of deliciousness needed. Why do people still like to reward themselves outside even though they know that there are technology and various additives? That's because it's really delicious. Yao started to try these spices, and as a knowledgeable wizard, he closed his eyes and compared them and nodded in approval. Each one is very unique. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be sought after by all the nobles who love food, and gradually become popular all over the world. This is indeed better than perfume. The next one is a special fertilizer used for farming. Fertilizer? It is a supplement provided according to the various scarce elements required by crops. It is not sure whether it is useful for magical plants, but the effect on ordinary crops is quite obvious. Then a small bowl of various fertilizers was placed here, and Yao reached out and dipped it in his mouth again, which made the expression of the fruit prince stiffen. Is it so fierce? But thinking that the other party is a wizard, it seems normal. Maybe he can make a direct judgment. Sure enough, Yao's face gradually became solemn. And then he said, "Is the yield also high?" "A lot. This fertilizer is a perfect match with the magic seeds that Calais has created now. In the past, the soil in this magic world was fertile enough, and some natural fertilizers were more effective. But there was still a clear gap compared to the chemical fertilizers that were completely targeted. Since the points exchange was opened, it means that these products themselves have unique competitiveness in this world. However, chemical fertilizers are not suitable for transportation by magic airships, but only for ordinary transportation. The importance of chemical fertilizers is beyond the previous two. Next is the feed built with carbon dioxide conversion technology as the core. The feed can also be formulated differently according to different animals, and its function can be almost the same as that of chemical fertilizers. Just like Jialai started to push forward with the seemingly ordinary product of magic seeds, chemical fertilizers and feed can also be regarded as the core materials for survival. That is to say, Yao has already invested now. If he hadn't invested, these few products alone would really make him sleepless. Jialai has just taken the first step. But the wild man has even prepared the feed for livestock? Food, deliciousness, charm, and other pursuits are all satisfied. The next item is related to health. The fruit prince took out 3 reagent bottles with a smile on his face. Yao also tried it himself, and then frowned. Forgive me for my ignorance. What does this have to do with health? Master Yao is a great wizard after all, and his body is quite healthy after being washed by magic. These reagent bottles are mainly injected through the meridians. Not to mention that you can also make advanced magic potions, and healing potions the fruit prince praised first. Then what are these for? Cain couldn't help asking. Then, I wonder what kind of soldiers do you think die the most on the battlefield? The fruit prince asked a rhetorical question first. Tactical magic strikes, and pursued after the charge. Cain said uncertainly. He is still young and has relatively little experience. But Colin, as an old knight, said in a deep voice, infection after injury. In fact, there are not so many soldiers who are killed in one blow on the battlefield. And there are many injured soldiers. But it is obvious that precious materials such as healing potions cannot be popularized to ordinary soldiers. So the infection of various wounds has become a deadly weapon. It is lucky to survive all kinds of helpless amputations. Bacteria, fungi and viruses are the 3 most common external pathogenic factors. There is no doubt that before the emergence of antibiotics, bacteria were the external pathogenic factors that took the most human lives. Many people may think that fungal infections are difficult to deal with, such as athlete's foot, dandruff and tinea corporis, which are stubborn and easy to relapse. If there are some serious infections such as Aspergillus pneumonia, there are very few drugs that can be used. But in fact, due to human body temperature, immune system, and the reproduction habits of fungi themselves, infections are generally rare. The reason why there are few drugs that can be used and the side effects are large is that fungi are also eukaryotic organisms with complex cell structures. And things that are usually useful to them are also harmful to humans. And everyone may think that viruses are terrible. But in fact, viruses themselves cannot survive alone. And they coexist with hosts. There are actually only a few truly virulent viruses. And if the mortality rate is too high, they usually kill themselves. The virus that killed the most people in history is smallpox, with a mortality rate of about 30%. And the infectivity and lethality have reached a maximum expected balance. For most viruses, the human body has self-limiting ability due to the mechanism of specific antibodies. The mortality rate of plague can reach 90%, and it can be spread by fleas and rats. The pathogen is called plague bacillus. There is also tuberculosis that was previously thought to be incurable. It is also a bacterium. But after the emergence of antibiotics, even if you are infected with plague, streptomycin can be used to reduce the mortality rate to less than 5% if you intervene in the early stage. The occasional deaths caused by infection in modern times are all because the plague is too far away. And people don't know that they have been infected with this thing and miss the best time for treatment. In addition to plague, there are various bacteria such as tetanus bacillus that exist everywhere in nature. And a large number of them can have a fatal effect on humans. The drug that humans have found to save the most lives is the antibiotics that they have long been accustomed to. In the era without antibiotics, even a boil or abscess could easily kill people. This is true for plague, dysentery, typhoid, tetanus, and even infections caused by various weapon wounds. Staphylococcus aureus is everywhere in nature. Moreover, the living environment in this world is similar to that of the Middle Ages on Earth, but not as clean as it is today. Bacteria with strong reproductive ability and the ability to reproduce alone and limited specific antibody effects are everywhere. And various infections are endless. They reproduce faster than fungi. And unlike viruses, they do not need to parasitize specific target cells to be damaged by antibodies. The explosive comprehensive ability makes bacteria the uncrowned king of the people. Although this world has extremely efficient life potions and treatment potions, these are by no means available to ordinary people. Both cost and output are big problems. But antibiotics can. The fruit prince also picked up 3 different potions and explained them separately. These 3 potions are medicines that the savages can provide in large quantities for various infections. This one is useful for most infections. This one is mainly for typhoid fever. And this one is mainly for tuberculosis and plague. Chapter 570 New Base. Originally, the Calais trio was just going through the motions. They used the crystal to take photos of some good things and magic airships in the wild camp, and then took them to the Calais Elders Council for discussion. Anyway, The three of them had no power to care about what would happen in the end. They didn't dare to speculate what the crown wanted to do. In short, just do it as required. There is no benefit in knowing too much. The reason why it suddenly became like this time is actually related to Yao knowing too much. Whatever they want to do, they have no choice. But they had already chosen to lie down and let it go, waiting to take it back after taking photos here. As a result, they met these guys who wanted to surrender. Let them surrender. Anyway, their task is to behave normally, so they will take it. But the things they took out still shocked the three people. None of the goods had any magic fluctuations. They looked very cheap and ordinary. Many things were similar, just optimized and convenient. But after thinking about each item they took out, they found a very scary market. Spices, fertilizers, and feeds seemed to be from high-end to low-end. But the influence is getting bigger and bigger. The antibiotics they took out at the end were even more incredible, and even made them unbelievable. Can this potion work without using magic? In the end, considering that this is the family of the gods, they just think it is useful. I can take these samples back to convince the parliament. And you? Do you want to go with us? Yao looked at the samples and said calmly. For now, we can't reach Calais. We have to wait for a while. The Fruit Prince knew that the map had just opened up the entire territory of Curtin and part of Not's territory. And Calais, which is across the sea from Not, could not be reached for the time being. But we can lurk in Coton first, provide you with relevant information, and respond to you when necessary. I think the recent events in the East Plains should be related to your side. And we can also cooperate. The Fruit Prince smiled. They are professional in inciting, and can easily find a team with the strongest guidance. Nowadays, the CIA's funding has been severely cut, and many senior agents can be easily invited. That's good. I will give you 2 disposable communication crystals for emergency use. And I will also tell you some meeting places for intelligence transmission. Colin said the arrangement at the right time, so that the Fruit Prince finally got the corresponding task acquisition prompt. Great. It is feasible. At this stage, they can get this rare task chain that can affect the course of history in a strange way. At this stage, except for the people of the Abyss Mineral Company and the individual team. Only they are. And this is what they actively tried to trigger. Although Calais is stronger overall, the difficulty of activities in Coton is here, and it is more difficult for them to be undercover. The greater the difficulty, the greater the reward as long as the mission is successful. Fortune is sought in danger. I am so happy. When Qian Yayan and Lu Xiuke went offline to wash and eat, Lin Shurqin controlled their bodies, and said the words of the group of foreign players, with a bad expression on her face. I have to say that this guy is sometimes a bit mean. How is the weak point in New York? Wang Yi has now completed the pouring of the magic tower into No, and is on the way to Shishan City with the Asian caravan. I am going to open the map of the Principality of Not by copying. Then Yao has a mobile magic tower, and he will use it first, which is considered to complete the map development of Calais, because they are going to expand the magic tower in Shishan City. They have to go there with a caravan on the way, and it will take some time. So shall Tia, the master and servant, Qian Yayan, and Lu Xiuke naturally came with them. This way, they won't be bored on the way. Dano is temporarily handed over to old Murphy to preside over. Seeing that this guy was quite dedicated, Wang Yi also gave him the blood of the siren that he had taken from Senator William last time. Even if he could not break through to become a mage, it would be enough for him to become an ordinary professional caster. At that time, he could constantly replace the few magics that he mastered the most skillfully as the models for pre-engraving. Because of his age, old Murphy can now master quite a few models skillfully. In the early stage, he is not worse than the formal mage who has just broken through, and may even be stronger than some young geniuses. However, the difference between the mage and the mage is that after mastering more powerful and practical magic, he cannot carry out pre-engraving. Whatever he breaks through, it is what it is, unless he originally used several spells as the basic extension, or broke through the hero level for new solidification. So the gap will become more and more obvious in the later stage. But even so, the physical function improved by the formal professional level, and the extension of some lifespan are still irresistible to old Murphy. Now old Murphy is fully preparing for this matter, and it is estimated that it will be almost done by the time he returns from Shishan City. It was just because there was no reward, so it was definitely slower than Chi-Chi and Lulu. That group of pretty girls never stopped their research, and they were still using all kinds of magic methods that had already been used to start testing, and they also tried to send radio waves. Sooner or later, they would cause trouble. Lin Shirqing curled her lips, then reached out and stroked the ears of the cattered girl who had fallen asleep in the carriage. And the two bodies turned shelter over and over. Let them go. On Earth, Wani can now get assistance from Gaia. Not to mention that Earth is still a nearly magic-free environment. And at worst, he can go and close the space rift. Before, the Abyss Demon God on Mars couldn't rush over. So the Earth was naturally more confident. With a guaranteed bottom line. He was also a little curious about what kind of noise those guys would make. Just like Leo Floating City. Even if it encountered a powerful world once, it still tended to actively search. In terms of the overall expected value. In terms of the overall strength of the Sephi realm. The benefits far outweigh the disadvantages. The same is true for the Earth. In an almost magic-free environment, Wani had to hide when he came back. With the cooperation of Wani himself and Gaia, the defensibility was almost full. Just when Wani started to head to Shishan City along the way. Because the entire territory of the Principality of Kaduan was open. More and more players began to explore the map in groups of 2s and 3s towards other areas of the Principality of Kaduan. Now that the Warcraft Forest has been paved with a path by the Flame Dog Caravan, the Warcraft on the road have also begun to understand the territory and difficulty of this group of new Warcraft. Although there are occasional attacks, most players can still reach Danik territory relatively smoothly, and use it as a springboard to face the entire territory of Kaduan. Although the map now open is larger, because the territory of the Principality of Kaduan is not an uninhabited primitive forest area like the Warcraft Forest. This kind of map exploration is much simpler than the Warcraft Forest. Qin Xiang's caravan, as well as the first batch of magic airship cargo led by Big Pineapple, also began to slowly set off. However, for ordinary players, the first target is still Dunno City. Dunner City is not only spacious enough, but also near the Mage Tower of Dunner. You can complete the points addition, which can save the time of returning to the expeditionary camp, which is equivalent to treating Dunner City as a new player base. A fire dog walking slowly on the road has a wooden frame on its back, which contains a lot of separately packed packages. Although it seems slow, it is much faster than ordinary people because of its size. This can be seen from the footsteps of the 5 figures guarding it around it. It is like a race walk. And the speed is faster than those pack horses pulling carriages and caravans on the road. As the compacted dirt road surface gradually disappeared, the flat road surface paved with bluestone appeared in front of several people. And the magnificent city walls of Dunner City could be seen in the distance. Many merchants carrying bags on their backs, or villagers driving pack horse carts into the city in teams. And other people of all kinds looked at the huge size of the fire dog. Those who were already traveling in teams also whispered, "What is this? It looks scary. But so docile. I don't know. It can't be a monster. It must be a monster. It's amazing. A monster transporting goods must be a professional figure. I wonder what they are escorting." And this group of people with the fire dogs are Kangaroo's father and his team. The first echelon of the current independent group. During this period, they have made a lot of money from the large-scale tasks they have completed. So they naturally thought of getting some fire dogs for transportation. However, in addition to the captured fire dogs, the contract of the fire dogs itself also requires riding and taming skills. There are only 2 physical cattle and horses among the 5 of them. In the end, it was the younger brother Anchi of the cattle and horse siblings who met the skills and went back to get one. Now, with the appearance of the fire dog caravan, the price of fire dogs has risen slightly again. But it is obvious that a fire dog is nothing to them who have received the reward. If it weren't for the high cost of camouflage during teleportation, they all wanted Angie to temporarily add some skills and change another one. Now we are going to use a fire dog to do some business. Use our points to exchange for some special goods to make some money. And then let Angie improve his skills on the way. And then buy another one when we go back next time. Because skill training requires less occupations and attributes. It is nothing more than a matter of speed. And several spellcasters will practice when they are free. Lay a solid foundation for everyone to have a fire dog in the future. Listening to the words of some passers by entering the city, Angie, the elder sister of the Nyoma siblings, couldn't help but stop practicing skills with the fire dog, curled her lips and said, "Didn't Baron Danik say that he had already spread the information about us wild people? And now the entire Principality of Ketan will give us certain conveniences? It seems that they don't know anything yet. Sister, Danik only sent a message to Earl Luke. Even if Earl Luke sent a message and notified the nobles in Ketan one after another, the speed at which the nobles posted notices and spread information is very delayed. Don't treat it as our hometown. And she complained speechlessly. If something happened at home, even the monkeys in the primeval forest could be found with their mobile phones a day later. But it was obviously not the case in a place like Sephi. Is that so? Then we didn't encounter those robbers on the road. And G didn't care. At this time, Zhao Qi, with 2 guns on his waist, laughed out loud. We defeated the noble coalition in Danik territory before. Guess where most of the fleeing troops went? Zhao Qi's spiritual talent is not as good as Kangaroo's father, let alone Yuzi. So he will naturally choose the assistance of guns. There happened to be some points. So he exchanged for 2 large-caliber pistols and asked Yuzi to help enchant them. After all, he is a wizard genius with innate yin and yang eyes and a spiritual power of more than 20. Although his proficiency may not be as strong as those top enchanting players who specialize in it, his level is definitely not bad. The key is that it can be customized according to his needs. Ah, that's too realistic. And G sighed and sighed. Hasn't this game always been like this? But after we complete the task, our attributes are close to the professional level. I don't know if the money we have saved is enough to collect the materials for the upgrade. The sooner we collect this stuff, the cheaper it will be. We are still small in the first echelon now. When the number of people increases, it will be very expensive. Kangaroo's father counted the small money he got. Fortunately, the game may have considered this point. The currency in the new world is not directly anchored to the credit point. It depends on the market output. The source is relatively small in the early stage. Otherwise, if it is really monopolized by those large forces at a high price, the bottom players will have a hard time. It is not impossible to find the materials by yourself, but it takes a long time and energy. Our mages' upgrades are simpler, Yuzi said curiously on the side. Mages need to meet the meditation and mental strength standards, and then have proficiency in various spell models and understanding of basic theories. Relatively speaking, the demand for materials is less. In theory, mages can always guarantee upgrades in school, but the only ones who can say that advancing to the next level is easier are probably this fireball beast and Gu Qianqian. Kangaroo's father and Zhao Qi were speechless, although they knew that this guy's character was like this. The more these unintentional words hurt them, the more they felt hurt. This was too Versailles. This balance is not good. Kangaroo's father was going to continue to grit his teeth and follow the mage route, but Zhao Qi was going to advance through the magic and martial arts dual cultivation first, and the caster would follow the ordinary caster route. After being broken by Yuzi's words, the scene instantly became a little cold, and they just walked to the city gate. The guards at the city gate had obviously received the corresponding notification. After seeing a few people coming, one of them trotted over and asked, "Excuse me, are you a guest from the savage tribe?" While asking, he also looked at the docile flame dog curiously. What a well-behaved monster. The tiger captain of the Asian caravan also had a monster mount and often went in and out. But it was obvious that his temper was much more irritable, and he was not so obedient. "Yes, we come here to sell some local specialties." Kangaroo's father acted as an ambassador for foreign exchanges, while casting a language proficiency on the other party. He also opened his mouth to explain okay. In fact, at this point in the game, because the players have their own language proficiency, most of the players who are ready can already communicate in basic daily oral language, and some have even learned characters. But for now, it is still not as convenient as language proficiency. After being cast a buff by Kangaroo's father, the guard was also very surprised. As an ordinary soldier, he had no chance to be cast with this spell. "Ah, we have received orders. If it is a friend of the savage tribe who comes to do business, we can let him go directly. Before, we said that you may have some sign language because you don't speak the language. I didn't expect that there would be a master mage." The guard's attitude became a little respectful. Mages are treated with courtesy everywhere. Especially Kangaroo's father has been releasing language proficiency during this period, and has reached the level of void outline. Even Yuzi and Zhao Qi were also able to use this spell, but they were not as skilled as Kangaroo's father. If you want to sell goods, you can go to the trade market first. We have already notified you that if you want to set up a stall, you will not be charged a stall fee for the time being. However, if your trade volume exceeds 1 gold coin, you will be charged a management fee of 10 copper nasi. The ratio of sales volume to management fee will be different, and the management fee is capped at 1 gold coin. Because they knew the language, the guard also briefly introduced some rules and some locations to them when they asked. The trade market in the XC area and various entertainment venues in the South City district were briefly explained. Kangaroo and the others also specifically asked about some precautions and what they wanted to know, especially the location of the Mage Tower. After all were confirmed, they led the Flame Dog into the city. The DC area allows livestock to go on the street, but it is limited to the DC area. If they want to go to other places, they either deposit them, apply to pay the corresponding management fee, or they are big people with privileges in the city. However, for Kangaroos and his companions, if they want to take all the goods on the Flame Dog with them, they still have to go through the relevant procedures and apply to enter other urban areas, because they themselves were carrying a lot of bags. Kangaroo's father and his companions arrived at the livestock management office in the DC area of Dunner City. At this time, they could also see the towering Wizard Tower in the city, and they had received a prompt that the area they were in was now a point-adding area. This made the faces of several people full of excitement. The new map is open, and the new point-adding area is cool. That's right. If you focus on Dunner, you don't have to worry about accumulating experience back. It takes a long time to go back and forth. According to the update prompt, the next area is Shishan City. So it seems that Dunner should be the central activity area of the game in Kaduan. It was very smooth for them to apply for a temporary pass for the Flame Dog. They just paid the fee according to the process. In contrast, they saw with their own eyes that a representative of the caravan in front of them gave benefits to the chief officer. But when it came to them, it was a standard official business, and there was no difficulty. Obviously, as the city guard said, the management of Dunner had issued some instructions, and they did not dare to make things too difficult. In fact, our goods are of great value. It would be difficult to sell them at a suitable price if we just set up a stall. After completing the pass, Kangaroo's father hung the sign on the corner of the Flame Dog while thinking about something. After all, there are still some problems with the language. It is impossible for him to release the language mastery once for everyone he passes by. Although the news from all sides is that Dano is a commercial city. But after arriving here, they found that this commercial city is not the same as they imagined. Perhaps it is related to the war during this period. The number of people is obviously not as many as imagined. And the most important thing is that he found that most of the merchants are small-scale merchants, which is similar to the situation of players in 2s and 3s. Many just follow the caravan to the city for protection, and then start to set up stalls. Active. It is indeed very active. But in comparison, it is like a large-scale market that has been maintained all the time. It is completely different from the commercial city. Under this situation, unless they start to do retail directly, there are probably not many merchants who can buy more of their goods at one time. And the key is that their goods are not very famous now. Even if the effect is excellent, you can't explain it to every person who comes. Right? This is too inefficient and a waste of time. Ordinary people do business to survive. And it doesn't matter if they hang here for a day. But they don't. The key is to get rid of it quickly. I asked. There is a merchant union here, and some powerful caravans will have representatives there. Let's go there first. Okay. You arrange it. The others are also like salted fish, not caring at all. But at this time, several wild groups who also sneaked into the city, without even a fire dog, discovered Kangaroo's father and several others. Now Kangaroo's group is also a celebrity in the game, and can almost be regarded as the strongest individual team. At that moment, a player came over and hugged Kangaroo's father's thigh with a cry. His father! Save me, save me! This made Kangaroo's father's eyebrows jump, and he began to condense wind blades in his hands. Get lost? His father. Give us some money. We really have no money. 1 gold coin. No. 10 nasi will do. Please. In the end, the teammates of this idiot came forward and dragged him away. Then a guy who seemed to be their organizer came forward awkwardly and said, I'm so sorry. This guy went to Nanchung District to spend all his money. He was crazy. Nanchung District? And she was a little curious. What kind of thing turned a player into an online beggar? The player who was dragged away saw that someone was curious, and his expression was immediately cheered up. Then he said, Good brother. I will take you to see it. Really? If you don't come here, you don't know the prosperity of Dano. This is a fairyland. When he said the last part, the player couldn't help but reveal a perverted expression on his face, which was disgusting. And seeing his expression, he probably understood what the fairyland he was talking about was. And G kept jumping up and knocking on his brother's head, yelling, I'll teach you a lesson. And so on. And she was beaten and fled. Jiaoqi said speechlessly, Brother, the functions have been deleted. Why are you so intoxicated? It's different. It's really different. Even if it's deleted, it's still a place that can make people intoxicated. My God. The quality of the beauties in the game is so high. Pure and natural. In the South District, as long as you have money, you are the emperor. The player suddenly showed a very obscene expression. What if the function is not deleted? Isn't it just a few shivers and it's over? In fact, it's better now. Good wine and good meat are served. And you don't have to move at all. Although there will be holy light in this game. The holy light itself has a scale. Just let them stay outside that scale. The looming edge of the clothes. The touch of reaching in through the clothes is much more attractive than that. In addition, the yin and yin next to you are constantly centered on you. You can do whatever you want. This is completely different from modern times. They can make you willingly drain yourself. Brother, can't you do live streaming? If it's really like what you said, you can definitely crowdfund. Kangaroo's father said a little speechlessly, but his words suddenly opened a door for the player. Can it be operated this way? Yes. Why didn't I think of it? He has been like this? You should have just entered the city a few days ago. Right? Jiaoqi also asked curiously. It's just a few days. This guy met a bard who sang about us in the town of Danik before. He got the so-called strategy from him. But he disappeared as soon as he entered the city. He appeared again, and there was no one left. Chapter 571 Tasting Guide. Although the Sephi realm has been connected for quite some time, the expeditionary camps have been completed by the players. But for the players, their previous understanding of the Sephi realm was still limited to the town of Danik. The first impression of this place is the leisurely pastoral life. Many landscape pictures and short videos on the internet are related to it. Now that the map of the Principality of Kaduan has been opened, and the map of the Principality of Nod is about to be opened, as players begin to pour into Deno City. This trading city of the Principality of Kaduan has also shown the prosperity of the Sephi realm itself to a certain extent, although it cannot be compared with the modern steel jungle. But medieval buildings of this scale still give people a sense of precipitation. In addition, there are obviously many more entertainment venues inside. There is everything you need for food and drink, and it is completely different from the modern style. From the original rural countryside, it suddenly became an alternative urban enjoyment. The surge in the number of NPCs, the trade, the food of various flavors, the various customs industries including various subhuman beast-eared girls, and even the poker industry are extremely well established. It brought a huge shock to the players. Brothers, the new map is really great. The player bow and shoot the eagle who had borrowed money from kangaroos before actually listened to the advice and opened his own live broadcast. In the live broadcast room, he was washing dishes in the restaurant. This made people who occasionally saw the live broadcast speechless. Brother, what is this task? How much experience? I never expected to enter the new map to wash dishes. No way. Washing dishes is watched by hundreds of people. Is it so boring? Now there are many people watching personal live broadcasts of games. Not to mention that being able to reach Deno City is also considered a front-end player. In the live broadcast room of hundreds of people, there are still quite a lot of barrage exchanges. Some people are just tired of watching big anchors, and occasionally change their taste to relieve their boredom. And they will definitely go to the live broadcast room of big anchors when they go back. Now the big pineapple is taking the magic airship on its maiden voyage. It has entered the clouds, and is preparing to go to Shishan City. Although the sea of clouds is beautiful, it is quite boring to watch it all the time. You know what? Watching dishes washing is very relaxing. They wash so fast. The last time I watched a live broadcast of washing dishes was when I watched the line colonists working, and the bow and shoot the eagle, who was washing dishes quickly with his high physique, laughed very meanly at this time, and said he, "Brothers, don't look at me washing dishes now. But I am not doing this to make money. I have saved all my money." As he spoke, he tossed some copper nashi in his hand. Don't look at the average experience of washing dishes. But it is stable. And there is a stable salary income. I am efficient and get more salary. In addition, I also work part-time as a toilet cleaner. It is easy to turn off all kinds of feelings and strengthen the mosaic. Bow and Shoot the Eagle talked about his part-time experience with an old-fashioned look. The hunger system has just been implemented. Although it won't kill people, it will just reduce their attributes. And if it really doesn't work, they can still replenish their food by relying on the cheapest black bread. As for renting a house, a group of players can rent a room like squeezing a can, so that the living expenses can be kept to a minimum and most of the money can be saved. Relying on the physical fitness of the players and the sleepless efforts. The archer can earn a gold coin a day. This is a considerable income in Dano City. At least for this kind of job with almost no threshold. It all depends on the physical fitness of the players and the multitasking. In the past, even Dolly, who retired as a formal knight, did not dare to say that he could earn a gold coin stably every day. At least, he could not achieve it in the escort mission he took on. Although the archer can reach Dano City now, it is not as good as the T0 team like Louis and Kangaroo. But it can also be regarded as a T1 level player. This attribute can also be regarded as a high-level squire. Normally, it is impossible to do such dirty and tiring work. They have more decent and easy jobs. For example, they can directly serve as bodyguards for some wealthy businessmen, or go to the Adventurers Guild to accept some tasks or something. In this way, they can have time to go to the bar for entertainment. They do have the physical strength and ability to do better in low-level jobs such as washing dishes and cleaning toilets. But they can't condescend to do such things. It's too embarrassing. They also want to save face. And they are real people. They don't like to be too tired. Just like the income from physical work on construction sites is definitely far above the average. But almost no one is willing to do it. But for players, it's really not the case. First of all, there is the task system formulated by Lin Churchin. These simple little jobs, as long as the NPC has a demand, the player can get a certain amount of experience. Even if the experience is not much, it saves the player's time to find monsters and run away. As long as the work is mechanical, it will be okay. And there will be some feedback for improvement. Moreover, players themselves play games to rest, and can take out a lot of time to do such things. Even when they are offline and eating, they can entrust them to do some mechanical and dull things. As long as you control the timing, it's not a big problem to entrust them to do some mechanical and dull things. Relying on the number and efficiency, they have achieved a considerable income. It's true that Sephi gold coins are very valuable now. But why don't you do business? I don't understand. There are many players who broadcast live now. And many of the first batch of players who started to explore the way actually brought some local specialties. It's just that the reputation has not been spread yet. And it hasn't really started yet. But based on the players' current understanding of the goods and the situation of this world, what they brought are definitely treasures. I really don't understand why they don't take the road to heaven and do this for the daily salary. Hee hee. I'm about to pay this salary. And I'll show you then. Then the bow and shoot the eagle made a very mean sound. The next moment, the hands of the bow and shoot the eagle seemed to have left after images. And the plates were almost smoking. He washed all the plates of a popular restaurant. And then went to find the boss. Because he received a notice from the city hall. The boss didn't say much and paid the wages for the day. Maybe if he met some ordinary bottom-level people, he would find faults and find reasons to deduct. But the skill of this wild temporary worker in brushing the smoke after image has fully demonstrated his strength. The workload is also high enough. And the boss really doesn't need to make himself uncomfortable. A normal win-win situation is okay. After getting the money, Wan Gong Shidio quickly started some cleaning and dressing work. And then went out and ran towards the South City district. Brothers, don't worry. The game is set here. And my activities are absolutely reasonable and legal. At most, I will touch the edge. Hearing Wan Gong Shidiao's words, many netizens who watched the live broadcast actually vaguely understood what the other party wanted to do. But because of this, more and more people couldn't take their eyes away. Even under word of mouth, the number of people increased. From the original hundreds to thousands. At this time, Wan Gong Shidiao also came to a wooden attic that looked a little elegant. At the door of the attic, there were two bunny girls dressed in quite indescribable clothes. Real bunny ears. After they saw the archer, their eyes lit up. And they hugged his arms attentively. Brother Archer, you are finally here. I miss you so much. It has to be said that in this world full of magic, the appearance is generally high. And the rabbit ears are the best among them. Just this opening lightning strike, the barrage turned into 666 screen. Brothers, I have learned the experience taught by Senior Beifeng. And this time, I am going to write a guide to the evaluation of customs girls in other worlds. Please feel free to give me advice. With the opening of the new map, the probability of contacting the local NPCs of the Sephi realm is undoubtedly greatly increased. With various types and styles, there is also an endless stream of players who develop new gameplay like Archer. It's not that they are all LSPs, but all kinds of novel professions and tasks such as merchants, workers, bodyguards, robbers, and guards have begun to appear. With the task system controlled by Lin Shichin, the experience blessing is well controlled. It will give players a certain sense of achievement, but it can also ensure that the attributes will not generally exceed the standard and waste too much materials. It will make players feel painful when they die while maintaining the characteristics of the players themselves. At present, the top players, like the Kangaroo team, have the real chance to quickly impact the professional level. And in order to ship goods, and to collect some materials for promotion, the Kangaroo team also came to the Merchant Guild at this time. Because the Kangaroo team was lightly equipped and came with a fire dog, it was the fastest among the business teams, at least for the city of Dunner. The knowledge of the Savage's products mainly stays on the previous animal skins and enchanted weapons. To be honest, the Savage's enchanted weapons are indeed quite outstanding and cost-effective. But because the forging materials are ordinary, it is just a simple enchantment feature made by using the special environment of the Abyss. So it is only strong in cost-effectiveness. In general, it is not better than those high-quality weapons without enchantment, especially now that the city of Dunner has directly conquered the neighboring West Mountain territory and seized a large number of equipment from the Principality of Not. After Luke occupied Shishan City and stationed troops in the Shishan Canyon to block the natural barrier, the Principality of Not is currently unable to quickly integrate a counterattack force. Therefore, the price of weapons in Dano is currently on a downward trend. In this situation, several Savages came to the Merchant Guild with a fire dog, but they were not welcomed with much enthusiasm. A beast of burden. 5 porters? What good things can come from such a shabby combination? A thin old man who seemed to be the manager of the Chamber of Commerce came to the few people, pinching his beard. Hello, Savage friends. I know you can understand me, but I still can't understand your language. Please forgive me. The thin old man smiled and arched his hands. After all, he was a businessman, no matter what he thought in his heart. At least he did a good job on the surface. But I know a little about your specialties. The price of transporting them from the Warcraft Forest is more expensive. But in fact, the price of our weapons has dropped a bit. And the same is true for the animal skins. The old man looked at the small packages wrapped in animal skins on the back of the fire dog, and stroked his beard, with a smile on his face. After all, it is cost-effective, and he definitely doesn't mind a business that makes money. Besides, these Savages look silly. Maybe the price can be lowered. They just came to Dunner, and they must know little about the information of Dunner City. If it is an old-fashioned chamber of commerce, like the Asian Chamber of Commerce, everyone knows their own business. And the transaction is of course refreshing. And normal trade is okay. But it is impossible for the individual merchants in front of him to get the same price as the big Chamber of Commerce. At least I personally came out to receive them. So I have to make some money. Right? But at this time, Kangaroo's father's language proficiency has also fallen on the other party. This made the old man stunned. I didn't expect it to be a wizard. I'm sorry. The price agreed before can float up 5 points to show my sincerity to the wizard. Merchants are also so realistic. Not only does the wizard have a high status, but also the wizard must be smart and proficient in language. It is not difficult to inquire in the market. He will naturally release some goodwill. You misunderstood. We are not selling the previous goods, but some of our high-quality specialties. I wonder if this gentleman can make the decision. Kangaroo's father said calmly. Of course. I still have the authority to sell this little bit of goods. Hearing that it was other specialties, the old man's eyes also lit up slightly. Since the other party brought these instead of the previous ones, it means that these products are more valuable. As a businessman, he is not as good as the great wizard Yao in other aspects, and his ability to test ingredients is limited. But there is no problem in estimating the business prospects. So when the Savage brand spices and spices were taken out, it immediately shocked the businessman. After testing the perfume and tasting the spices himself, his eyes were full of excitement. Such high-quality goods are probably more valuable than gold coins of the same weight. The business of spices and spices has always been quite profitable. This is a weapon that can harvest nobles and wealthy businessmen. Because the Kangaroo team has limited carrying capacity, and they are strong enough and have enough points, they can redeem valuable products instead of bulk commodities such as fertilizers and feed. Because of this, the value of the goods in their hands is extremely high. The old man's eyes flickered for a while, but he finally sighed and said with pain, this time, I really can't make the decision. I will contact our president. Please wait. In fact, he thought about stealing these goods for a moment before, either by cheating to lower the price, or simply find a way to contact the Thieves Guild or something. But in the end, considering that this is a specialty of the savages, there may be long-term trade in the future. In order to maintain a good reputation, he had to find the president to make a decision. Okay. Please also find a few patients with infections. We also want to sell some drugs and do some tests. Zhao Qi also reminded him at this time. Antibiotics are not as fast as magic potions. And there is no magic fluctuation. But the actual effect is also quite good and obvious. In this world, when antibiotics have not been abused, some serious infections may be cured by medicine. Zhao Qi's words also made the old man's face change again. And then he said solemnly, "Just infected patients? There are quite a few recently. After all, there was a battle in Shishan territory not long ago. And some are very serious. For the time being, let's just focus on infected patients. It's hard to judge the others, but we will introduce them to you in detail at that time. They are not professional doctors, and they are not very good at judging typhoid, plague, and tuberculosis. So they mainly focus on infected patients. This is the easiest to distinguish. Okay, wait for us a little. We still have to go to the military camp." The old man was also decisive and attacked directly from two directions. They didn't wait for long. Doyle, the president of the Merchant Guild and the president of the largest chamber of commerce in Dano, came to them with 5 stretchers. Before they came to the front, they could smell a foul smell mixed with blood and medicine. On the 5 stretchers were soldiers with missing arms and legs, all wrapped in bandages. And some dark red could be seen from the bandages on the broken limbs. Obviously, the amputation was done first. But a new infection still occurred. If conditions permit, the reproduction rate of bacteria can be increased exponentially. So once a serious infection occurs, the speed of onset will be quite fast. Although Luke finally won the attack on the Knob Border Knights, there were also many casualties on his side. When the infection first occurred, most of those who did not survive had died. Now, a new infection has occurred again after the amputation. So the scene looks quite miserable. President Doyle also sighed and said at this time, "I heard that you brought drugs that can treat the infection. I don't know if these people can be saved. The Apothecary Guild has no potion inventory. And in their current situation, ordinary treatment potions may not work. The magic potions in this world are very strong. And powerful treatment potions can regenerate broken limbs. Even ordinary treatment potions can heal wounds quickly and stop bleeding. It is normal. At the same time, because it can quickly replenish the patient's physical strength, it can also strengthen immunity to fight against foreign invading viruses, bacteria, etc. to a certain extent. But in the situation of these people, ordinary treatment drugs have no effect. At most they can only hang on. And Dano does not have enough funds to keep using them, which is almost a death sentence. 2 of the 5 people fell into a coma. And the other 3 also maintained a high fever. That is, these are all cavalrymen of the Royal Knights. Although they are not professional, their physical fitness is still strong enough. So they have resisted until now. If several people are infected with viruses, it is very likely that specific antibodies in their bodies have appeared in large quantities, relying on their strong physique to forcibly resist. But bacterial infections are different from viruses. The tricky part of bacterial infections is that they can survive alone. And the reproduction speed is quite terrifying. The most important thing is that the specific antibodies that are the killer viruses have limited effects on bacteria. Viral colds usually get better after 7 days because the concentration of specific antibodies has increased, which can combine with the synapses of the virus to make the virus lose the ability to enter the cell. Even the subsequent deterioration of many viral infections is also accompanied by the blessing of immune reduction of bacterial infections. So in the case of severe viral colds, some people take antibiotics and get better. This is the reason. But some specific antibodies against bacteria can only bind to the flagella of bacteria, and the influence is minimal. The human body mainly relies on various immune cells such as Th1 to fight bacteria. We are not sure about this degree, but we can give it a try. Antibiotics are not omnipotent. If placed in modern times, whether this degree of serious infection can be pulled back is still a question. In fact, it is still a comparison of speed. It is often the case that fingers are scratched by seafood and infected with marine Vibrio vulnificus, leading to amputation or even death. But now, because there is no drug resistance, and these people are strong enough, they can really give it a try. We have 2 kinds of medicines. This kind of bottle needs to be injected into the blood vessels, and this kind of capsule needs to be taken orally. The capsule cannot be chewed. In their case, They can probably only be injected. Several people also temporarily made up some knowledge. At this time, they also started live broadcast at the same time and invited some medical students to give instructions. They clumsily matched an injection. This is an antibiotic produced by Umbrella. So there is no need for skin test. Just stick it in and push it. And there is no doubt that antibiotics are almost effective in treating infections. After half a day of this injection, the body temperature of several people recovered a lot. Considering their physical condition of high-level followers who had been resisting the infection for so long, it can be said to be a miraculous effect. Although the 2 comatose patients have not woken up yet, the other 3 patients with high fever have obviously recovered a lot of spirits and woke up from their dazed state. Except for one who began to snore and fell asleep. The other 2 tried their best to wake up. One of them said in a hoarse voice, "I feel much better, but I am a little sleepy. Thank you." Although President Doyle is not a professional doctor, as the president of the Chamber of Commerce, he is also knowledgeable and naturally understands the key. This solves the infection, but their bodies still need to recover. Right? Doyle asked uncertainly, and was also filled with a kind of shock in his heart. Although there are better effects in magic potions, those things are also expensive. These people are members of the Royal Knights, and they enjoy very good medical conditions. After the infection appeared, ordinary treatment potions were also used. In the end, the wound healed and scabbed, but the infection was not eliminated. An amputation had to be performed, but not long after the amputation, the infection appeared again. According to past experience, unless some high-level potions can be unrealistically obtained, it is just waiting to die. However, this time, it was really cured, even if they still look weak and half dead. As long as the subsequent nutrition keeps up, they may survive. And the most important thing is that this is such a serious patient. Isn't this kind of thing more effective for those mild patients? As the president of the Chamber of Commerce, Doyle has always been inclined to the Principality of Nantes and the Calais Federation. The last time Senator William came, he also came to the Mage Tower to support him. But he is a businessman. He is very quick to change his mind according to the wind. He admitted his defeat decisively, after paying a large fine and donating a lot of Chamber of Commerce resources. He managed to survive. For this old-timer, who could survive when Luke was cleaning up Deneau. Naturally, he saw the terrible potential behind this magic medicine. It is indeed to eliminate the infection. But this medicine usually has different usage times depending on the severity. Generally speaking, it takes at least 3 days to eradicate it. And it takes longer for severe cases. But, I'm not sure how many times they need to use it. If it is based on modern medical conditions and situations, such a serious case would take at least half a month to die. And combined medication is required. But because these people have strong physiques, they didn't expect that the effect of one injection would be so obvious. But it is obvious that this injection should not be enough to remove the bacterial residues in their bodies. Now it seems that they have recovered a lot. But that is just that the antibiotics have quickly suppressed the bacteria. If the drug is stopped now, as the drug effect is metabolized by the body, it is likely to come back. So for the sake of being cautious, at least 3 days of injections are still required. Let alone at least 3 days. It's a miracle that this kind of injury can be cured. Doyle's face gradually showed excitement. And then he grabbed Kangaroo's father's hand. So, how much? Kangaroo's father looked at the other party's burning eyes, and couldn't help but pull his hand out of the other party's hand with some disgust. Then, he couldn't help but look at other people. Originally, they did have a price. But now looking at the other party's expression, the original price may be a bit low. Change. Must change. Can't let other players' prices roll down your own. Chapter 572 Merchant's Potential Crisis. The capital of the Calais Federation. The Calais city-state. A red tile building has a hospital logo on it, compared to the clinic model in many places in the Cephi realm. The medical system of the Calais city-state has undoubtedly begun to specialize. This hospital not only has independent buildings, but also has clear division of labor in the internal wards. And there is a faint smell of alcohol in the air, which means that the corresponding process has been entered in terms of disinfection. After all, there are enough mages in Calais. Although many mages will not develop anything purely for the people's livelihood, some of the theoretical knowledge they have studied will also be passively used here. For example, the plague itself is actually a direction that necromancers often study. It is not to say that all necromancers are evil. Many necromancers in Calais have considered the treatment and impact of the plague, and have also found the source of the disease. Keeping clean, hygienic and disinfected, combined with some magic potions they have refined, can already achieve a certain rescue effect on patients. But unfortunately, the potion refining itself is still too cumbersome, and the output is low. In the face of a plague that is prone to large-scale outbreaks, it is usually a drop in the bucket. At most, it can save the nobles and some important figures in the affected areas. But at present, Calais has begun to implement some management laws on toilets and hygiene. As time goes by, there has been no large-scale outbreak of plague in Calais for a long time. But at this time in a ward of this hospital, several figures in robes looked at the reactions of several people on the beds with indifference. After confirming that everyone's symptoms have subsided, a wizard also showed a moving look on his face. It really works. Although this special potion does not have any magical aura, it does have a huge killing effect on the source of the plague. Moreover, the principle is completely different from that of alcohol. It can achieve very good results at low concentrations, and can also have a huge effect in the human body. I didn't expect it to be true now, I just don't know how much it costs. To some extent, it is more effective than many magic potions. Can you find a way to copy it? It should be the secretion of some special microorganisms, which is very difficult to copy. Find a way to find this special creature, and then we can use it accordingly. Several mages kept discussing with each other. These were some things that Master Yao brought back from the savage tribe. After their tests, the effects of these things were incredible. For mages, especially necromancers, it is common to cultivate pathogens such as plague and put them in the mage tower. A few unlucky guys were randomly selected for experiments, and the effect is quite amazing. In addition to the plague, they also conducted multiple tests on wounds, such as knife wounds and infections. The effects are all very significant. Life potions often forcibly replenish the essence, and healing potions forcibly restore wounds. Even now, they know the importance of disinfection and debridement, which greatly increases efficiency. But this strange potion really makes up for their shortcomings. This potion cannot replace magic potions such as life and healing, but it can perfectly complement them. And even if used alone, it has a very good effect. Nutrition and recovery. When these sources of disease disappear, the human body can solve them by itself, especially for people with strong physiques. From the news brought by Master Yao, these potions are not cheap, but they are much cheaper than the potions we sell. If you add the magic airship of the wild man, for a while, the faces of the mages in the experimental observation group on the scene also looked a little solemn and ugly. This time, an enlarged meeting of all should be held to see how it should be handled. The strength of the wild man is not weak. A blonde mage looked solemn, which made an old mage next to him, who was touching his hair gel head, snort coldly. Humph. So what if he is not weak? It is impossible to let it go without giving an explanation when it touches our core interests. From his angry mood, it can be known that he may be one of those who has a major interest in potions or transportation. As the several groups of experiments in Calais were all completed, with the important information brought back by Yao and his team, an emergency general meeting was quickly held on the floating castle in the center of the Calais city-state. A large number of representatives and mages from the city-states all participated in it. There was even a representative from the Leo floating city stationed in Calais who attended the meeting. Everyone, I think you all know about the news that Master Yao and Mr. Colin brought back from Khotan. The person in charge of the meeting was the chief elder of the Calais Elder Council, a great wizard who could use 8th level magic and was once the apprentice of the talented great wizard who was expected to become a legend. He has a very high prestige in Calais, and he also has a relationship with the Leo floating city, which is also one of the ties between the two sides. This time, Yao, Colin and the other three did not add any extra spice when they came back, except for the matter about the gods. Most of it was said directly. The characteristics, estimated strength, and principles of the savages were exposed. Even the situation of the gods' favor was mentioned. But it was still mentioned that the resurrection of the savages came at a great price. As you have seen, the savages have indeed been favored by the gods. Even if there are serious side effects, the ability to resurrect from the dead is something that the vampires of the past could not popularize. It is indeed troublesome to face a group of undead enemies, but their strength is much weaker than that of the vampires at the time. In fact, it is better to use the strength of others to fight against them. Otherwise, even if our strength is superior, it will be more costly to really fight head-on. There is no qualitative difference in strength. Fighting against a strong opponent is actually a thankless act. For Calais, a country based on commerce, it will still be cautious. Otherwise, The contradiction will spiral up, and it will be difficult to control. It's just that this time the other party has touched on their core interests, so they can't ignore it. Perhaps we can capture a few savages to study them first. Someone made a suggestion, and Yao spoke again at this time. I can move my magic tower to the vicinity of the Principality of Not. And at the same time, the savages I mentioned before are willing to provide paid cooperation experiments. Hearing Yao take the initiative to speak, many people also expressed their agreement. A great wizard with a wizard tower guarding the border is definitely enough to deter. Since the savages are not united, then we will find a way to divide them, and let them fight each other. And we will sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Curtin has occupied the West Mountain territory, and Not has asked us for help many times. It's almost time to intervene. We can study this kind of goods while purchasing a large amount. Relationships are relationships, and business is business. This still needs to be distinguished. With the appearance of more and more savages, and those traveling merchants running around with their bags on their backs, the reputation of the savages' specialties has spread all of a sudden. No matter which product is taken out, it can be said that it can subvert the current industry market. Just like when Calais just started to use the convenience of magic for civilian use. And the savages' magic airships also appeared in Shishan City, representing the birth of another force that can use magic airships. The most interesting thing is that Shishan City already has the airship dock of Calais. Although it is not a completely matching model, it can be easily docked with the help of ropes. The local specialties from the earth have finally shown their value. Even other countries nearby have begun to look at them. Various intelligence personnel sent information back to the country. And organizations such as the Thieves Guild, the Brotherhood, and the Bards Guild, which are known for their intelligence, also sold a lot of related intelligence. The news gradually spread to the entire Middle-earth continent, and even the entire Sephi world. Originally, Wang Yi's Elven-style song had already spread widely. The subsequent news about the wild people also complemented each other, because Wang Yi was considered one of their own. Other poets in the Bards Guild also compiled some related compositions to be sung, telling about some recent events. At the same time, some gossip about the wildlings getting the favor of God also began to spread. Earl Luke unexpectedly occupied the West Mountain territory, because he almost wiped out all the Not nobles in the West Mountain territory and captured the Bloody Duke. The speed of receiving and digesting was quite fast. After all, in this era, it doesn't matter to ordinary people at all, and they are used to the change of lords. Even if there is no external war, the internal nobles will also change. Even if the territory is inherited normally, the new lord may have completely different rules. The main reason why West Mountain City was not built on the river bank and across the water from Dano was that the connection between West Mountain territory and Not Foodie mainly relied on a West Mountain canyon, and other areas were blocked by the West Mountain mountains. With such a natural barrier, although there were also opposing legions on the Not side, and a great knight who came urgently to sit in charge, it was undoubtedly a pipe dream to want to counterattack. And Wang Yi has also completed the takeover and transformation of the West Mountain Mage Tower, which can be regarded as opening a new map again, with the Yao Mage Tower that is about to fly to the border of Not. The Calais map will soon be open. In addition, Lin Shirchin has also been completing the construction of several Mage Tower modules simultaneously. At that time, we will process and add floating modules. As long as we obtain some corresponding permissions, we can quickly distribute them. However, at this time, Luke, who occupied the natural barrier and seized the geographical advantage, put down his work and came back to find Wang Yi. Master Yi, someone from the Mother Goddess Temple wants to find you to understand some situations. I wonder what you think. Although Luke is a top knight and has the potential to become a legend, he still took the initiative to lower himself in front of Wang Yi. The other party had saved his daughter and had done him a favor. The subsequent gains were actually related to the other party. If it were other standard politicians, they might be thinking about how to win over and how to use this person's identity. However, Luke is a person with a strong sense of emotion, so he still prefers the previous way of communication. Wang Yi certainly wouldn't mind this. He admired this guy very much and wanted to see him walk out of the legendary road to enrich his database. Mother Goddess Temple? Is it from the Divine Court or the branch temple here? Wang Yi raised his eyebrows and said with some interest. After coming to this world for so long, Wang Yi certainly knew about the two major temples. What is certain is that the Moon God Temple and the Mother God Temple each have at least one semi-sacred person. For a period of time after the two gods left, they still maintained sufficient power until the rise of Leo Floating City. There is an obvious relationship of strength and weakness between the two gods. The moon god temple itself will admit that the mother god has a more noble status, and the mother god has many more pan-believers. On the East Plain, except for the kingdom of Edai, the other three countries are mainly based on the belief in the mother god. However, if the mother god chooses fraternity, then the moon god can tear off a piece of faith by relying on specialization. For example, some racial talents of subhumans and blood races that have been favored by gods. In the kingdom of Edai, 2/3 of the people, including the royal family, believe in the moon god. So King Edai also received 2 blessings from the moon god temple. Because of this, the number of fanatics of the moon god may be more than that of the mother god. Similar to the Moonlight Brotherhood, when the two gods were alive, and even when they just left, the majesty of the temple was irreplaceable. Even the change of the emperor of the empire required the consent of the temple. However, now, the status of the temple has been greatly reduced. But usually some simple arbitration and judgment are still carried out. Luke said several times before that he would hand it over to the temple for judgment, which is this operation process. The Principality of Nod is also dominated by believers of the Mother God. And there is also a corresponding church in Shishan City. The savage claimed to have obtained the favor of the gods, and had some corresponding characteristics. So it was natural that he would attract the attention of the temple. It was only a matter of time before he came to the door. At present, the only thing in the Safei world that might bring real trouble to Wani is the two gods, who might return. So he is still quite concerned about this, and wants to know whether it is the god's court or the branch temple here. It was the local priest Anderson. Luke paused for a moment, then continued, but I guess they got the order from their temple. After I occupied Shishan City, I went to the church to report and explain the cause and effect of the matter. The Mother Goddess temple did not respond, and even expressed regret for my assassination. Hearing this, Wang Yi nodded to show that he understood. People didn't care much about the fall of Shishan City, now that he suddenly came to visit him. It was obviously unlikely that it was the idea of the local priest Anderson himself. Luke reminded that Father Anderson was an old professional priest. In addition to some spells, he could also use some divine arts, with the help of the power of the gods. Wang Yi had visited the temple in Deno City, and was clear about the principles of the priest's use of divine arts. Although the two gods had left, they still left a belief cycle system. It was a bit similar to the Hall of Heroes built by Wang Yi, which screened out the messy beliefs and extracted them, allowing the clergy to feed back and consume them in the form of divine arts. And the divine arts were also obtained in advance through prayer. Every time they were used up, they had to pray again to draw them out from the pool of faith and add a purified filter. Master E. H. Low. Father Anderson was a middle-aged man who looked very gentle. His brown hair was very delicately groomed, and his face had a sense of compassion for the world. However, Wang Yi could sense that he was not young, and might be over 100 years old. Father Anderson took the initiative to come here. Just tell me what you want to say. Wang Yi acted very casually. Originally, mages were at most some shallow believers, and they might have many rude thoughts about the gods. So Wang Yi's casual behavior was not surprising. The status of a great mage is indeed not comparable to that of a priest like him, even though he has a special status with the Mother Goddess temple behind him. Luke had to come to see him first to appease the people after conquering this place. The situation is like this. Recently, we have also heard that the savages are a race that has been favored by the gods. And some time ago, there were miracles in the gods' court, but no specific divine revelation was passed down. So we also want to know which one favored the savages. Anderson was also straightforward. In the absence of divine revelation personally issued by the gods, they could only discuss some solutions themselves, and then notify the local personnel here to come and ask. The savages call him the ancestor god. Although Wang Yi is not afraid of trouble, he obviously will not make himself uncomfortable. Just perfunctory with ambiguity. Did a miracle appear in the divine court not long ago? Not only perfunctory, Wang Yi also asked back with interest. Is it the time when he tore the void? I don't know if the two have noticed anything. This world also has teleportation arrays, which are said to be arranged by the gods themselves. Theoretically, their anchor point here is very deep, no matter how far they have traveled now. If they have digested the side effects of the poison of faith, they can quickly return through the abyss. It's just that for the gods themselves, they may not like this method, worried about the pollution of the abyss. It is indeed a miracle, and both temples have it. This is indeed news that does not need to be concealed, and even to some extent, it can maintain the prestige of the temple if it is spread out. After all, It is said that the divine oracle has not been issued for a long time, and this priest seems to have only come to confirm this matter. After not getting the specific information he wanted, he also said goodbye decisively and refreshingly. Master E, although the temple is now much weaker, its influence cannot be underestimated, Luke carefully reminded Wang Yi, worried that he would directly collide with the temple due to his youthful vigor. Don't worry. I know what's going on. I still respect the two gods. On the other side, Anderson also returned to the church. He didn't care much about this experience. At present, the two major temples are actually relatively low-key, and as an internal staff, and the person in charge stationed in Shishan City, which is not a small city, he knows more news. When Leo Floating City came out, the top leaders actually had a fight. The Saints have personally tried to test it. However, the legendary wizards have too many abilities and methods. With mutual cooperation and the presence of the Wizard Tower, the Saints don't have any good methods. When they tried it, there were only 4 legendary wizards, but now there are as many as 7. And it is very likely that the 8th will appear soon, with them sitting in Leo Floating City. Relying on the Floating City and the Wizard Tower, the temples now have to temporarily avoid the edge. Under this situation, a great wizard who has revealed his cards will naturally have his opponent's cards, which is not something that a priest like him can match. So he just needs to pass the news he got back. Dawn Empire. The Earth Mother Goddess's Court. The Earth Mother Goddess's Court covers a very large area, and can be directly regarded as a city. And in a lakeside with birds singing and flowers blooming, there is a quaint little wooden house. The wooden house is decorated like a small church, and there is a handsome young figure who has been praying devoutly in front of the statue of the Mother Goddess. Just at this moment, a sound of footsteps came from behind, and a red-robed bishop on the forest path came to the door of the wooden house and respectfully said to the handsome young figure inside, "Saint, it is currently impossible to determine which one the savages have received the favor of. They call him the ancestor god, but from the test of our prophecy, the savages have indeed received a strong favor from the gods. If someone saw the scene here, they would probably be extremely shocked. Each red-robed bishop of the Earth Mother Goddess is a legend, but now a legendary red-robed bishop is so respectful, and the identity of the figure in the cabin is naturally obvious. Demigod." After hearing the words of the red-robed bishop, the saint did not express anything else, but waited until the end of his prayer before slowly standing up and turning around. At the moment when the other party turned around, the legendary red-robed bishop also felt a great pressure at this time. Just facing him can have such a sense of oppression. How amazing are the strengths of those legendary mages, who were able to rely on the mage tower to confront the saints head-on. I didn't expect the gap between the same legends to be so big. Ancestor God. This may not be a very beautiful title. The seemingly young saint's voice sounded a little vicissitudes, and a trace of worry appeared on his face after saying this. Having reached their status, they naturally know that there are more gods in the world than just their own, and their own gods are different from the moon god. They are more philanthropic, and will not be so fond of a new race. So it is highly likely that they are not the Mother Goddess's followers. In the best case, they are the Moon Goddess's new replacement for the Blood Clan. Given the Moon Goddess's personality, it is possible to create such a strong divine grace. However, as the highest level clergyman, he is actually very clear about some of the limitations and characteristics of the gods. Both gods left because of the poison of faith. Even if the Moon Goddess took some special measures to split her godhood into 2, and took on different beliefs, with 2 different personalities, she would not be so bored to come back and create another divine race. Right? Isn't the Moonlight Brotherhood correcting its beliefs? Is the Moonlight Brotherhood alone not enough? When the status and strength are high to a certain extent, many secrets are also considered public information to them. This is what the Moonlight Brotherhood, which represents the other side of the Moon God, did. And since he thinks that this is the best ending for the Moon Goddess followers, it means that there are worse possibilities. After the 2 gods have been gone for so long, a race that has received such divine favor suddenly appeared, which is really easy to make people imagine. However, whether it was the Moon God's backup plan, the birth of a new god, or even the invasion of an alien god, at this time, the reality is in front of them, and they can actually make limited choices now. The protection of the world's will is still so strong. Even in the worst case, there is no need to worry too much for the time being. The saint first comforted the red robe, and then spoke. But we have not found the corresponding symbol of the secret divine prophecy 20 years ago. Could it be that the Mother Goddess has foreseen the birth of the savage this time? Or, The person behind the savage may be the one who showed his trace 20 years ago. This saint, who is obviously handsome and young, but has a sense of old age, can't help but fall into thought at this time. The outside world has always rumored that the most recent divine prophecy was 100 years ago. But in fact, there was a secret divine prophecy 20 years ago. The crisis from the abyss is approaching. Let them find the abnormality of the Safei world. In the past 20 years, they have been low-key to investigate various abnormal intelligence. But in fact, they have never found any effective information. There is no trace of them in the abyss. And it has been a long time since the last war between the planes. Could it be that this prophecy is confirmed by these savages? Chapter 573 All. A small island like an inverted hill is suspended in the air. And on the plain above the island, there are some green plants and a wizard tower that occupies half of the available space. This wizard tower itself is not very high, and is not even as high as the previous wizard tower in Deno City. But after combining with the base below, it has a large number of underground parts, engraved with many inscriptions of various functions and effects. You can feel the surging magic breath from afar when moving in the air. The colorful brilliance on the top is also very dazzling, forming a rainbow-like ring. This is Yao's wizard tower. A movable wizard tower completed with some of the technology of Leo Floating City. The ability that a great wizard can exert on his wizard tower can be regarded as an order of magnitude higher. Yao himself can only release 7th level magic, and cannot release 8th level magic. But because of this, he added a lot of solidified multi-element patterns to the transformation of the magic tower, ensuring that when he was on the magic tower, he could almost instantly cast powerful spells complemented by multi-attribute magic. To a certain extent, this can also be seen as a war fortress and war machine. Even the Pharaoh Empire adjacent to Calais, the former owner of Calais, lacked similar means of use. After Yao took the initiative to ask for the job of guarding Not for deterrence, he controlled the magic tower and headed towards the Principality of Not. The entire West Mountain territory was occupied, and the Principality of Not, which lost nearly a quarter of its fertile land, could only confront Count Luke in the direction of the West Mountain Canyon. Not only has 3 great knights, the Bloody Duke was captured and is still negotiating the price of redemption. Even if the remaining 2 work together, they may not be able to suppress Luke, the top knight. In addition to confrontation and defense, they can only ask Calais for help. Even Grand Duke Not and the high-level officials of the Principality of Not are still on guard against Calais and helpless. I also know that after asking for help, Not and Calais will be more closely tied. But there is no other way. And this time, the scene of Yao's magic tower flying over the Principality of Not at a moderate speed can be regarded as regaining confidence for the Principality of Not. Although they lost unexpectedly, if Calais came forward to mediate, they would not have no chance. To a certain extent, for Calais, even if Not lost this time, they could still gain enough benefits. Even if they paid the price of a top magician, there is no doubt that Not will be more tightly tied to Calais from now on. When this floating magic tower arrived above the Shishan Canyon and appeared on the top of Not's side, looking at the shadow of the floating magic tower, Count Luke also felt a huge pressure. Even though mastery came to Shishan City at this time, the pressure at his heart did not decrease at all. First of all, the one in front of him was a mage with a mage tower. Even though it was said that Yao was only average in terms of combat power among the great mages, with the blessing of the mage tower, he would become a top-level mage. And even though mastery might be able to surpass Yao's strength and even fight against him with the power of the mage tower, mastery was not from the Principality of Kaduan. At present, the Principality of Kaduan owes him. This also caused panic among the frontline personnel of the entire Principality of Kaduan. In terms of strength, there is indeed a world of difference between Kaduan and Calais. However, Yao's magic tower came here and stayed for a while, and turned back after the deterrence. Yao himself has a very high status in Calais, enough to make his own judgment on the spot. Come here to deter Kaduan from taking risks again, and force Not to lean towards him. Yao does not need to explain anything. However, this time he came here to show off his power, to make Not excited, and to make Kaduan fearful or even desperate. But he took away an extra figure after turning around. It is my honor that your majesty can use my magic tower. Yao stood in his magic tower, looking at Wang Yi in front of him, his face full of respect. He took the initiative to come here to deter. Just to facilitate this, his majesty. Now his several apprentices have been sent away by him, just to welcome this one. Well, I will give you a certain degree of control over this magic tower. With the help of my engraved inscriptions, it may be helpful for you to break through the legend in the future. Wang Yi was very satisfied with Yao's magic tower SH.L. The foundation was good, and the time required for transformation was shorter. In fact, the magic tower modules that Lin Shurqin was currently building on Earth also took into account the suspension function. In addition to being easy to move, the signal range covered in the sky would also be wider. It's just that Lin Shurqin's construction progress was not as fast as Wang Yi's. However, modern industry also has corresponding benefits. That is, more than a dozen towers will be completed in batches after the work is completed. Thank you for your gift. Yao said this sincerely. If he was forced to do so before, he was a little bit in Chao's camp, but his heart was in Han. Now he was really excited. Legend. This was something Yao only dared to hope for occasionally before. It was because he knew too much as a great magician that he knew the difficulty of it. Although Yao was favored by the world and had some abilities to obtain revelations and destiny, these abilities could not help him break through the legend. He was more like a mouthpiece to help deal with some natural disasters. But now the benefits given by His Majesty are real, even if it may be just incidental. This gift still directly changed Yao's position. Sure enough, this is a god achieved by a mage. Thinking of this, Yao's awe in his heart became heavier. Only mages understand mages. And Yao knows what kind of virtue mages are. At the beginning, Leo Floating City also captured the fluctuations of the birth of the new god and wanted to do something. It can be imagined how bold the group of mages is. Even when Yao heard this rumor for the first time afterwards, he didn't think there was anything wrong. And he even regretted that he didn't have the possibility of participating in the research. But if those high-ranking figures in Leo knew that the new god was a mage, I don't know what they would feel in their hearts. Fear, excitement, yearning. I'm afraid the emotions will be very complicated. When Wang Yi completes the transformation of Yao's mage tower, he can naturally use Yao's mage tower as a jump point to return directly to Xishan. So there is no need to worry about where the mage tower will fly to. On the other side, in Dano City, Kangaroo's father and his party finally sold all the goods in their hands. They were all eaten up by Doyle's Chamber of Commerce. With this harvest, they also gained a lot of benefits. With the help of the Merchants Guild, they almost collected all the materials needed for the promotion of several people. The only thing missing was a magic professional material that Zhao Qi needed. Although there was no stock, some clues were still found. Why is mine missing? Zhao Qi said speechlessly. In addition to attribute experience, the professional level promotion of this game also requires some promotion materials, which is the same as the breakthrough of those cultivation games. Among these materials, the simplest one is Yuyuzi. He is a pure magician, and he relies on his mental talent to eat. In this environment of magic concentration, he is naturally like a fish in water. The promotion of a mage mainly requires knowledge accumulation and meditation. Materials are just some auxiliary small things, which can be done casually. Kangaroo's father said that the accumulation of meditation is not enough. So there is no need for a breakthrough for the time being. On the contrary, the Nyoma siblings easily collected all the materials they needed and had already achieved a breakthrough within the Mage Tower, becoming genuine professional level powerhouses. The two miners were originally lazy, but they became the first few players to break through the professional level. And Yuyuzi can also complete the breakthrough in these few days. It's still early for Kangaroo, but he doesn't need to worry about it. Only Zhao Qi. Not to mention that some of the materials he wanted were strange, and he couldn't even collect them all in Dano City. You are an ordinary professional level magic system. There is no way. But at least it's better than me. There are already clues, and you can advance if you get them. Kangaroo's father said with a look of relief on the side. Hee hee. Finally there is someone to accompany me when I can't break through. I have collected everything else, but I don't have this flower of the dead at all. Zhao Qi said with a headache. He has limited talent, and he is not a professional level spellcaster or a warlock. He chose the exorcist route. The exorcist is not bound to the few spells he is good at like a specialized spellcaster. After all, Zhao Qi is not proficient in many spells now, which is a disadvantage. Instead, it is equivalent to Zhao Qi being able to obtain a blessing similar to that of a professional mage when using several exclusive spells of the exorcist in the future. Although the series and spell types are limited, it can ensure that he can complete the breakthrough of the professional level first without affecting the subsequent improvement too much. He thought that the series of spells of the exorcist was enough for him to immerse himself in it for a lifetime. But unfortunately, he has met all the requirements of this profession and collected most of the materials. But there is only one material called the Flower of the Dead that is nowhere to be found. In fact, This material that grows in the cemetery is not too rare. According to the price comparison at the Merchant Guild, it is normally cheaper than many of the materials he purchased. But it happened to be collected by others some time ago. I didn't expect that we came so early and couldn't catch up with the hot ones. Jiaoqi sighed. Then let's go directly and pick them according to the information from the Merchant Guild. When you reach the professional level, you can go back and buy a mount for NG. By then, the two fire dogs will be able to transport even more goods. Yuzi gave his own suggestions at the side. Although he was socially anxious, he had been playing with these guys for so long. At least, he had no problem in the internal team. And because he had few friends, he was more concerned about the mood of his friends. That place is really haunted by undead. So let's wait for you to break through the professional level first. And then Angie and Anchi will be familiar with their current abilities, just in case. Although Jiaoqi wanted to advance immediately, he still considered the safety of his friends. I have no problem. Anyway, I can't break through in a short time. Meditation has mental power restrictions, which is really a headache. Kangaroo's father sighed. In fact, his mental talent is not weak, and he can directly enter the magic class. Most people who study magic nowadays are actually not as good as him. But unfortunately, there is a comparison next to him. Recently, some players of the Deno City Adventurers Guild have arrived. Whether in terms of scale or environment, the Deno City Adventurers Guild is much better. And for many players, what is more attractive than missions? Not everyone likes to travel for business. This group of lightly equipped players are obviously faster than merchants. The previous Bin the Bow and Shoot the Eagle is actually one of this kind. I have heard that there should be a lot of flowers of the dead in the Burial Soldier Canyon. This task of cleaning up the undead is very suitable. And the reward is also high. The Fireball Master from the True Kangaroo Group's game department also found the task he wanted when he was standing in the guild hall. As a Fireball Master with 17 points of innate mental power, his own strength is quite good. Although he was wiped out by the goblins during the last land reclamation, the Bukukasei in the team became a famous person. But he finally stood up on the spot and tried to catch up again, relying on exploding liver. Although he is still close to the professional level, he is not far away. It is natural to collect materials and advance. They did not have the guidance of the Merchant Guild, so it cost a lot to find out some information. In the team of the Fireball Master, there is a member who has also chosen the Exorcist and has a need for this. And there should be a lot of flowers of the dead in the Burial Soldier Canyon. And we can pick them and sell them to other players. Another member was also a little excited at this time. Players are not afraid of strength. The Bukukasei and their team can even withstand that kind of experience. And he is really determined. So, are you going to broadcast live this exploration? Thanks to the service of Bukukasei. Although their team was almost wiped out last time, they are actually quite famous. There will definitely be people who broadcast live now. However, considering the news they finally got, the Fireball Master finally rejected it. Record it first, and then broadcast it live after we have had the first taste of the soup. This is a commercial secret. First come first served. They must make good use of this opportunity. But it's strange. Why are all the flowers of the dead in the city gone? Were they bought up by some unscrupulous businessman in advance? Bukukasei also complained on the side. In fact, if he had the chance, he would also like to become a demon slayer. But it was a pity that his attributes did not match. Because he had never died, his attributes were the highest in the team. He also upgraded to a knight through the materials he purchased. He is now the only professional rank in the team. Humph. Some players just like to play this tune. But it's okay if he completes the purchase. As long as we can gain something. It will also be easier to sell at a high price. Fireball Master was full of confidence at this time. No matter what, the player who purchased these materials has the same interests as them now. Since they are consistent, they must maintain a certain tacit understanding. Don't lower prices to fight price wars. Everyone must sell hungry and maintain enough profits. The Burial Soldier Canyon has a history of hundreds of years on the banks of the Deno River. Many soldiers' bodies between the two countries of Kton and Not are buried here. Wars and conflicts have broken out again and again in the vicinity. The whole canyon looks a bit desolate, with little vegetation. And even the soil is a dark red. The whole canyon lacks sunlight all year round. And it seems very gloomy. The temperature in the vicinity seems to drop by several degrees inexplicably. And the air seems to carry a rotten smell. Nowadays, the Burial Soldier Canyon has become a place where merchants and hunters on the road will take a detour. The entire canyon has become a paradise for low-level undead. and even wandering undead appear from time to time outside the canyon. However, there were no mages in Dunner City who were good at dealing with this before, and most of these undead are now gathered in the canyon, and they will occasionally wander out at night, with limited distances for movement and influence. So in addition to setting up some outposts and beacon towers to maintain surveillance, the main focus for the time being is defense. Occasionally, some adventure teams will enter to pick some local specialties, and sometimes there will be undead mages coming to collect materials, and these have always been tacitly approved, or there is no better way. Dunner City will also regularly announce tasks to clean up wandering undead to reduce the density of undead just in case. The stone brick tower stands on a wilderness. As the sun sets, the red sunset glow falls on the wasteland, although the sun has not disappeared yet. But the 12 soldiers stationed here have already felt a chill. Damn, this is not a place for people to stay. No wonder they have to change every 3 months. Hey, it's torture to think about staying for another half a month. It's okay. At least we didn't participate in the previous action against the Bloody Duke. I heard that many people died. But it's like a dream to be able to take down Shishan territory. It is said that it was that Master E. But there are more undead here recently. I wonder if anyone will take the mission. Don't worry. Isn't it always like this? If there are more wandering undead, adventurers will naturally be arranged to come. The soldiers of this team lit a bonfire under the tower. 8 people stayed by the bonfire to chat and take turns to rest, and 4 people kept alert on top of the tower. But they obviously couldn't deal with any real trouble. The main thing is to light smoke signals and launch flares directly in the campfire when encountering problems. Fortunately, nothing serious has happened here so far. There are only a few undead wandering around at night. Just when it was completely dark, a group of people arrived at this outpost in a dusty state, looking at the strange costumes of the visitors, and the sand sculpture aura that could not be completely concealed. The captain here, Dyson, also immediately thought of a rumor he had received recently. Savage. Good night, everyone. The lame words came out of the mouth of the Fireball Master. After expressing his goodwill, he began to prepare to hold back the language proficiency. The Fireball Master, who put most of his energy on the Fireball spell, was not as talented as Yuyuzi, so the release of language proficiency took more time. After it was completed, he explained his purpose. Good evening, everyone. We are savages from the Warcraft Forest. This time we have taken on the task of exterminating the undead. We want to rest here for one night and go there tomorrow. After all, the undead are stronger at night. For the guards of this outpost, knowing that the number of undead wandering outside the canyon here is large, they will arrange some corresponding tasks. According to the recent changes in the situation, it is normal for adventurers to come here. I just didn't expect that the first person to come here this time would be the rumored wild man. This is the first time I have seen him. He really looks no different from ordinary people, but he has an indescribable sand sculpture temperament. Welcome everyone to our outpost. This place will also provide rest for adventurers who clean up the undead. But the place is simple. Please overcome it. Captain Dyson spoke first. It doesn't matter. We all sleep directly in the forest. Master Fireball laughed and said it didn't matter. When they entered Dunner City, several people lived in one room. This is almost their symbol. The environment of this outpost is nothing at all. We have to thank you for taking on the task. The undead wandering around are the biggest threat to our outpost. Captain Dyson smiled. By the way, I wonder if there is anything to pay attention to in this task. Master Fireball is also thinking that there should be some interaction with the NPCs here. I can always get more clues to the task. What if there is any extended hidden task? Actually, this task is a recurring task that is released every once in a while. Generally speaking, there is no limit on the number of adventurers, and multiple teams can accept it. These wandering undead have no one to command them, and they have no wisdom, so they can be cleaned up separately. The more people accept the task, the faster it will be completed, and the fewer people accept it, the slower it will be. Dyson naturally would not hide it, not to mention that he had received news that he would give convenience to the savages. Even if they were ordinary adventurers, they came for their safety. Even if it was for himself, he had to make it clear. This also made Master Fireball and his team understand the process and the general idea more intuitively. When the guild accepted the task, these were also mentioned, but not so intuitively. They also knew that there was no limit on the number of people for this task, and there might be other players or NPCs who accepted it, but it didn't matter. Anyway, the monsters here have no intelligence and monster attracting mechanisms, so it is very easy to deal with. For example, the flame dog is very powerful, and theoretically, it is difficult for even current players to deal with it based on paper data. But it just so happened that it could have been dealt with very early because of the stupidity of the fire dog. Not to mention that the wandering undead here are marked as very weak. And there has never been a professional level wandering in the wild. Only occasionally inside the canyon. Moreover, even if there are really professional level undead, players have plenty of ways to deal with them. In fact, the undead themselves have another blessing that is easy to bring fear. But the players undoubtedly completely ignore this atmosphere. Afraid? We are only afraid that the monsters will be robbed. Because the hunger system has been blessed. The players also brought a lot of food this time. They ate directly on the campfire. The soldiers who were cooking some broth by the campfire were also stunned when they saw the savages pulling out the cheapest black bread like a stick and starting to chew it. You really don't want to bake it softer? Aren't you afraid of hurting your teeth? Chapter 574, Land Reclamation. The simplicity of the savages really refreshed the senses of these soldiers. The equipment on their bodies obviously looked expensive. Warcraft leather armor, enchanted weapons, and the kind of fire stick magic wand that has gradually become popular. But black bread is really something that only the lower class, who can't survive, will choose. At least they still have some oily food when they are guarding here. And even if you eat black bread, at least make it softer. It's too exaggerated to bite it hard directly. Haha. Don't mind. We are just a group of rough people. The fireball master laughed. And after the players finished eating the black bread in the game, they also found a corner in the sentry post and fell asleep regardless of whether the posture was comfortable or not. Don't press on me. I'm on duty earlier than you. So it's convenient later. There's still room over there. It's not allowed to be astringent over there. It's dirty. After a few players made a fuss, they also started to log off and stand guard at the agreed time. After all, it is now in the wild, and the alert intensity should be higher. The soldiers over there also felt a little scared when they saw the players piled up together. These wild people are really playing. But at this time, several adventurers in a hurry came to the camp. Judging from their attire, they seemed to be ordinary adventurers. The two guards on the player's side took a look, but did not care. They just left a message to record some situations. After communicating with the soldiers, the adventurers also found a corner and began to rest. Compared with the player's carelessness, these adventurers obviously have rich experience. They quickly built a small tent next to them and then got into it. You can talk without worry. This tent has been covered with soundproof stones. As several adventurers entered the tent, the leader spoke up to remind them. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. Then one of them glanced outside the tent and said, "Those are the savages, right? Will it have any impact if they come here? The fighting power of the savages has defeated the noble coalition. It's okay. They just accepted the task of cleaning up the periphery. They are stupid to go into the canyon." Another person seemed to be indifferent. Most of the undead in the periphery are alone, so it is easy to deal with them. But there are not only many numbers, but also many types inside the canyon. Spirits like vengeful spirits will be quite troublesome to deal with without restraint. But the recent changes here are really not the first to arrive. Luke's assassination is forgotten. The noble coalition behind, and the confrontation between the two sides have all deviated. Now the confrontation location has changed to Zishanling, which is too far away, although there were some casualties before. They were relatively few. The few people discuss with each other briefly again. It is obvious that they are very familiar with the recent situation and are very concerned. And from the tone, it is clear that he is somewhat dissatisfied with this change. Shut up. We are not involved in the follow-up. It all depends on the adults' arrangements. Take a break first, and then deliver the things that the adults need. After the leader finished speaking, the others fell silent, and then began their night shifts and rest. Because the savages' range of action began to expand, and because of the recent undead cleanup mission in the Burial Soldier Canyon. At this time, more and more adventurers from all walks of life also flocked to this direction. There were ordinary adventurers from the past, and there were also many other players. In terms of the number of people who responded, it was much more than the previous similar missions. But in the past, this kind of cleaning mission was just to find the undead wandering out of the canyon. And few people would really choose to enter the canyon, because the number and quality of the undead will be improved by a step. Professional level strongmen will also easily die. Now that Luke has run to Shishan City, no one in Deno City dares to say that they can enter the canyon and will definitely get out of it. But this is obviously only aimed at general situations. Boom. A fireball hit a rotten corpse with many bones exposed, and it was directly blown to pieces. The black sticky and smelly liquid splashed all around. Master, you are awesome. Fireball is still the best. Several players also praised the fireball master who fired the fireball, which made the latter show a little smug expression on his face. Then he looked at the canyon entrance a few hundred meters away from him, and said with a little excitement on his face, "We didn't find many flowers of the dead outside, and there are only enough for one person. We still have to go in and take a deeper look. It should be a dungeon, and there should be a lot of rewards for opening up the land." Looking at the canyon that seemed a little cold in the daytime, a group of players did not feel the slightest fear, and many of them had a little excitement on their faces. This is the place they finally found out, and they are also the first group of people to receive the task. I think if we make a decision, we should do it as soon as possible. Otherwise we will be preempted by others again. Now that young Master Chin has taken the Flame Dog team to the capital of Ketan, and the magic airship of the Big Pineapple has flown to Shishan City, I think it is our chance. The team as a whole is more inclined to go and test it. However, their team was lightly equipped and did not have a fire dog. There was only one professional player, Bukakusi. Considering the strength, they were a little hesitant. These undeads are really resistant to our shooting. They look stronger than zombies. Yeah, a zombie will get a hole if it is shot by a heavy musket. Right? It will almost destroy its body structure. It can't withstand direct penetration. In reality, zombies are called zombies, but they are still alive. If the structure is destroyed, they will be gone. This kind of thing really doesn't take damage. It is probably improved based on zombies to give us more strength. Several people talked about it, and finally decided to go in and try. Their team is not weak either. Why can't they get the first bite of soup? And this dungeon is so close to Dunner City. In theory, it should be suitable for our current level, so it is completely worth it. That's right. We have to proceed step by step. The game party can't be inhuman. Right? With this idea in mind, after cleaning up outside for a while, the Fireball Master and his team also started to walk towards the canyon. At this time, a vulture hovering in the sky hovered over them for a long time, unwilling to leave. Inside the Burial Soldier Canyon, in a cave dug on the side of the mountain, a skinny figure covered one eye with one hand, as if he saw the scenery outside directly through the vulture. When he saw the player team walking towards the inside of the canyon, the skinny figure seemed to snort coldly. Every year at this time, there are always some ignorant fools who come to disturb us. However, now that Luke is in Shishan territory and the Great Wizard has also left, it can be regarded as an opportunity. The skinny figure muttered to himself for a while. Originally, he wanted to get enough souls through the confrontation between the two countries. And now, Deno City may be a better choice. As he put down his hand covering his single eye, a dark soul flame began to jump in his eye. In the shadow behind him, there seemed to be some huge creature moving, making a creepy sound. I didn't expect someone to come in. It was the group of wild men at the outpost before. They are really brave. Watching Master Fireball and his men enter the canyon, several adventurers who had settled in the same outpost as them before also attracted enough attention. They have always been serving the big men here, collecting various materials for them. Because of the long time, they also vaguely know that many of the things that happened on the East Plains recently are related to this adult. From the flame bird 5 years ago, to the assassination of the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of a Day, the assassination at Luke's banquet, to the subsequent series of actions, and even Kelly's reaction, all have the intervention of this adult. Although on the surface, all of this seems to be Kelly conspiracy, they who have implemented many arrangements in detail also vaguely know that even Kelly is doing this under the guidance of this adult. The key is that to this day, no one has noticed any problems, and Kelly has taken it all. Originally, it was highly likely that Khotan would fight with Not in this area, and the casualties would be heavy. A large number of soldiers were killed by the undead magic, and they would eventually become nutrients. Unfortunately, the plan could not keep up with the changes. In the end, both the battle location and the intensity of the battle seemed to be somewhat different from the expectations, and Luke ran to Shishan City. Logically speaking, the Noble Coalition would not get into trouble so soon. The active attacker should be the Bloody Duke, and it would be reasonable to finally gather here and fight. At that time, the three-party melee would probably achieve the purpose of that adult. Of course, these were originally just their guesses because they had been doing things for too long. And the reason why they knew so much was because they had been controlled by that big man in their souls, and there was no way to violate it. But as the captain of the high-level knights was easily controlled. That person must be at least a great wizard. Undead wizard. And this kind of big man, who has been preparing for at least a few years here, must have a big plan. They have been on the pirate ship for so long. And now they can only go all the way to the end. After being around for so long and knowing so much, they realized that it was impossible for them to leave the adults' control. So now we can only work hard for the adults, hoping to get a better treatment. For now, the adults still need some people to do odd jobs and run errands. The control of the undead is usually not very flexible. Should we let these savages in first? Just when they wanted to do something with this real kangaroo team first, they suddenly seemed to hear something in their ears. And then their faces became respectful. Understood. We can create some information about the birth of strange things to attract nearby adventurers. After listening to the instructions, their faces became weird. The adult said that they would let these savages in. Use a group of fresh souls as a lead. And then attract as many people as possible into the canyon. Because of the danger of the canyon. It is difficult under normal circumstances. But if there are benefits that people can't refuse here, then adventurers will naturally be willing to take this risk. If we go and tell them directly, it might have the opposite effect. We have to let them discover themselves. Yes, there are many good treasures in the place where the undead appear. But the most tempting one at this stage is probably the grass of life and death. Yes, no matter how good the things are, they are not only for professional adventurers. The grass of life and death is the most suitable one. Besides, most people who hang around nearby have probably checked the relevant information. So it is easy to pretend. Ale, I leave it to you. Okay. The Fireball Master and others who entered the canyon also felt the cold atmosphere here. This design is really creepy. It should be to directly stimulate the feeling of our brain waves. The Fireball Master shrank his neck. It was either cold with low temperature or cold and cold. But the density of the undead here is indeed a bit high. Fortunately, they don't seem to have much IQ. Buka looked at the undead below with a sullen look. Outside the canyon, they were scattered. But here they were in groups of 3 or 5. And the distance between each group was relatively close, which could easily cause a chain reaction. The largest group could have dozens of undead. There are all kinds of strange creatures. Skeletons, rotten corpses, both human and wild. In the eyes of the magic system that has reached the standard of mental meditation, some floating ghosts can be vaguely seen. You don't have any heavy taste for the undead, do you? I think the guy bend the bow and shoot the eagle and Beifong are not as good as you. Someone teased Bukasi say. It's been a long time. You can still dig up the past. At least I'm not dead. Now I'm the only professional level present. Please show some respect. Bukasi say also responded positively. Although I sacrificed a lot. At least I didn't die and reduce my attributes. The other few people were all complaining in their hearts. They didn't envy this kind of professional level that retained attributes. Look. The flower of the dead. It's very good. I saw it just when I came in. But just when they found a flower of the dead, suddenly a sharp baby cry broke out from the center of the canyon. The sound was extremely harsh and had strong penetrating power. It spread just like that. What's that sound? Did it trigger the plot? It seems to be inside the canyon? The Fireball Master and his friends looked at each other. But because they had limited knowledge of the local area, they didn't know what the crying sound meant. It was just because of the player's own suicidal personality that their eyes gradually lit up. And then they began to speed up their pace, trying to avoid the undead and move towards the middle. In addition to the Fireball Master and his friends, who had already entered the canyon, many adventure teams that were clearing out the lone undead outside also heard the sharp and piercing crying sound coming from inside the canyon. After a short daze, each of them showed an ecstatic and excited look on their faces. This sound is, according to the records, it is the life and death grass. Yes. It must be the life and death grass. I didn't expect that this kind of thing could really be born in the Burial Soldier Canyon. The teams that would come here to clean up the undead were not weak in strength. After realizing what it was, many teams decided to explore the canyon. However, a few teams did not enter for the sake of safety. But even so, from the perspective of the high altitude, you can see ant-like adventurers beginning to surge towards the canyon. Life and death grass. A magical plant that likes to grow in places where the undead appear and the dead rest. If a healthy person takes the life and death grass, he may die directly. But if a dying patient takes the life and death grass directly, he may also come back to life. Under the configuration of some pharmacists, potions can be made to facilitate the transformation of humans into undead and liches. or a powerful life potion that can turn bones into flesh. It can be said to be a very good material, but it is also a material that can be obtained with a high probability at the professional level. After all, at present, the strongest undead that appears in the Funeral Soldier Canyon, that is, the professional level, are still relatively ordinary, given the scattered gathering of the undead without purpose and wisdom. If you are careful, you can find your way in. Jia jia. For black war horses with a little Warcraft blood rushed in from the entrance of the canyon. The noise startled the Fireball Master and others who had already groped forward for a distance. Such a big noise. Are you crazy? There are still a lot of undead here. Don't hurt us. Wait. You see? The undead don't care about them. What's the situation? Is it their horses? Or did they use some special means? It's possible. They should have been a team to clean up the nearby area. And they are very top-notch. With 4 professional levels, the horses are not far from being Warcraft. After discovering that the 4 new riders rushed directly to the depths, and as long as they slightly bypassed the undead, no undead would take the initiative to trouble them. The Fireball Master and others felt a little jealous. Is this the plot of the dungeon? Because of the trigger of the crying sound before? Soon, they also found that this was probably the problem, because many people came in from the direction of the canyon entrance. However, the subsequent ones were not like the 4 riders at the beginning. They all chose to take a detour like the Fireball Master. After all, although there are many people coming in, the number is still far behind the undead in the canyon. I'm fast. I'll go get some information. Okay. A player who takes the agile route volunteered, with his attributes close to the professional level. Both his lurking ability and speed are still quite excellent. Quickly moved to the back. And because the team of Master Fireball was obviously in the front, they came in first. So he also successfully exchanged information with one of the adventurer teams, and then quickly came back to explain the situation. The 4 black armored knights before were a well-known adventurer team that was mixed near the city of Dano. The Black Wind 4 Knights, with extremely strong strength and tacit cooperation. It is rumored that they once escaped unscathed from the Lord-level monster. The player who was investigating the information came back and explained the 4 knights in front first, and then told the information about the life and death grass. Although the player didn't know the characteristics of the life and death grass, he knew the name of this thing. I remember the information about this thing. It is one of the materials that can be used when breaking through the hero level. Master Fireball seemed quite excited. Nowadays, most players are still aiming to collect professional level materials. But have they already obtained information about hero level materials? Other things aside, if this thing is taken back, a local tyrant like young Master Cheen will definitely not hesitate to spend a lot of money. They often complete some large-scale tasks, and the attribute accumulation speed is very fast, so they are likely to keep these materials in advance. Sure enough, only by opening up the wasteland can you get the greatest benefit. When players come in the future, there will definitely be no such life and death grass, or the probability will be much smaller. No wonder PDD completed the promotion so quickly after dying once. It turns out that the benefits of opening up the wasteland are so high. The Fireball Prince was moved. In fact, their team is also considered a top team, and they have also received support from Kangaroos and Ari. It's just that after the first rainforest opening up, they were ambushed by goblins, and their rhythm has been interrupted. They didn't catch up with several large-scale tasks. But Bukusei was considered to have become a professional level. But if the Black Wind 4 riders are really so strong, what will happen if they take the things away? Bukusei said with some concern. Haha. Don't worry. Those are just plot NPCs, most likely to lead out treasures and the final boss. Otherwise, what will happen to us players if the NPCs take all the things? What we need to guard against is actually other players. As soon as the Fireball Prince finished speaking, the movement at the entrance of the canyon attracted his attention. Looking back, he saw the traces of a fire dog. The players next to him looked familiar from a distance. It's the team of Kangaroo. Yuyuzi and his team. The conflict between Kangaroo's father and Kangaroo has been exposed. It can be said that the better Kangaroo's father is, the more he is a living signboard, which gives the Kangaroo group a headache. They use the name of the mage as a representative for the team. When he saw that side, the face of the Fireball Master also looked a little ugly. At the beginning, he entered the game with Kangaroo's father and Yuyuzi, and his talent was indeed good enough, and he has always been famous for his fireball technique. But all of this has become a joke with the rise of the other team. Damn it! They are our competitors. But they brought a fire dog. which made a lot of noise. They are still behind us. Time is on our side. Speed up. How? Maybe? A knight in black armor was suspended in the air, struggling weakly, like a fish that was short of oxygen. The knight's armor rubbed against each other and made a cracking sound, and sticky blood continued to flow out of the gap. At this time, on the ground, his 3 teammates had all fallen in a pool of blood, and their lives were unknown. The weirdest thing was that although they had lost consciousness, his 3 teammates were still doing some joint-twisting movements, as if they were trying to struggle to stand up. The 4 of them were also struggling deformedly beside them. The scene was creepy. At this moment, in front of the knight, there was a skinny figure in a black robe. The face under the shadow of the black robe could not be seen, but the skinny fingers of his robe were pointed at the imprisoned knight in the void, and the other hand was holding a long staff. Really good material. Especially you. Maybe you will have a chance to enter the hero level in the future. The skinny black-robed figure spoke in a hoarse voice. If it was before, I could have kept you alive to work for me. The black-robed mage seemed to have some regrets. Before the imprisoned knight could say anything, he saw the skinny fingers bend. The next moment, blood spurted out from the gap in the knight's armor like water, and the black-armored knight also screamed miserably, for invisible spirits emerged from them, and both their bodies and souls would be fully utilized. Necromancer, or a top-level necromancer. However, at this moment, several animal skin sand sculptures suddenly emerged from the entrance of the cave. After seeing this scene inside, not only was there no fear, but there was an excited expression on their faces. Great! We caught up with the plot CG. We are the first batch. Chapter 575 Ambition attracts attention from all sides. The black-robed wizard who was controlling the corpses of several knights and squeezing out the last value was slightly surprised when he saw the savages, who suddenly appeared and looked at their excited expressions. In fact, the Black Wind 4 riders are quite powerful and have a great reputation in Dano. Luke even personally came forward to recruit them. It can only be said that they are unlucky. But even these 4 guys with good strength were full of fear when facing him. As a result, several savages whose strongest were only professional level actually showed such excited expressions when looking at him. As a top-level necromancer, although he could not read information through mental fluctuations, he could still judge the other party's emotions. Excited? Happy? This is the state of these savages at this time. Is this too much of a disregard for himself? They actually think they are lucky? As a top-level necromancer, he is of course proficient in languages, but he will not add it to himself for no reason. Listening to the savages mumbling, he felt a little irritated and inexplicably humiliated. The 4 black war horses and 4 knights in front of him had stood up again, exuding a breath of death. This made Master Fireball look serious and said, "We should be entering the plot battle soon. According to my many years of gaming experience, we will soon fight these unlucky guys first. After we deal with them, the official boss will be out. It is likely to be a formal necromancer." Master Fireball made a very confident judgment based on his own experience. As a team that got lost when they walked out of the Warcraft forest and was attacked by goblins, they really have some ideas of their own. Now players actually know the gap between professional levels. The upper and lower limits can be very large, especially for mages. For players at this stage, facing a formal mage-level boss will be a difficult and manageable challenge. It is said that the magician will be stronger in his own territory. Just before the Fireball Master finished speaking, when the corpses just stood up, a creepy green light from behind hit the Fireball Master. The 17-point mentalist who was ambushed by the goblins last time and failed to use magic fell to the ground again without doing anything, and lost his life breath directly. Even after death, his face was still excited and confident. This sudden attack scared everyone else. Is this a plot kill? Will it kill one person randomly? Bukuku was a little solemn, and the others were also a little confused. Instant kill. Everyone who had a gun at this time had raised it and aimed at the direction of the black-robed magician. Isn't it still scary? It seems that you savages really have the ability to resurrect from the dead as rumored. The black-robed magician also seemed a little doubtful at this time, looking at the corpse that fell to the ground and was killed by him. He didn't feel the soul fluctuation. I am a top-level undead magician. The other party's resurrection principle should not be the soul box. What is going on? Interesting. It seems that I need to study it carefully. Before he finished speaking, continuous gunshots rang out. The heavy musket that could easily penetrate the full body armor. All the bullets at this time stayed 3 feet away from the black-robed mage. just floating in the air for a moment, and then fell to the ground one by one. One of them was even held in his hand. A very good attack. It poses a great threat to the professional level. Holding the bullet, the black-robed mage couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If his undead army were all equipped with this kind of weapon, the continuous volley would probably pose a threat to the knight. Although it is difficult to surround and kill with this method alone. As long as he can contain himself, he can easily kill. He actually knew a lot of news about the savages, but he didn't expect it to be so convenient. What about the savages? Interesting. I have become a little curious about you. The black-robed mage made a hoarse voice. With the death of the Fireball Master, the strongest person at present is undoubtedly the only professional level in the team. Who can't be shy? The ability to kill instantly with one strike, and the ineffectiveness of all the bullets behind, made him widen his eyes. After hearing the words of the black-robed mage, he said, "The ones who know our intelligence best now should be Calais and Kenton. This guy may be Calais' man." The black-robed mage who just gave him a language proficient sneered after hearing this. Calais? Then he locked his eyes on Bukukusei. "I heard that there are very few professional rank people among the savages. It seems that you are special. I don't know whether it is your luck or misfortune." While sighing, he also waved his hand. The next moment, an invisible ripple exploded with twisted air. Everyone seemed to hear a shrill scream. It seemed that there was not much impact passing through the player's body. But the next moment, the few players who survived stiffened all over, as if they were restricted in some way. Then, the live broadcast screen of the relevant game in the real TT had a high heat post that tilted the traffic. Hashtag just broke through the professional level and was caught by the necromancer. Save me. Many cloud players clicked in and saw that it was the old actor Bukukusei. So the barrage of comments gave greetings. Why is it you again? Is he poisonous? Why can he break through to the professional level? Funny. The penalty for death in the professional level is much heavier. In addition to these teasing greetings, there are some people who care about the problems he encountered. Are you in the Burial Soldier Canyon? I heard that there seems to be a plot mission there. The Kangaroo Dad team seems to be there too. Oh my god. Your real kangaroo team is poisonous. Why did you get wiped out again? Are those their bodies? Not only the Kangaroo Dad team. Some people also saw the magic sister Gu Qianqian and her girlfriend nearby. The strong are gathered. It's a pity that young Master Qin took his flame dog caravan to the capital of Kenton, and the big pineapple went to Shishan City. Otherwise it would really be a gathering of stars. A new plot has appeared. And the key is that Bukukusei has been caught again. With the heat of his greeting by the goblin tribe last time, the discussion this time is really not low. At the same time, many teams that have been paying attention to the foreign trends also know the changes in the canyon. The boss has taken action. This boss is extremely powerful. He first solved 4 professional NPCs, and then wiped out the strong true kangaroo team. And it is very likely that the undead in the canyon are all his subordinates. This treasure is likely to be a large-scale team activity. At this time, someone suddenly transferred a link to the external network. Because of the simultaneous translation, it is now convenient to read the external network information. Soon someone saw that this was sent by the Fruit Prince, representing the alliance composed of several Western groups. Everyone. Our ANSA Alliance's caravan has now taken shape and just arrived nearby. This time, it is also the moment to witness our glory. Then, the huge caravan of the ANSA Alliance appeared on the scene. A team of hundreds of fire dogs and hundreds of people, each carrying 2 heavy muskets. Although it was pulled out a little late, and the work was a little slow. But there is no doubt that this scale is even larger than the caravan in the hands of young Master Qin. So many people have to complete the unification of various actions. But it involves all aspects of reality. And now those who can ride on fire dogs can still be said to be elite players. With this scale, it can already attack places like the Principality of Not. I'm afraid even the Great Knight would have to avoid this combination. There's something there. After all, they are old-fashioned chables. They used to just argue with each other. Now we put so much pressure on them that they are forced to join forces. Although the efficiency is a bit slow, there's still something there. It's bigger than young Master Qin's team. In fact, the Abyss Mineral Company is forming a new team. It should be a team of 50 riders. Hundreds of fire dogs are not so convenient. They are easy to sell goods and roll themselves up. They are also lucky. They have a strong momentum. And this time, they just happen to encounter a large-scale event. Yes, hundreds of fire dogs are enough to sweep these skeletons. There are also hundreds of guns. The Great Knights will have to run away with their heads covered. There is no record of players fighting against the Great Knights at present. But there were previous game sieges of Cotton and Knot, and some exchanges between PDD and the Great Knight of Calais after being captured. It can be heard that although the heavy muskets are almost no threat to the Great Knight, once the number increases, it will make the Great Knight feel difficult. The power of the heavy muskets is still there. If the Great Knight is not prepared and takes it head-on, he will still be injured. He can only rely on the magic tide stirred by the breathing method and the knight's armor to fight. But the speed and flexibility of the Great Knight are here. A large number of heavy muskets can only be said to be a threat to him, but it is probably quite difficult to stop them by players alone. There must be an ambush from all sides. The Great Knight is not stupid enough to stand there. But if it is a head-on confrontation, even the Great Knight really dare not confront these hundreds of fire dogs. Even ordinary cavalry regiments might not dare to fight head-on. So the seemingly small team is a team that can sweep across the eastern part of the Principality of Cadouin now. This powerful lineup just happened to encounter the plot of the Burial Soldier Canyon, which reminded everyone of the original Noble Coalition. This should be the reward set by the game official for this team. Yes, an evil necromancer and his undead gathered here. And it happened that Count Luke and Mastery of Deneau City were not here. What a heaven-sent copy. This reward is probably more than the original Noble Coalition. The hero who saved Deneau, and even the entire eastern part of Cadouin? It's really lucky. Although I didn't get the first soup, I encountered such a good thing. For a while. Except for the captured Bukukase, everyone else expressed their envy of the Fruit Prince. And the Fruit Prince also opened a live broadcast. With a face full of high spirits. Foreign friends don't know what humility is. In front of the live broadcast, they vowed to quell the war in the Burial Soldier Canyon, which caused a series of cheers on the overseas TT. They have always been suppressed in this game. In all aspects. Especially the two PDPs were beaten to pieces, which made them feel a little embarrassed. This time, they finally got their feeling back. For domestic players, it doesn't seem like a big deal. This time the foreigners are really awesome. Gathering such a team. Only Gu Qianqian and Yangzi, who were riding on a fire dog together and rushing towards the Burial Soldier Canyon, were watching the live broadcast of No Tenderness and had some discussions. Strange. It feels like this is not a formal mage's method. Gu Qianqian scratched her chin with one hand and fell into deep thought. As two magic systems, they also contracted a fire dog. But they did not follow the path of riding, taming and contract. Instead, Gu Qianqian forced herself to complete it with her own attainments in contract magic. To some extent, this fire dog is Gu Qianqian's true contracted monster, and she can sense it in the real world. However, this is because Gu Qianqian has a special identity, and Enzo opened a back door for her. If it were other mages, even if they met the standards, they could only use the riding, taming and contract modes honestly. It can't be a great wizard. Yoko couldn't help shrinking her neck at this time. She has been studying fireballs. And even in the real world, she can complete the lighter operation. Although Umbrella has long made it clear that the data in the game are all applied to the real physics engine. And the magic is also real. But the magic concentration is not enough. There are even some real magic live broadcasts like Lighter and Breeze. But Yoko still feels a little bit wrong. Because she was shuttled by a large group of spirits in Tokyo. She is more sensitive in various aspects. Even if she is not as bored as Jiangbo, she has corresponding doubts. In addition, because she was familiar with Gu Qianqian, she could vaguely feel that Gu Qianqian seemed to know something. Just like Jiangbo, there might be more sensitive people who notice the situation. This is Umbrella's project. Think about Valhalla and the captured Enzo. Think about Gundam and the electromagnetic nuclear bomb in orbit. Think about the smart home and artificial intelligence that have penetrated into every aspect of life. Those sensitive people who can perceive some truths are naturally low-key. Because if some speculations are true, then Umbrella's potential strength is much more terrifying than the current appearance. No one wants to disappear inexplicably. Umbrella was famous for its individual capabilities at the beginning. Regardless of whether Umbrella has this idea of silencing people, they don't want to try it anyway. Indeed, this is at least a great wizard, Gu Qianqian, who has broken through to the professional level and become a formal wizard. Can't help but slow down the speed of driving the flame dog. Something seems wrong. Ah? The undead mage? Yoko was originally in a state of wandering, and she couldn't help but be smart after hearing this. She is also a magician, so she naturally knows what a great wizard means. If it is really a necromancer, combined with the environment in the canyon, I am afraid that team will really go there for nothing. The cavalry regiment of hundreds of fire dogs is very strong, and the great knights will probably avoid its edge. But the necromancer is really not afraid of the human wave tactics. The great mage is so rare. Why did one appear here? And if it is not a coincidence controlled by Umbrella, then what is the purpose of this necromancer hiding here? In an instant, Gu Qianqian and Yangzi both thought of Dano's city. Now that Count Luke and Mastery are gone, the defense of Dano's city, which is no longer on the front line, is quite empty. Is the situation not good? Yangzi asked weakly. Indeed. I will remind them. I hope it is not too late. Gu Qianqian has a sense of ownership in this game, and even tried to test Yuzi. However, Yuzi was a social phobic and didn't think about so many things. Instead, she relaxed her surveillance of Yoko next to her and Jiang Bo, a player with 12 points of passing mental power, and patrolled in vain. Now, Gu Qianqian still didn't want the players to suffer a large loss for no reason. The teacher should be more concerned about the situation of the top players. Although these foreigners have some problems, they should also be regarded as top player resources. Anza caravan. Hundreds of fire dogs ran wildly in the wilderness, raising a large amount of dust. The huge size plus the contrasting speed directly created a lot of noise in the wilderness. In the past, the fire dogs that appeared in front of the NPC were all docile, bulky and other labels. But now they all had red eyes, and rushed to the Burial Soldier Canyon with full horsepower. Occasionally, some adventurers, who were on the task of clearing the undead on the road, were deeply shocked, and even shocked. Although there were only 100 riders, they created a might that could not be matched by thousands of troops. At this time, the Fruit Prince was riding on the Flame Dog with high spirits. He had finally formed a strong team, and happened to encounter a suitable plot mission. This was naturally God's help. Fruit, Gu Qianqian, the #1 magician, publicly sent a message to remind us that the necromancer this time is likely to be a great wizard. Let us handle it with caution, and it is best to seek help from a hero-level NPC. In the running team, there were always people responsible for observing the forum, and there were also members outside who were carrying some key information. Soon, Komodo accelerated to the side of the Fruit Prince and explained the situation to him. Gu Qianqian was very particular, and did not discriminate against them because of their foreign identity. It was a reminder for them. But unfortunately, according to their thinking logic, the first thought was that Gu Qianqian wanted to harm them, or receive some commission and released information to confuse them. Even if Gu Qianqian is now the magic sister among players, she is not trustworthy in their eyes. Technical personnel. They understand how many academic journals and scientific research results have been used by them. Hype some head concepts to harvest the stock market is actually more euphemistic. At least there is still real stuff. There are countless things that are made out of nothing and taken out of context. Anyway, as long as the academic conclusion comes out, they have plenty of ways to fabricate it. Now Gu Qianqian's reminder is like this in their eyes. Otherwise, why are you so well-intentioned? We are not familiar with each other. Humph. Let's play with the remaining things. Don't worry about her. With our lineup, we can directly attack even the heroic boss. I'm just afraid that the opponent is not strong enough. The Fruit Prince snorted coldly. But then he added a sentence. Reply to express gratitude and say that there is no heroic class in Dano now. Our Ansa Chamber of Commerce is incompetent, and is ready to fight to the death to save Dano's city from the water and fire. While speaking, the Fruit Prince also righteously asked the players in Dano's city to help them build momentum, saying that they wanted to attract more NPC attention and hope to get the assistance of the heroic class hidden in the folk of Dano. In fact, the purpose is also very obvious. That is, to win the favor of Kaduan. In fact, the Fruit Prince and his team have secretly surrendered to Calais. But this does not hinder their investment in Calais. Even if Calais questioned them, they could say that they did it to gain trust and turn against them when necessary. But how to operate and jump specifically is also a process they are familiar with. This time is the same. In their opinion, Gu Qianqian should have been bought by the Abyss Mineral Company, and used her right to speak in the field of magic to remind them. And they also took advantage of the situation and expanded their influence. Everyone, please see, facing a great necromancer. We are willing to die generously. Prepare to make a name for ourselves in one wave. Whether it is among the player group or the NPC. Hee hee. This time, we should thank them for giving us the opportunity to build momentum. The eyes of the Fruit Prince flickered. That's true. After being robbed of the opportunity by the opponent, and we failed several times, We can only find another way to overtake. Last time, Calais was an opportunity. And this time is also. Metaverse also smiled. This time, it's our performance time. Nowadays, there are quite a few players in Dano City. And they are generally taken care of. Even if they don't speak the language, they can still get by with some daily words. Especially a group of players headed by Ben the Bow and Shoot the Eagle. They are already frequent visitors to some special places. In addition, some of the first-tier players in the West also tried to find Viscount Dale, who is now in charge of the work of Dunner City. This is a noble set by Grand Duke Kedden to assist in managing daily affairs, and can also be regarded as an imperial envoy. With Luke now staying in Shishan City, he is the person in charge of Dunner. After hearing the news from the savages, the noble from the capital of Kedden could not sit still, and immediately contacted Grand Duke Kedden and Count Luke respectively through emergency magic transmission to inform them of the specific situation. An undead wizard quietly lurked in the Burial Soldier Canyon. What a terrible situation is this. Now Dunner is no longer the front line, and the defense force is really quite limited, because we know that the savages have a strong ability to communicate, and there are indeed many savages involved in this mission. So it is better to believe it than not to believe it. Kedden is just a small principality, with a total of 3 great knights. A undead wizard can theoretically shake the foundation of Kedden. In fact, there are some evil necromancers in history who have created the undead plague for their own selfish desires. So even though there are many necromancers who study the plague and assist in treatment, the reputation of necromancers is not very good, and they will be looked down upon. This time, he hid secretly in the Burial Soldier Canyon and killed the adventurers who went there. This is probably not a good person. But distant water cannot save nearby fires. At this time, Viscount Derry can only temporarily strengthen his vigilance and start some recruitment and mobilization work in addition to seeking help from all over the place. Undead Master? After Wang completed the transformation of Yao's Mage Tower, he felt a little nostalgic and sighed when he heard the news. Once upon a time, he was also one. But what is he doing hiding quietly near the city of Dunner? Necromancy is an orthodox magic that is studied openly in Leo Floating City, because the lifespan of transforming liches is increased, and the convenience of life boxes is also available. Many mages actually study it, so I can't confirm my identity. Yao was also a little hesitant at this time, and couldn't make a judgment. For Leo Floating City, studying necromancy is not prohibited, and even some human experiments are not a big deal. The atmosphere in Calais is the same. The last scroll contained a scroll of the Wind of the Dead, which is the best example. However, if a large-scale undead disaster is set off, it will definitely be sanctioned. At present, the top mages actually have some relationship with Leo Floating City to a certain extent. Even if they didn't have it before, they will find a way to go to Leo for further study after becoming a great mage. There are too many people and too many candidates, so Yao is not easy to judge. Okay, if you don't know, then don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Wang Yi waved his hand casually. I'll leave this mage tower to you. Wang Yi made arrangements casually, and returned directly to Shishan City with Yao's farewell, and then met with Luke. On the other side, in Weber's tailor shop in Dunner City, Weber had already heard the rumors about the undead mage in the Burial Soldier Canyon. Undead mage? Hearing this profession, Weber felt a headache. As a great warlock, and with a good bloodline talent, he was not afraid of ordinary great mages. However, the necromancer is not just a matter of strength. Usually, he has life-saving methods such as life boxes and a large number of subordinates. He has always been a very difficult enemy. Such a guy has set his sights on the current Dunner, which still makes him a little concerned. After all, he has lived here for so many years, and the Mastery Mage Tower, who has done him a favor, is still here. He is not in Dunner now. If someone steals his home and he doesn't say anything, it would be embarrassing. Forget it. Let's go over and take a look. Weber has escaped from the hands of legends, and the life-saving ability brought by blood magic is extremely strong. If it is just a necromancer, he thinks that even if he can't deal with it, there is no danger. Chapter 576 Preparations for each of them. Save me. Save me. I fainted again, and can't go online for 3 hours. Bukasei was still doing his job as a broadcaster, saying save me all the time. Ever since he was caught by the necromancer, he has been suffering from inhumane torture. The necromancer seemed to be very concerned and curious about the player's situation. After killing the Fireball Master, he used other players to test some changes in the soul side. He tortured and killed other players in the team through various means. Only Bukasei had broken through to the professional level, so he could persist in the experiment for a little longer. On the other side, the Kangaroo's father and other teams were reminded by this side, and all withdrew from the Burial Soldier Canyon, and also persuaded many adventurers to leave. This made the original purpose of the necromancer stuck, and he fell into a stalemate for a short time. No soul fluctuations. No soul fluctuations. How is it possible? How did he do it? The black-robed necromancer looked at Bukubu, who had fainted and gone offline, and there was a burst of irritation in his eyes with the jumping soul fire. As a necromancer, he is an expert in playing with souls. There are only a few big guys who are better than him in this aspect in the entire Safei world. But now, he can't understand the situation of these savages at all. I thought that the rumored resurrection from the dead was a means, like Soul Box. But now I can't figure it out at all. It's not the case at all. With his own necromancer magic attainments, he couldn't find any clues. The mental fluctuations of these savages were very active when they were alive. But once they died, or fell into a strange coma like now, they seemed to disappear out of thin air. It was as if there was an invisible barrier that he couldn't understand protecting the souls of the savages. God's favor. Even if it's a vampire. I've studied it, and it's definitely not this type. Damn it. What's going on? After irritably whipping his body, that couldn't be disconnected for a while, Dieter Rivas stopped his actions. At this time, the sacrifices that had originally entered the canyon had already left on their own initiative. It seems that these guys who came here used some unknown means to reveal the situation here. For a great wizard, this experience of being fooled like a countryman is quite uncomfortable. Humph. There are already quite a few savages now, and sooner or later they will know your secrets. Dieter Rivas snorted coldly. At this time, the adventurer team that served him before also prostrated in front of him respectfully and said, "Great master, we have received the news that you are here in the streets and alleys of Dunner City. Dunner has entered a state of full alert, and even the priests of the Mother Goddess Church frequently go in and out of Viscount Derry's mansion." Hearing this, Dieter Rivas seemed to be more irritated. He was naturally confident in his own strength. Even if the three great knights of Kedon led the army together, he was not afraid at all. The undead master took advantage of this favorable terrain, and was not afraid of the human wave tactics at all. In other words, Luke was a certain threat, but no matter how confident he has been secretly delaying until now, and making so many arrangements, just because he doesn't want to be targeted too early. This kind of action of sacrificing an area will be hostile to the entire Sephi world. It is quite normal for the legends of the two major temples, or the nearby empire to take action in the end. Although he is confident, he is definitely not stupid. That's why he has been keeping a low profile, and wants to achieve his goal in one go. For the current situation, it can be said that he has been working for a long time. Originally, with the help of Calais, he almost set off a war that swept the entire East Plain. But now, he has been exposed a lot in advance. Although Calais has not doubted him too much now. If he delays for too long, it is likely to lead to the failure of all previous efforts. Humph. In this case, there is no need to wait any longer. You should cooperate with my actions according to the plan to wake up the backhand. I obey your will. The adventurers still looked quite respectful, and then began to retreat. At this time, the seemingly aimless undead in the Burial Soldier Canyon seemed to have received some kind of command at the same time, and began to arrange themselves spontaneously. This huge movement made the players, who were still outside the canyon to scout, secretly feel shocked. Sure enough, the undead in this canyon are all the opponent's subordinates. There are a lot of them. The Anza Chamber of Commerce will be here soon, and we are about to start this epic dungeon. Originally, Dieter Rivas was going to start the undead army to forcibly capture the city of Dano. At that time, relying on the huge population of Dano, he could also achieve part of his goals first. He could even use this to divert attention. If he was thought to have only a blood sacrifice in one city, he could still continue to lurk for a while. But even Dieter Rivas himself did not expect that the savages had already killed him before his army was dispatched. At the beginning, he was still afraid in his heart, because according to the clues he knew, there seemed to be strong people in the savage tribe, and the savages seemed to use the kind of soul method that he could not understand, and had some special information transmission channels. Although he did not think that the savages active in the Warcraft forest had such a fast support speed. They were also prepared and alert, and even prepared for the worst. But as several vultures hovering in the sky saw the team of hundreds of fire dogs rushing over, the black-robed wizard could not help but feel a little surprised. No hero level? Is it a hero level assassin, or really no? After using hidden magic methods to complete the detection many times, and confirming that there was indeed no hero level, this made him laugh like a night owl. I thought I could only force the attack. The initial triggers all escaped. But I didn't expect someone to deliver it to my door. Although the impact of the fire dog team was extremely strong and seemed quite powerful. But for an undead wizard, the least feared thing is this kind of opponent with insufficient strength. As long as the threshold of strength cannot be broken, no matter how many there are, it is useless. This will only become my own nourishment. We still have to be on guard against the emergence of heroes. But there shouldn't be many heroes outside the savage tribe. And the number of people who can quickly support here is also limited. Thinking of his multiple backups and secret weapons, the black-robed wizard calmed down. The advantage is mine. On the other side, the Fruit Prince had led his team of hundreds of riders to 1 kilometer outside the canyon entrance. The physical strength and size of the flame dog, after unloading the cargo, were enough for one rider to carry several people. At this time, the non-rider units brought on the flame dogs back also began to organize their guns. When the time came, the riders led the charge and were responsible for close combat. And they were responsible for shooting on top. As the players' attributes gradually increased, the hit rate of mobile shooting was not as good as the white formation. But it was barely enough. Relying on the firepower coverage of the number advantage, it was enough to achieve a considerable effect. In addition to them, many other players were also watching from a distance, seemingly looking for an opportunity to enter. There were several other flame dogs scattered here and there. Among them were Kangaroo's father team, Gu Qianqian and Yoko, and a few fearless indigenous adventurers. Weber, who had quietly come from Dano as a bat, was also lurking on the side, quietly watching the situation in front of him, looking for opportunities. The strength of the savages is indeed not weak, but the undead mage does not care much about the number. Don't turn into the other party's wedding dress. Weber obviously has a stronger understanding of the undead mage. These monsters are all high-quality materials for the other party. Don't give them away for free. When necessary, I am afraid I will need to take action. Save me, save me. I think I can still save it. Accompanied by Bukukasei's request for help again, the Fruit Prince also launched a charge order. Brothers, crush these skeletons. It's time to show the real charge ability of our flame dog. Although young Master Qin has already pulled out the flame dog caravan, the real charge ability of the flame dog has not been seriously demonstrated. This time, the Fruit Prince also showed the magnificence of the flame dog live. This is a real abyss creature, not a docile domesticated beast. Roar. Accompanied by the roar of the fire dog. After the seal is lifted under the control of the rider, the fire dog fully demonstrates its brutality and cruelty, not caring about the undead army that has appeared on the other side of the canyon. It rushed forward like crazy. The black-robed wizard observed the situation here from a distance, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. What an excellent material! This kind of brutality should become an undead. Boom! With the collision, the cannon fodder undead in front of them were forcibly dug out a passage by the fire dog like plowing a field. Ordinary undead skeletons and rotten corpses are like paper in front of the fire dog. At the beginning, when players captured the fire dog, they had to use the terrain to abolish the charge of the fire dog, and then drag it to death slowly. But now, after completely letting this group of violent abyss creatures rush up, the ordinary undead, who were originally cannon fodder, have no resistance at all. If it is a monster with the same physical fitness, it will also be affected by attributes such as fatigue, hunger, and panic. It cannot go on like this forever. But the fire dogs are different. They are a group of abyss creatures that can even chew stones, although they are a little stupid, or have no brains at all. Under the control of the riders, they kill and eat without any care. They violently smashed the skeleton in front of them into pieces, and swallowed the bones that flew into their mouths. Originally, the undead, such a poor thing, would be too hard for the monsters to chew. But it is not the case for the fire dogs. They swallowed them all raw, and even began to digest the undead's breath. While pushing horizontally, they started to eat. The speed did not slow down at all. This made the black-robed wizard, who had been observing all the time, show a look of great joy. This is the abyss. Even he did not expect that this well-camouflaged and seemingly docile monster would have such a violent side. And since it can even swallow and digest the undead, the source of this monster is known. Why can the savages tame this thing that looks like an abyss monster? Could it be that there is an abyss lord standing behind them? Or has an Abyss Lord been captured in the Savage tribe? It is not the first or second time that Leo's floating city has used the Abyss Lord as material, so he has enough imagination to make associations. Although, this means that there is probably at least a legend standing behind the Savage. But, as if there is no legend behind everyone. Interesting. Very good material. And I have also peeked into some of the Savage's secrets. But that's it. I don't want to drag it out too long this time and cause trouble. The Black Robe Wizard sneered, and then raised his hand. The next moment, the figures of the Undead Knights began to emerge in the dense Undead team. And they charged towards the Flame Dog team in the same direction. There was a clear difference in size. But they seemed to be determined. In addition, one by one, the Undead Archers and the Bone Mage burning with soul flames climbed up from the Undead army and started shooting at the Flame Dog Brigade in the middle in a way similar to encirclement. Arrows burning with soul flames and various weakening curses were placed one after another. In an instant, it brought huge trouble to the invincible Flame Dog Brigade. Shoot! Shoot! The Fruit Prince began to roar and give orders. Bang bang. The sound of gunfire continued to ring. But at this time, the Undead's ability to resist firearms was also reflected. The heavy muskets were very powerful. But many of the Undead were skeletons. And the bullets passed directly through the middle. It didn't matter if they were hit and lost their arms and legs. The damage ability was far less than the charge of the Flame Dog itself. The various weakening curses obviously caused the Flame Dog's ability to drop by one level, which also made the Fruit Prince secretly think it was not good. No way. It's so difficult before the boss has even been seen? No. How did CC see the boss? This script is wrong. Gu Qianqian, who was far away, frowned as she looked at the situation in the canyon and said, "It's useless. Now the necromancer behind the scenes is hiding at the back. If we don't pull him out, it will be useless in this environment. Let's go find the boss." As she spoke, Gu Qianqian also showed an excited expression on her face. Although she knew that this world was different, she also knew that players were indeed protected. It was normal to commit suicide when they would not die. There was a big gap between a formal mage and a necromancer. But she wanted to try. Then she rode the fire dog with a screaming Yoko and rushed in another direction. The previous charge of the Fruit Prince also worked. At least with Gu Qianqian's magic attainments. She could see the distribution of some magic nodes in the canyon. If there were no accidents, the mastermind should be at the core of these nodes. Coincidentally, although the Kangaroo Dad team was not sure how strong the mastermind was, since they had encountered such a large-scale task and the Fruit Prince had created such an opportunity, they would naturally not let it go. They did not find the problem so quickly, but they also saw Gu Qianqian's actions and followed behind. Wow! Young people nowadays are really amazing. Weber turned into a bat and hung on Nji's bag, ready to follow quietly to find opportunities. He also has a fusion of some vampire blood, and blood magic is also proficient in lurking. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape the pursuit of the legend. He wants to go in and find an opportunity now. If he can solve the opponent by sneak attack, it would be great. Shit! Why is it so difficult? The Fruit Prince swept the lance in his hand and blocked several arrows. But every time he swung, he felt a sense of heaviness in his body. The player's body has a unique advantage in physical strength. Before the professional level, it was more than enough to rely on passive absorption of natural magic to maintain it. Riding a bicycle is a perpetual motion machine. But now the Fruit Prince felt the weakness curse, as if it was directly acting on the body, as if the joints were rusting. Everything went well at the beginning. The player is tireless, and the Flame Dog fights to support the battle, and is not afraid of the skeleton sea tactics that the undead are best at. Push all the way, crushing the withered and rotten. But as they went deeper, the archers, bone mages, and even the undead knights with professional strength that suddenly appeared really made them suffer. There have been casualties among the fire dogs and players. And now there are only about 80 fire dogs left, which makes the Fruit Prince bleed in his heart, compared with the huge advantage that the Abyss Mineral Company had when fighting the Noble Coalition. Why is their side so unlucky? But now they are surrounded by the undead, and they are really in a dilemma. They can only keep issuing various calls and requests for help on the forum. I hope more players can join this battle against the undead and protect the city of Dunner. Why do I remember that Gu Qianqian reminded you before? Aren't you ready to die bravely? No. No. Why are you asking for help? Okay. Stop talking nonsense. I saw that a team of top players has taken advantage of their distraction to steal the base. Yes. They are still useful. How arrogant the Fruit Prince was before. How embarrassed he is now to be ridiculed. Through some mocking words. They also angrily saw the problem. Are there high-level players ready to go in and pick peaches? It's really infuriating. It's obviously us who took it all. Then they began to rebuke. Why don't you come to help us out first? Isn't this too much? At this time, Gu Qianqian took Yoko to the inside and explained that if the necromancer is not solved, the enemies will only increase. Have you noticed that the body of your teammate's fire dog has begun to move? It would have been better if Gu Qianqian didn't say it. Once she said it, this group of international friends and players felt desperate. Although they still have a strong cleaning speed. Once someone on their side dies, they become the material of the other side. Is this the necromancer? Can it be transformed on the spot? In other words, ordinary necromancers can't do this. But the necromancer can. So that Gu Qianqian is really a reminder? Not a conspiracy? No! It's her conspiracy. She has calculated our reaction. It's really vicious. She is using us as cannon fodder to delay time. Fruit Prince had no choice but to be furious. It can't be that we are wrong. You are all sorry for us. But even so, he can only bite the bullet and continue to fight. And hope that the elite team can successfully behead. There is no way. Now they are tied together. If the task can be completed, there will be rewards. And the damage can be made up. Just like PDD last time. But if the team is really wiped out here, and the beheading operation fails, it will really be a blood loss. The team that has finally gathered together. The penalty for death is too great, which will delay a lot of time. Now it can be regarded as being forcibly tied to the chariot. Just when the Fruit Prince had lost his teeth and could only swallow his stomach, he was struggling to support. Gu Qianqian had also ridden the fire dog and used the breath shielding ability to bypass the undead and move towards the core node. It's just a pity that Gu Qianqian is now just an ordinary formal mage. But her talent is good enough. Although she has made a preliminary judgment on the undead mage, it is still far from enough. Even if it is only the perspective of the undead from the outside, the other party can still easily discover them, and the Kangaroo Dad team behind them, by relying on the control of the Burial Soldier Canyon. What a flexible mental power. Two of them appeared at once, putting down the fiddling with no squeak. The soul fire in Dieter Rivas's eyes beat more obviously. And a rare surprise appeared. The quality of the savages is so high. Two of these natural spellcasters appeared at once? Interesting. After calming down, he did not control the undead to prevent the other party from approaching, but waited quietly here. When Gu Qianqian and Yangzi groped to the vicinity of the cave entrance, they suddenly stopped smartly. Yangzi saw this and made a questioning gesture to Gu Qianqian. It seemed to be asking what's wrong. We have been discovered. So amazing. I just noticed it now. Gu Qianqian had no intention of hiding herself anymore, but waved to the sneaky people behind Kangaroo Dad and said, "Come together. We have been discovered." Almost as she waved, the ground suddenly shook, and thick pale bones broke out of the cave like a cage, blocking all their retreat routes. At the same time, a hoarse voice came from the cave. What an amazing talent! With the spiritual power activated to this extent, the future must be at least the achievement of a great wizard, and even have the hope of becoming a legendary seed obviously. This hoarse voice must be that of the undead wizard. Seeing that the retreat route was blocked at this time, Gu Qianqian did not show any excessive worry. At most, it was a backwater spring, and the players in front were all fine. The undead wizard could not break the player's protective barrier, so she just hurriedly said, "He blocked our retreat, and should have discovered us on the road. It seems that he will not be able to leave here in the short term." Gu Qianqian would not naively think that she had just been discovered after learning that she was discovered. He had already seen it, but did not take the initiative to do it or control the undead to do anything. This probably shows that this undead master has some limitations at present. Perhaps he has been here for a long time, and is making some arrangements and conspiracies. If the mage is fully prepared, the ability he can exert is extremely strong. This canyon is not completed overnight. You savages are really brave because you rely on your ability to resurrect from the dead. But every resurrection is closely related to the soul. You don't think that I, a undead master, have not figured out any rules for so long, right? Dieter Rivas didn't seem to care much about what Gu Qianqian saw. He walked out of the dark cave step by step, and walked to the intersection of sunlight and shadow. It seemed that in the dimness, where the sun could not reach, there were endless monsters wandering behind him, revealing scarlet eyes. Along with his steps and words, a great atmosphere of terror was created. Why do you say I suffered a mental attack? Fear? He used magic to say these words just now. I thought it was just a line. The atmosphere created by Dieter Rivas and the fear he released were instantly destroyed. For players, what is the secret of resurrection? Can your boss still beat me along the network cable? Gu Qianqian's heart was slightly shocked. But then she became a little suspicious. If it was true, this guy didn't need to use fear. Most likely, bluffing. So strong. Weber's bat was still hiding in Angie's bag. After coming to this cave, he felt a huge pressure. This is definitely not an ordinary wizard. Whether it was the layout of the canyon, the pressure of the cave in front of him, or the mental attack just now, they all showed the opponent's ability in various aspects. At this moment, he was a little regretful for taking the risk. Fortunately, his blood of the vampires was integrated enough, so he still had the ability to lurk among this group of people, and there was still a chance for a sneak attack. Otherwise, he would have wanted to run away directly. But this group of savages is really fierce. They dared to come without a hero. It is rumored that they can be resurrected after getting the favor of the gods. Now it seems that it is true. This group of savages is also remarkable. 2 mages who are extremely excellent in his opinion. Those strange weapons. 2 magical beasts with the breath of the abyss. And several people who are not afraid of death with unique weapons. In fact, if it is just an ordinary hero, this lineup can't be said to have no chance. But unfortunately, facing a great mage, or a top-level undead mage that Weber is extremely afraid of, even if the sea of undead is not used to surround them, these people can only be said to the food. Now the only variable that can appear is here, with the help of their fearlessness of death, create opportunities to complete a perfect sneak attack. At this time, most of the opponent's undead creatures were held back by the group of savages outside. And even if this person was strong, controlling so many undead would waste a lot of his energy and resources. Most of the construction in this canyon and cave should be prepared for this. And no one, including the savages, knew that he was here, which would be the best misleading. Although it is difficult to defeat the strong with the weak, it happens from time to time. If people are killed, they will die. The only tricky thing is that the vitality of the necromancer is too strong, and a great mage is likely to have a life box. Even if I succeed in the sneak attack, it is difficult to eradicate it. However, it is enough to solve the urgent problem at hand. When Mastery comes back, I will leave it to him to deal with, being able to easily solve his own problems. Mastery is definitely a top great mage with a legendary potential in Weber's eyes, and will never be inferior to this great mage. Just when Weber was still thinking, suddenly a huge ghost claw emerged from the ground, directly penetrated the solid ground and grabbed Ng and him together. Even Ng herself did not expect that she, who was just a draft, would be the first target of an undead mage. She could not resist at all, and the ghost claws swept across her body, tearing her flesh and blood. As a top player who had broken through the professional level, she was killed instantly without any resistance, which really reflected the ferocity of the opponent. Even if it was really as Gu Qianqian said, she was subject to some kind of constraints and restrictions, but she could still easily show her strength to kill the professional level in seconds. But when other players were secretly shocked and also began to attack desperately, the sudden appearance of bats and countless black streams of light shooting towards the undead mage still made the players a little confused. Fear obviously did not appear in their hearts. Even Gu Qianqian, who knew the situation, was the same. So their first reaction to the attack was not fear, but to bite off a piece of flesh. Fireballs, wind blades, and gun shooting were all directly greeted. But the changes that occurred later, and the attack that was shooting at the undead mage, were really incomprehensible. Anchi, who was not a magician, thought that it was originally the special effect of the undead mage's attack, and that he could absorb blood and mana after killing someone. But several magicians could see that this was a real powerful attack. It seemed that each black ray was inconspicuous, but the magic power contained in each one exceeded the full power of several other magicians. There are reinforcements. It's a friendly army. Gu Qianqian and Yu Yuzi both reminded them. And Zhao Qi, Kangaroo's father, and Yoko, the 3 magicians, also reacted the fastest. Only Anchi saw his sister bear being killed instantly, and he rode the flame dog angrily and rushed forward. Die! The next moment, accompanied by the explosion of the flame dog with blood and flesh flying everywhere, Anchi also followed closely and received the lunchbox. This terrifying flesh and blood magic directly killed the thick-skinned flame dog and the professional Anchi. But it was precisely because of this intervention that Weber also gained some breathing space. The bad group turned into human form again. fell behind the players and kept panting, with pale faces full of shock and solemnity. I have been in seclusion for many years, but I didn't know that there was a person like you. Since Weber dared to come, he was confident enough in his own strength. After his worries were solved, he thought that he could be regarded as the first echelon in the hero class, and he could go anywhere in the world. But in the previous brief confrontations, he failed to sneak attack and was counter-X, and almost failed to dodge. Fortunately, the unlucky professional wild man seemed to have some problems with his body, and the opponent's ghost claws did not trigger the subsequent corpse explosion and soul shock after passing by. But it still put him at a disadvantage at the beginning. Fortunately, the warlock's reaction speed is first class with the convenience of blood, and he, as an old hand who escaped from the hands of legends, also chose the most correct way to deal with it. Instead of running away because of losing the initiative, he started to fight desperately, with the opponent's carefulness and the wild man behind him charging without fear of life and death. He was able to briefly break away from the series of disadvantages and return to the starting point of the confrontation. But from his pale face, it was obvious that he had suffered a loss. And Dieter Rivas raised his hand and looked at the trace of burn marks on his skinny fingers and sighed in a hoarse voice. It's no wonder that he is a magic blood warlock who escaped from the hands of a legend. The old man has some tricks, but it's a pity that the wild man has a problem with his body. Otherwise, the opponent thought he was hiding well, but he actually caught his trace. Although he didn't know it was this magic blood warlock, he knew it was a hero. I thought it was from the wild man's side, or a passing strongman who took on the task. In order to avoid trouble, he was ready to come directly. But because of the opponent's reaction speed and the characteristics of the wild man's body, although he had the upper hand and got the initiative, he didn't achieve enough results, distracted by the fearless savage and other savages' attacks behind him. However, if you think these savages can be your trump card, you are wrong. Starting a sneak attack is just the way with the least cost. Even if I come seriously, I am not afraid of any existence below the legend here. If you are Luke, you may still cause me a little trouble. But unfortunately, the main means of the warlock is also to cast spells. Accompanied by the black robe wizard sneer, the ground of the entire cave suddenly began to shake. The caster is usually better than the reckless man of the same level. But unfortunately, you met me. As he spoke, the ground cracked, the cave collapsed, and a huge figure crawled out from the ground. The loss of the Fruit Prince and his team was more than half at this time, and the fresh and high-quality blood and flesh of the fire dog finally completed the living water primer needed by the black robe wizard. A dragon skeleton dozens of meters long crawled out from the ground and protected the black robe wizard in the gap between its bones. Directly blocked Weber's set of combined magic when he saw that the situation was not good. The gorgeous spell hit the skeleton of the bone dragon, as if it disappeared out of thin air, and was completely dispelled by the thick breath of the dead. Bone Dragon. One of the necromancer's special skills is that after special refining, the essence of the dragon's own magic resistance is integrated into the bones, and the exclusiveness and erosion of necromancy can be used to further increase the resistance to magic, achieving an effect that is almost magic immunity. It is your honor and misfortune to be able to see a magic-immune Bone Dragon. Chapter 577 Rough Wisdom. Bone Dragon. Looking at the giant beast that was gradually rising, all the players on the scene, including Weber, were shocked. The players were impressed by how big the Bone Dragon was, but Weber deeply understood the difficulty. You breed a Bone Dragon in this canyon? So that's it. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. The reason why the other party has been staying here and pretending not to notice and induce the savages and himself to come in is that it is indeed inconvenient for him to leave for the time being. He has been using the special terrain of this canyon and the dead souls here in the past to breed bone dragons, and his breeding should be almost at a threshold. Only some primers are missing. Now after the group of savages launched a charge and contributed the magic beast with the breath of the abyss, he finally completed the initial activation of the bone dragon. Looking at the giant bone dragon that used the gaps in the bones to shelter the other party, Weber couldn't help but show a deep shock on his face. Every bone is as smooth as jade, and it seems that the surface is flowing with fluorescence. There are many complicated spell inscriptions under the flowing fluorescence. Each bone is specially refined and integrated with the essence of the dragon corpse. In addition, it has been nurtured here for many years, and the unique environment here constantly integrates the breath of the dead into every bone of the bone dragon. The dragon race has extremely high magic resistance, and has some blood inscriptions unique to the dragon race. As a great warlock, Weber himself wanted to get dragon blood to become a dragon blood warlock to increase magic resistance. But it was because he played too much that he attracted backlash. But now this bone dragon with multiple blessings may have truly obtained magic immunity. The physical hero class may still cause some damage to it. But the magic system, even if the top magician bombards with the 8th level magic, it may be completely resolved by multiple blessings. This is indeed a disaster for the magic system. Feeling the sudden violent and boiling magic tide around. The sudden surge of the undead magic breath. The powerful exclusivity. As if to turn this place into a sea of the dead. I can't feel other magic power? Zhao Qi's face was full of astonishment. It's not just magic immunity. Is this forbidden magic? No. It's that the magic tide nearby is too violent. Those who are not at the professional level should have lost their ability to cast spells. Gu Qianqian calmly judged the situation around her. Big fish. I don't know if there is a way to call the heroic spirit over. But even if the call is successful, I'm afraid it won't be able to come immediately now. The distance is too far. It's not that those who are not at the professional level will lose their ability to cast spells. And ordinary professional levels will also lose their ability to cast spells. You two are special. Dieter Rivas's trump card has been revealed. At this time, he stood in the skeleton of the bone dragon with a contemptuous attitude. And his tone was indifferent. Ordinary formal mages are meaningless in this environment. However, the spirits of the two savages in front of him are too active. And their innate talents are too high. So they barely retain some of their ability to cast spells. But the magic immunity of the bone dragon itself can disintegrate all the remaining struggles. Senior, what should we do? Gu Qianqian could only quickly ask Weber for his opinion at this time. This is a friendly army. And a hero-class spellcaster. From what he called her before, he might be a great warlock who lives in seclusion. But it is obvious that his strength is much worse than that of the undead mage. It was difficult to resist without the bone dragon. But now there is no chance of winning. You all have the ability to revive from the dead. Attack him with all your might and cover my escape. At this time, Weber said something that made the players next to him speechless with fear on his face. Damn! Senior, how can you say that? I'll tell you a few attack nodes. Do your best. I will thank you after I escape. Weber spoke quickly. At first, he thought that no matter how bad it was, he still had the ability to escape. But he lost the initiative and was attacked by the opponent and injured. Now he has taken out the great nemesis of the bone dragon. He really has no confidence to retreat unscathed. Now he can only hope that these savages can create opportunities for him, like the flame dog knight who died before. Okay. We will create opportunities for you. It was still Kangaroo's father who was decisive. Obviously, they couldn't escape this time. So how to make the most of their lives was what they needed to consider. Helping a great warlock escape. The reward must be good. Right? It can be compensated to some extent. Heh. You said that in front of me. Do you think I don't exist? The black-robed necromancer has been completing the complete control of the bone dragon. Which is why he didn't launch the attack at the first time. If the blood magician chose to escape at the first time, he would not have to keep the other party if he failed to intercept. But now that he has completed the final penetration, don't think about escaping anymore. A famous warlock comes to sacrifice the flag. This is indeed a pretty good start. The bone dragon flapped its wings, and had already collapsed a lot of the entire cliff, and soared into the air in the violent falling dust. Under the bone dragon, even if the famous mastery is here, he can let you die together. Raising his hand, a dragon breath with a strong breath of death has gathered in the mouth of the bone dragon. And the next moment, it gushed towards the group of people below. It seems to be able to decay and wither everything. Just when the death dragon breath gushed down. Just when the players were ready to desperately create opportunities for Weber. A holy cross shadow fell from the sky, directly protecting Weber and several people in it. As soon as the dragon breath, with a strong breath of death came, it made a sizzling sound like boiling water vapor and quickly melted, without hurting the people in it. Then a figure slowly fell from the sky and landed on the holy light shadow of the cross. Against the backdrop of the holy light, this figure looked full of a sense of holiness, as if there was a divine light behind him. What a crude craftsmanship. With such abundant resources, they only managed to make such a thing. Wani stepped on the holy light cross, looked at the floating bone dragon in front of him, and read the information on the bone dragon, and couldn't help showing a bit of disgust. Such a high-quality magic environment. And the material of this bone dragon when it was alive was also quite good. But in the end, they only made such a thing without spirituality. which was all made up of inscriptions. It really made Wang Yi sigh. Throwing a dog's soul into the cinder is stronger than the other party. After failing in one attack, Dieter Rivas, who was originally shocked when he saw the cross falling from the sky, roared after hearing Wang Yi's words full of disgust. You are the master who sings the elf songs. Right. This hand of holy light is indeed good. But do you think that you can deal with my bone dragon with this? You are too naive. For this bone dragon, God knows how much he has suffered. He is ambitious. He has the idea of blood sacrifice to the entire Dano to make this bone dragon complete the transformation to the weak legendary level. Years of dedication and years of hard work were ridiculed by the other party's undisguised words, which really made him unable to calm down. The holy light cross that fell from the sky wrapped everyone in it. It was like a shelter with an absolute defense barrier. The death dragon breath of the bone dragon dissipated directly without causing any ripples on it. This made the players look unbelievable. Only Gu Qianqian looked up suspiciously at the figure that fell from the sky on the cross. Mastery? Looks a little familiar. Could it be the teacher? Thinking about it carefully, it seems possible. And Weber, who looked unhappy, finally breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Master Yi is here. Sure enough, the big guys who can see his problems at a glance and give advice must be the top among the great wizards. This unknown holy light magic alone is definitely at least the peak of the 8th level. Or even higher. At least it should not be a problem to protect a few people and get out of here. However, facing a carefully crafted bone dragon, Weber still solemnly reminded, Master Yi, be careful. Every bone of his bone dragon has been specially refined. All my previous attacks have been disintegrated, and it should have absorbed enough dead spirits, which can be replenished at any time in this canyon home court. He did not give any suggestions, but just said all his known information. Dieter Rivas on the opposite side also sneered at this time. The old man is still a little knowledgeable. Better than this ignorant pretender. A player of holy light is also coming to evaluate the craftsmanship of our necromancers? The black-robed mage sneered, and the dark aura on his body continued to rage. Wang Yi's previous mocking words really angered him. At this time, all the backup plans he arranged in the valley were activated, and the whole canyon was shaking. The undead, who were fighting with the fruit prince outside, also began to make all kinds of harsh and sharp sounds. This made the fruit prince, whose eyes were red and who kept fighting in the group of undead, with only the last dozen riders left, also showed a little confusion on his face. What happened? It's over. Captain, there is movement over the necromancer. Our NPC is here. It's Master Yi. At this time, a younger brother, who also survived, was also full of excitement on his face. They have been struggling here to support. Aren't they just waiting for an opportunity? Although they cursed, since they were surrounded and almost certain to die, they had to do their best to turn it into a good thing. They couldn't die in vain. So even though they cursed, they still hoped that the decapitation team would succeed. It was just because they had been fighting all the time. Even if the other side had also started the synchronous notification, they could not understand the situation in the first place. Only now that the nearby undead had problems did they have time to take a look. Looking around again, all the surrounding undead began to shake violently, and a black breath visible to the naked eye surged from the top of each undead and gathered towards the sky. As the black breath left, groups of undead fell on the spot, and many of them fell apart directly. The undead army that forced them to have no way to go up to the sky and no way to go down to the ground had all dissipated in an instant, leaving the fruit prince and the others wondering what the previous fight was for. On the other side, countless black breaths surged and gathered towards the bone dragon in the sky. The light flickered on the crystal clear bones of the bone dragon, as if there were black words constantly disturbing each skeleton. Its own breath was getting stronger and stronger. Dieter Rivas looked at Wang Yi, who was motionless in front of him, and the beating soul fire under the hood also showed a kind of evil. I'll let you know how wrong your previous evaluation was. I'll also let you understand how great a masterpiece this is. As he raised his hands, the bone dragon, whose aura was getting stronger and stronger, also began to raise its head and roar to the sky, emitting a deep dragon roar with extremely strong penetrating power. Ripples continued to spread in circles, and even without deliberate attacks, the low dragon roar also caused the earth to shake. The small stones on the surface jumped wildly and then broke. As long as there are enough sacrifices, it can become infinitely stronger. Magic immunity. How can you see through such a masterpiece? Dieter Rivas, who was still brooding over Wang Yi's previous words, also completed his operation at this time. How about it? After seeing it, you don't even dare to interrupt me? You don't even dare to run away? Do you want to beg for my forgiveness? Listening to the other party's words, Wang Yi, who had been looking up and down and criticizing him, finally looked at the other party straight in the eye. It's really hard for you. I came a little fast on the way. In fact, I am a little embarrassed. Wang Yi teleported from Shishan to Dano. But there is still a distance from Dano to the canyon. Normally, the safest way for him is to follow the local adventurers or caravans to come here. But the problem is that the information has been transmitted here, and the whole Dano is under martial law. Although there are many adventurers who responded to participate in the defense, there is really no one who took the initiative to go there at this time. Moreover, even if there were, the time was too slow. Fortunately, the local undead aura in this canyon was hot enough, and Wang Yi controlled his own strength to almost the limit, so that he could arrive at the scene before the progress bar was full, and then was covered by the aura here. Now this black-robed wizard is strengthening one set after another, and Wang Yi is still quite pleased to see it, which reduces a lot of his troubles, and the progress bar is visibly decreasing. But it is obvious that Dieter Rivas does not know Wang Yi's relief, although he can't understand what he said at this time. Through his expression and tone, he always feels that the other party is like a clown watching a circus performance. Even though he has achieved this point, this bone dragon now gathers the undead aura of the entire canyon. He is confident that even an ordinary legend would be able to defeat him in a short period of time. But the other party was so calm when he stood on the holy light cross. This made him gradually float above the bone dragon's head. And then he roared, "Don't think you can fool me by pretending to be a ghost." The previous magic fluctuations were only at the level of a great wizard. This kind of magic can't break the magic barrier of the bone dragon. Hearing this, and feeling that the progress bar was almost done, Wang Yi couldn't help but sigh and said, "I will only use the magic of the great wizard." After saying that, he looked up and glanced at the other party indifferently. The wizard should use less absolute words like impossible, and maintain a heart of constant exploration and awe. As he spoke, he stood and spread his hands, and various magic lights jumped between his palms, colorful and dazzling. Humph. Element transformation. A trifle. Seeing the constantly jumping magic in Wang Yi's hand, Dieter Rivas smiled coldly. In fact, he was really a little unsure in his heart. The other party was too calm. But now, after feeling the magic fluctuation, he was sure that this was the opponent's empty city plan. This magic fluctuation was not strong, and it even looked weaker when compared to the undead that he had attracted to the whole canyon. Perhaps, you are a great wizard with good strength. But unfortunately, wizards cannot be generalized. Before Wang Yi could continue to complete the action in his hand, the bone dragon in the sky roared and rushed down, and the black-robed wizard stood on the top of the bone dragon with a rustling black robe, until it was about to get within 10 meters of Wang Yi. The colorful magic balls in his hand completed the fusion and turned into a ball as black as ink. The light on the surface of the ball was distorted, which looked very strange. With the size and speed of the bone dragon, a distance of less than 10 meters was the same as nodding. But after the different magic elements in Wang Yi's hand were completely fused and turned into this black thing, it seemed that the speed of the surroundings slowed down for a while. The two hero-level spellcasters, the black-robed wizard and Weber, who had been staring at this place, widened their eyes at this time. What did we see? In fact, the use of different magic powers will start at the Grand Mage stage. Many 8th level magics are the fusion of magic powers of different attributes, which then burst out terrible comprehensive damage. This is indeed a difficult point, and it is also one of the basic conditions for promotion to Grand Mage. Moreover, even after becoming a Grand Mage, not every Grand Mage can release it directly without the assistance of the Mage Tower. Originally, taking out a few balls of not very thick magic power for fusion is completely basic operation. Although it proves that the opponent is excellent and is a first-class Grand Mage who can release 8th level magic without the help of the Mage Tower, it is still not enough to face this bone dragon that gathers the power of the undead. There is a world of difference between a prepared mage and an unprepared one. But when those magic balls began to merge, the gradually slowed down time and the kind of distortion brought by the vague space were simply incomprehensible. Time is just a definition we give to the movement of microscopic particles. As long as we use the influence of magic to control it, the speed of all particles will be reduced synchronously, which can be regarded as the slowing down of time in the area. If everything stops, then it is time stopping. It was such a short distance, but the black-robed wizard was frozen in the air, except for his beating soul and thoughts. Everything else was frozen. After all, He is a necromancer with a phylactery. Through the connection with the phylactery, his thoughts can still jump out of this area to move. Wang Yi saw the situation in front of him, and looked at the horror of the soul fire in the eyes of the black-robed wizard, and couldn't help but sigh. The test was still a bit of a failure. A great wizard with a phylactery could still have thoughts. This degree of time stop would at most affect the legend, and the demigods could probably only slow it down. The gods who can have the anchor of the power of faith can use the anchor and springboard of faith to stimulate their own divine power to crack it after a short impact, turning the original purely technical means into a brute force confrontation. It's a bit of a pity. Then he raised his hand casually, and the black sphere in his hand floated directly in the direction of the bone dragon. Crack. The bone dragon, which is said to be immune to magic and can grow infinitely, is like a rotten wood under this inconspicuous black sphere. As the black sphere moves, it withers, decays, turns into powder, and floats in the wind. The huge bone dragon is as fragile as a baby. With the sweep of this magic, it turns directly into dust, as if the pattern outlined by the smoke is blown away. And Dieter Rivas, who was not directly attacked, fell in front of Wang Yi with the inertia of the beginning as the magic ended. He trembled as he looked at the demon-like figure in front of him. Bone dragon is immune to magic? It's a joke. Impossible. How could it be? The more magicians you are, the more you know. And you know how terrifying the previous changes are. Even if the opponent is a legend, the super-level magic will not make him unbalanced. But the opponent does use the power of the great wizard, the bone dragon that I have worked so hard to build for so long. And the plan I just started has become a joke before it has even started. The masterpiece that he was proud of was really just trash that was not worth mentioning in the other party's mouth. Who are you? Before he could speak, Wang Yi took advantage of the aftermath of the previous wave and flicked his finger. An invisible lightning bolt followed the other party's soul connection and went upstream, instantly smashing the soul box in a corner. Wang Yi himself started out as a necromancer. What he was most familiar with in his database were the abilities of various necromancers. Soul box? Rebirth? What the HL? It was nothing more than a tricky means. Not as good as what he gave to the players. Soul tracing. This is how it is done. Your means are too crude. Wang Yi chuckled, which made Dieter Rivas, who felt the soul box broken, stunned. He vaguely understood that this was talking about the comparison of the means he had used to capture the savages for experiments and research. Damn! You started with holy light riding on the face, but you turned out to be a necromancer? This? God's favor. The power of God. Wang Yi's eyes seemed to flash with data streams, staring at the black-robed mage and forcibly reading the relevant information feedback through his mental power fluctuations. A large amount of messy and fragmented information was read, and then pieced together and reintegrated. Huh? Wang Yi, who was just casually scanning, showed an interested look the next moment, then raised his hand to press the other party's head, and began to query faster and more accurately. A large amount of information flowed together, as if to make the whole necromancer informatized. And the necromancer, who was forcibly reading the information, could only make shrill wails and screams at this time. Scenes of information converged appeared in front of Wang Yi. For the Supreme Master, the embodiment of wisdom. Humph. So superficial. The temple seems to have noticed something. You can do it according to the situation. 2 key pieces of information appeared, and Wang Yi directly discarded the poisonous one without hesitation and began to format it. That is the wisdom of the 4 pillars of the abyss. And the necromancer in front of him can also be regarded as his believer. The reason for the connection seems to be that a certain legendary wizard entered the demigod realm and was then contaminated by wisdom. Good guy. Is it the chief of Leo Floating City? The undead wizard named Dieter Rivas did not know the other party's specific identity. He was originally a new generation of wizard who was not very old. And he also had some origins with Calais. Like the current elder of Calais, he was once the apprentice of the genius of Calais. But his talent was not as high as the elder of Calais. And he finally stopped before the wizard. After leaving Leo Floating City, he joined the Wisdom God Church and obtained the gift and breakthrough. Whether it is the way of this bone dragon or the breakthrough of the wizard, they are all the rewards he got after joining the Wisdom God Church. It must be said that although wisdom is poisonous, it really gives a lot of benefits. But ordinary people cannot bear this kind of benefits. The black robe was broken, revealing the body like a mummy underneath. It is not a lich, nor is it undead. This is the transformation that the other party has to undergo after being poisoned by wisdom. Wang Yi couldn't help but fall into deep thought while deleting the information related to wisdom that kept growing in his sea of consciousness like a computer virus. After learning about the four gods of the abyss, Wang Yi had speculated that mages with high abilities were a high-risk group affected by wisdom to some extent. He had never seen it in the other world before, but he didn't expect it to appear in Safei's place. He just caught a believer of the other party and read some information through countless hands, and he could actually grow in his own database. Even Wang Yi felt a sense of fear for this ability, but he also felt more excited about exploration. Interesting. Chapter 578 Cleaning up the mess and diverting the trouble. Chapter 578 Cleaning up the mess, diverting the trouble. With Wang Yi's current computing power, reading, reorganizing, and integrating the information of the necromancer, and then deleting the information related to wisdom are all completed in an instant. In the eyes of others, Wang Yi killed the previously arrogant bone dragon, which was known as immune to magic, with a wave of his hand. Then he raised his hand and cast a seemingly torturous magic, which made the necromancer scream. How majestic he was at the beginning. How embarrassed he is now. That kind of hoarse and low desperate roar makes people feel unusually creepy in their ears. That is, as a great warlock, Weber can vaguely see that this benefactor used an extremely remarkable spell to instantly disintegrate the bone dragon, and the overall power of this spell is actually in the scope of the heroic level. But it uses an unknown technique, or even an incomprehensible technique to achieve this terrible effect. The subsequent word should be some kind of soul attack. Using a soul attack on a necromancer. How confident is this? Then he saw that the necromancer had followed the footsteps of the bone dragon, and everything from the black robe to the dry flesh began to collapse and decompose, turning into nothingness. It seemed that even the soul was decaying and withering. However, Wang Yi looked at the dust passing through his fingers and sighed in his heart. What a waste, actually. He originally wanted to keep the soul of the necromancer for 007. The soul of the necromancer is actually quite good, just like the mage tower in Deno, although it is managed by old Murphy. When necessary, Lin Shirqin can directly control the soul of Mage William to control the mage tower, so that those who think that Wang Yi is not here to steal the house can feel the dangers of society. But unfortunately, this guy is a believer of wisdom. Even after so many hands, Wang Yi has been contaminated by knowledge. Naturally, this guy's own soul should not be retained. He has joined the wisdom cult for many years, and I don't know how long he has developed potential. Wang Yi's eyes were a little deep, with a generous attitude of wisdom in giving knowledge. This wisdom god religion is really attractive to mages. This is especially true for mages who have encountered bottlenecks and are stuck. This person is actually the most typical example. The player's firewall also needs to be updated and upgraded. Based on the previous contact with the poisonous knowledge, Wang Yi has also mastered the rules and characteristics of this knowledge, and has made many deductions on the extension changes and possible evolutions. Next time, as long as it does not exceed this intensity, it will not be a big problem to rely on the firewall to automatically react and eliminate it. For players, the possibility of deep contact with related pollution is still relatively low. Wang Yi himself relies on strength and ability to read soul information frame by frame. But players do not have this ability. In addition, set it up so that when encountering similar scenes, the connection will be disconnected directly, just in case. Quickly sorting out the information now known, Wang Yi also looked down at Weber and several surviving players. Then he seemed to sense something and raised his hand casually. In the wreckage of the collapsed cave, huge rocks surged and rolled, and a figure of an unconscious player was swept up from the bottom. After dragging the player to the front and checking it, Wang Yi confirmed his previous thoughts and threw him aside and said, "Although the culprit of this canyon has been solved, it is still a pure land of the undead. There are still some ownerless undead left. You can clean it up and eliminate the trouble forever." The boss was defeated, and Wang Yi would naturally not participate in the remaining cleanup work. The undead mage who sacrificed himself to help cover up the breath was dead, and Wang Yi returned to the fishing mode again, ready to go back directly with Weber. At the same time, Wang Yi also settled a large amount of experience for the relevant players, including the Fruit Prince. They did not dislike it. To some extent, they also relied on their lives to delay a little time, distracted a little of that guy's energy, and barely let them balance their income and expenditure. It's just that they have always been marginal OBs, and the rewards are definitely not as much as Gu Qianqian and the others. It's impossible to give more because they suffered a big loss. You saved me again this time. Weber came to Wang Yi and showed more respect. The opponent did not release any ability beyond the legend. But for Weber, who is a leader among the great warlocks, and is not inferior to ordinary great wizards, he knows that this person must be a legend. and compared to directly using a super-level spell to defeat the opponent. This method of lifting a heavy weight with ease is more terrifying, more unfathomable. No matter how great the warlock is, he is also a magician, and there will be no misunderstandings like those reckless men. In fact, everything makes sense in this way. He can easily see his own problems and give instructions, easily solve the scrolls on the side of the Bloody Duke, and now suppress the Bone Dragon. All the information is complete. This is a legendary wizard. Nothing. You are also afraid that he will steal the house. Wani glanced at Weber lightly. Although this magic blood warlock had some speculative ideas, he did come here to take risks to help him defend his home. So Wani also took out a few rings that had not been activated and broken from the previous necromancer and threw them to him. Thank you very much. Weber did not refuse, and then paused and said, Master, I found that these two wild wizards have extremely high mental activity. I wonder if you have any plans to accept apprentices. Looking at this old thing, Wani also laughed, and then pointed at Gu Qianqian and said, This is my apprentice. He saw that Weber wanted to deepen the bond with the wild people, probably because he knew that he was a legend of wild people. Wang Yi certainly would not stop this kind of NPC interaction. However, Gu Qianqian kept sneaking glances at him, and probably knew it. So he also clicked directly. Gu Qianqian grinned over there. This made the players next to him feel quite surprised and unexpected. But then it felt natural. After all, she was the #1 magic sister. So what was wrong with having an excellent teacher? Then they saw Weber, whose eyes lit up, and he walked up to the confused Yuzi with a kind face and said, Little kid, are you interested in being my apprentice? Yuzi is socially anxious, but she is not stupid. It is a good thing for a great wizard NPC to accept her as a disciple. With the interaction of this game, there must be a lot of invisible conveniences. For example, the reputation of the savages in Khotan is the most obvious example. Even Zabo, who has long been a fallen figure in the minds of players, often has players who want to create an encounter to become his disciple. But Zabo was beaten up by Enzo at the beginning, and he had PTSD, so he never thought of accepting a disciple again. Now that he encountered such an opportunity, Yuzi just said hesitantly, Aren't you a warlock? Haha. Don't worry. Although I am a great warlock, my knowledge reserve is not inferior to that of a mage. At the beginning, I escaped from the hands of a legend. Weber's face was full of pride, and he talked about his proud record. I was almost beaten to death just now, Yuzi couldn't help but complain. And then Kangaroo's father covered his mouth and made a humming sound. The smile on Weber's face froze. What should I do? I don't want to accept. But he just opened his mouth, and Mastery was still beside him, so he couldn't take back his previous words. He could only pretend that he didn't hear it. On the other side, Yuzi also blocked his mouth under the persuasion of Kangaroo's father. Mastery turned the tide, and the Burial Soldier Canyon was tied in one battle. New news swept in. It was supposed to be about the debut of the Fruit Prince and his 100 riders, and a personal debut similar to the previous Noble Coalition. But the result was a direct show of the butt. Although the Fruit Prince and his team were still participants in the end and received some task rewards, they were more than they earned. The terrible undead mage occupied the Burial Soldier Canyon and was making some evil plans. This plan was accidentally discovered by the players, and they tried their best to stop it. Finally, after the delay of a great warlock NPC and several top players, Master Yi finally appeared. He broke the Bone Dragon with one hand, killed the undead mage instantly, and protected the city of Dunn, which might be attacked by the undead. At the same time, the genius mages among the two players found their own teachers, and the great warlock known as the Magic Blood Warlock also lived in seclusion in the city of Dunner, which made the players always talk about it. As for the unlucky Fruit Prince and his friends, the player group also played the role of hindsight and began to review and analyze the situation. In fact, the mission of the Fruit Prince and his friends should be to hold back the monsters. Yes, this mission should be for the majority of players, and should be participated by many people, rather than hundreds of elite soldiers like them. It's too bad. Or they are greedy. They want everything, and ended up like this. Don't say it. After such an analysis, it really makes sense. We didn't lose. After the Fruit Prince broke through to the professional level, he cheered for his family with absolute determination. He was a person who had died twice, and with this large-scale mission, he finally rushed back and broke through to the professional level, and the other dead players can make up for their losses with the rewards of the mission. So they didn't lose. but they just looked a little embarrassed. Ah. Right. Right. Komodo sighed. No loss. Even his pants were lost. Not to mention that most of the fire dogs were killed or injured. And the time wasted in going back and starting over. The travel expenses were enough to be a headache. And the effect of startling at the first sight. Even if they do better in the future, they will probably be suppressed by Abyss Mineral Company. In fact, just like the opening of some new stores, if they fail to make a name for themselves right away, they will fall into a vicious cycle. This time, they have made a name for themselves, but the evaluation is completely negative. Combined with the previous failures, it is becoming more and more difficult to reverse the situation. In fact, it is all because the Fruit Prince started to talk too much. If they were more humble, they could actually get the heat this time. But who would have thought that Qian Qian can't see, who has no relationship with them, actually reminded them kindly. Thinking of the skull dragon in some circulated pictures. Thinking of the movement of the other party absorbing the power of the whole canyon undead in the end. Just relying on them is really just a delivery. It's unfair. It's okay to have a spiritual talent assessment at the beginning, but you can still rely on such a thigh. Metaverse also felt a little aggrieved at this time. Always feel restricted everywhere. Nothing good has been touched. However, at this moment, the disposable magic communication crystal on their bodies that was only used for emergency communication began to vibrate. This means that there is an emergency contact from Calais. Does Calais also know about this? The necromancer is not Calais. Let's go to their contact point. Now, our options are getting smaller. Hey, if this plan succeeds, their options will undoubtedly be much larger. And Kaduan will also be able to gain enough reputation. Anyway, it's a good thing to jump left and right. As a result, they have suffered heavy losses and can only continue to stick to Calais. But they are not stupid. At this time, they suddenly come to emergency contact, which is likely to be information related to the necromancer. And Calais already has a channel with Leo's floating city. And the atmosphere of its own magic system is also very good. So maybe this necromancer is really related to Calais. Fortunately, we made the right move before. Now let's see what Calais thinks, and whether we can get some benefits and tasks. With this idea in mind, the three of them went to a secret contact point of Calais in Deneau. Although it is called a secret contact point, Calais Contact Point is actually run openly. It is a high-end club in the southern part of Deneau. This club is well known in the whole of Deneau. And it is a place that many nobles and wealthy businessmen like to come. The membership system also ensures the grade of this club. There are all kinds of entertainment. And it is also a circle for upper-class people to communicate with each other. So although this club does not seem to be crowded, it has a low-key sense of luxury. The Fruit Prince looked at the club with some emotion. I didn't expect that Calais had such a big influence here. This is the result of Earl Luke's cleanup. The gap between the two countries' national strength is too big. Bend the Bow and Shoot the Eagle wanted to go here for several times, but didn't have the chance. I didn't expect that we could go in and see it. Several of them also have a certain status in reality. And for them, enjoying things is a matter of course. Even if they are in a hurry, they have to take a vacation first. Hawking has to go to the island first. I have been tense for so long. And I have been trying to catch up. Now that the Flame Dog team has been wiped out, it is not bad to do business and have fun at the same time. Sorry, no savages are allowed. When the three of them just arrived at the door, they heard the cold response of the doorman before they even opened their mouths. We are invited here. The doorman's words made the Fruit Prince feel unhappy. He was so arrogant. This kind of arrogance didn't feel anything when it was done to him. But it made them quite unhappy when others used it on them. After hearing what the three said, the doorman didn't dare to make a decision on his own. After asking for instructions for a while, a man dressed as a servant came over and led the three in. After twists and turns in this private club, they finally came to a suite. With the door closed, it seemed to be isolated from the outside world. There was a figure standing by the window in the room, holding a glass of wine and looking at the scenery outside. Only after the door closed did he turn around and look at everyone and say, "Please sit down. My friends, I am Concha Hicks, the owner of this Hicks Club." After hearing this, the three of them sat on the sofa without hesitation. It is not okay to show weakness in negotiations. They must also show their strength at the right time. You called us here. If you have anything to say, just tell us. You may have heard that we suffered heavy losses because of the Burial Canyon incident. We are very busy now, the Fruit Prince said calmly. The general meaning is that now is the recovery period of the serious injury. And you should not do things that have no benefits. Obviously, the other party also fully understood the meaning of the words of the Fruit Prince. After a moment of silence, he said, "We are of course aware of your losses. The death of nearly 100 monsters should not be the same as the gods of your savages. In addition to the price paid by your members, we are also deeply sorry for your experience. So we are willing to get you a regular tax reduction certificate for Calais so that you can recover as soon as possible, although the Calais map is not open in name. Wang Yi has already issued an announcement for the next map update in advance after completing the transformation of Yao's magic tower." So after hearing this, the Fruit Prince's eyes lit up. The player's commodity advantage is here, and you can make a lot of money casually. So young Master Qin went directly to the capital of Ketan to do business. There is also a magic airship in Shishan City. Now that their caravan is in trouble, it is indeed suppressed in the short term. But the business of this world itself is also quite heavy in terms of taxation. Ketan is friendly enough with the savages, so they go everywhere. Normally, every trade route needs to be opened slowly. Now that they have obtained the tax reduction certificate, in addition to the original tax advantages, it also represents a kind of pass, which allows them to easily do business in the rich Calais. This is indeed a benefit they cannot refuse. The price was agreed, and the atmosphere on the scene instantly became relaxed, because they were discussing Calais and Cotton's territory. There were no other entertainers on the scene except for the servant who led them in at the beginning. Let's talk about business first. There are basic soundproof stones here, so don't worry. In fact, we contacted you this time even though we knew you suffered heavy losses because we were eager to know the specific situation in the canyon. Speaking of this, Concha Hickston paused for a moment before continuing in a sincere tone. To be honest, we suspect that the undead mage has some relationship with our Calais. He may be a mage from our side. This sounds like he is speaking from the heart, even saying such a thing. But in fact, the Fruit Prince and the others can guess it themselves at this time point. So it is better to be open and honest instead of hiding it. But although the Fruit Prince did a few stupid things, his ability is still good after all. It's just the information asymmetry. Now he naturally understood the other party's thoughts. And he was not touched at all, but asked in surprise, "What? The necromancer is from Calais?" Then he showed a look of grief and said, "He hurt us so badly. We suffered heavy losses. This big hat was put on, and the skillful method of seizing the commanding heights first directly made Concha Hicks speechless. But he had to explain patiently. We just suspect. And he is not a senior member of Calais, but he has some origins. He may be a classmate of our great elder, and he may have used us for this. So we care more about this matter. In fact, Calais really doesn't think it matters whether he uses it or not. In the matter of the East Plains, doing so is in the interests of Calais itself. And the other party is using an open conspiracy. At the beginning, Calais also knew that this person might have some ideas. The necromancer might make a big wave. But, even if so, what? The dead were not from Calais. This necromancer had to go find him. When the time came, he could just shirk the responsibility of being the blinded party and get him some humanitarian aid at most. Now he just used the original plan and said with emotion and reason, "Our elder is a nostalgic person. He was a classmate with the other party. The other party left sadly, because he could not break through to the great mage. Later, when he learned that the other party had broken through, he was naturally very relieved. After all, you know the meaning of a great mage." Concha Hicks began to explain the cause and effect with a sigh. They were classmates and a great mage. So although the other party did not join Calais, some of their daily discussions would naturally be affected. The East Plains is next to Calais. There is a chance to mess up without dirtying Calais' hands. So naturally it will go all the way according to the script. Who is using whom? Who can tell? Now we have also reacted. It is very likely that he wanted to provoke war in the East Plains, and then take what he needs from it to complete the blood sacrifice. This is of course absolutely unacceptable. We in Calais are businessmen who like to be peaceful. But we didn't expect to be used like this. Alas, after clearing the responsibility and explaining the cause and effect, he also stated the biggest demand of this time. So, we want to fully and comprehensively understand the situation at that time. Are you our partner or participant? Naturally, we still want to choose you. There are 3 main things we want to know. First, has the other party turned the entire Burial Soldier Canyon into their own magic position? Second, has the magic blood sorcerer appeared? I wonder if there is any clue about him. Third, speaking of this, he couldn't help but pause, and then said solemnly, We have heard some descriptions from the savages. It seems that Mastery defeated a bone dragon. I don't know the specific situation of the bone dragon, and what the final battle situation was. Given the situation that the players are not good at talking, they certainly have ways to understand a little bit of the situation. When the group of LSPs brag in the entertainment venues, they can easily get a lot of words out of them. But also because the players are not good at talking and like to brag, they can't summarize enough effective information from them. But this is very critical. Therefore, there is an arrangement to activate the Fruit Prince and others. After returning to Calais, Yao directly gave the contact information of the Fruit Prince and others to the Calais Council. He and Colin are too lazy to deal with these trivial matters. After hearing their demands and the simple explanation of the reasons, the Fruit Prince also made a quick judgment in his mind, and then said, "We savages all have some special ways of communication." "I already know this." Concha Hicks nodded. "This should also be their favor. It's really enviable. So as a participant, I am fully aware of the battle situation at the time, and even know all the details. There was indeed a bone dragon, and the magic blood sorcerer was suppressed and had no way to deal with it, until Mastery appeared and turned the tide, directly killing the bone dragon and the necromancer. Although they knew the situation at the time, they could only roughly describe the appearance because of their vision. However, even so, after hearing that the necromancer had been killed, Concha Hicks was relieved. In fact, this is the information he wants to confirm the most. Whether the necromancer's life box relies on resurrection to leave, or is really completely dead, as long as it does not fall into the hands of the other party alive, it is acceptable. People are dead, and there is no evidence. Concha Hicks was able to thrive in Deneau because he was actually related to the deceased undead mage Dieter Rivas. For people like them, words like loyalty were simply a joke. So he occasionally provided convenience to Dieter Rivas's adventurers. At the same time, he also vaguely knew that in addition to having a close relationship with Calais, Dieter Rivas seemed to have joined a cult. In the Sephi world, in addition to the two righteous gods, there are actually quite a few evil god churches, many of which have committed many tragedies. They have always been suppressed by the righteous god churches. If this kind of thing is involved, it is not just as simple as no evidence. Although Calais is strong, it is impossible for him to compete with the two righteous god churches. The impact on Deneau this time is still not small. After all, it involves an undead mage. In order to distract some attention and eyes, some other means of diverting trouble are also needed. For example, a certain blood magician, who is still wanted by a certain empire, is a very good target. Last time, he killed Senator William in Dunner, and he appeared again this time. Doesn't this mean that he is likely to settle near Dunner? Anyway, they don't need any results. Just divert attention. Chapter 579 OS Empire. OS Empire. A powerful inland country in Middle-earth. Although it is a landlocked country, because the first and third largest rivers in Middle-earth pass through OS Empire, coupled with its own vast waterways and excavated canals. Its waterway hub is also quite developed, and the Empire's merchant ships can directly enter the seaport along the two major waterways. It can also trade with countries along the way. It is an inland empire with strong commercial attributes. Moreover, because of its developed waterways, numerous plains, and a considerable amount of high-quality farmland, it is also an important trading country for Calais seeds. Compared with the Principality of Nantes, which is controlled by Calais, the OS Empire is not afraid of the threat of Calais' sudden suspension of supply because of its high grain production. Calais will not show its teeth to the OS Empire with legendary paladins, and it is also very humble. The open cooperation relationship between the two sides is still quite good. There are also many Calais airship docks in the Empire. To some extent, the two sides are commercially complementary. After all, Calais' own arable area is far less than that of the OS Empire. Back then, the famous warlock, the Magic Blood Warlock, had to ask the OS Empire for help because of his own bloodline conflict. Because although the current legend of the OS Empire is a paladin, the royal family of the OS Empire is itself an excellent warlock family, and there are also various items to deal with bloodline conflicts. It's a pity that the OS Empire took a fancy to the excellent enchanting and sewing abilities of the Magic Blood Warlock, and threatened to recruit him. In the end, because they underestimated the combat effectiveness of the Magic Blood Warlock, who was famous for enchanting, they were beaten up by him and retreated unscathed. The legend of the country personally went to hunt him down, but he failed to stop the slippery Magic Blood Warlock, and in turn made him famous. But for the OS Empire, the reputation of the magic blood warlock can be said to have stepped on their heads. Not to mention the legend's personal pursuit. The royal family of the OS Empire has always regarded itself as the first warlock family on the continent, because the founder of the OS Empire was a legendary warlock, a real antique from the time when the two gods were alive. Later, because of the decay of his soul, he went to the abyss to try his luck before the deadline and disappeared. The current paladin of the nation was also adopted and trained by the other party. With such an old ancestor, it seems that there is nothing wrong with calling themselves the first warlock family. At least the other warlock families that have also produced legends have not specifically refuted this point. Even now, many warlock families have indeed received guidance from the royal family of the OS Empire. But even such an imperial royal family that claims to be the first warlock family, not only did they fail to keep the magic blood warlock who made a big fuss, but the subsequent arrangement of hunting and killing did not work, which naturally made them quite upset. Because in terms of hard power alone, even if that legend is excluded, the OS royal family still has an absolute advantage. It's just that as a royal family, they were a little reserved at the beginning, which led to the other party's escape, but later caused such a big mess. This bad mood is like a big advantage of 5 people with 6 god equipped. And the feeling of being stolen by the opposite side 6 Durans made a comeback, which made them quite disgusted and concerned. Therefore, there has always been a bounty on the blood warlock. However, for a hero-level warlock who even the legend himself could not catch, this bounty is just for show. No one would chase a hero-level warlock without any reason, let alone a warlock. Ordinary duchies may not be able to do much to the other party with the whole country's strength, and those who can deal with it must also consider the revenge of the other party after escaping. So except for the OS Empire itself, this bounty is almost useless. Originally, for the OS Empire, this was gradually forgotten with the passage of time. After all, it was hundreds of years ago, and except for some old things, it was already history for ordinary people. But just when many people thought that the blood warlock who had signs of blood conflict back then might have died in a corner, this embarrassing thing for the OS Empire has gradually faded. Recently, there have been 2 related news. The first time was that a young genius mage, who was expected to be a great mage in the Calais Federation, was killed by him in Dano City. This guy who disappeared for a long time showed up again, which really disgusted the OS Empire. This guy is a walking stain. Anyone who sees him will think that this is the magic blood sorcerer who escaped from the hands of the legend. The OS Empire has completely become a foil, and the first sorcerer family of the OS royal family has become a joke. Originally, if the other party only appeared once, it would be fine, as long as the OS Empire shows a tough attitude and suppresses the other party from showing up. The matter will gradually fade away again. After all, even for the OS Empire itself, it is a thankless task to go to great lengths to capture such a carefree hero. There are actually not many people in the huge OS Empire who can steadily suppress the other party. There are quite a few other heroes. But if the lone chase is killed by the other party, wouldn't it be more embarrassing? The efficiency of team pursuit is low, so the best way is to shout a few times and win without fighting. It's okay to save face. After all, so many years have passed. But then, there was another news. In another canyon outside the city of Dano, an undead mage seemed to want to perform a blood sacrifice and massacre. This blood magician stopped the opponent and cooperated with another mage to kill the undead mage. For a time, this blood magician became a hero that people praised. There were even bards who began to sing the great achievements of this blood magician. This change immediately made the OS Empire smell the smell of conspiracy. Someone is targeting the Empire. According to their intelligence, it seems that the blood magician himself is just a marginal OB, and it is mainly the credit of another mage. But now there is a singing about the blood magician. There is no doubt that every time the blood magician is sung, it will open the scars of the OS Empire again and mention the other party's most proud record again. This will certainly hit the reputation of the OS Empire and the OS royal family, even though they knew they might be targeted or used. The OSS Empire had no choice but to make a statement in response to this matter. The blood magician is even a wanted criminal in our country. Any force that shelters the blood magician will inevitably be an enemy of the Empire. This righteous words were directly notified to all the countries on the entire Middle-earth continent in the form of a letter of credence through magic. This made Grand Duke Kaduan, who received the document, feel a headache. Although Grand Duke Kaduan is the ruler of the Principality of Kaduan, he also deeply understands the gap between the Principality of Kaduan and the OS Empire. Even if the two countries are far apart, If the OS Empire really wants to deal with the Principality of Kaduan, it only needs to send a few heroes to suppress Kaduan. Don't even send people. As long as some rumors are released, the Principality of Kaduan will suffer all kinds of bullying. Unlike the unattached blood magician, the Principality of Kaduan is such a large territory and cannot run away. The treatment is completely different. Under this huge gap, Grand Duke Kaduan can only take the initiative to send a document to the OS Empire. The country had no idea about the blood magician, and invited the investigation team of the OS Empire to investigate and collect evidence to prove its innocence. However, no matter how powerful it is, the blood magician was exposed for the city of Dano. So although it had no choice but to sever its relationship due to strength issues, Dano also circulated the documents of the Principality of Kation's response at the fastest speed. The meaning is very clear. The OS Empire is coming. Sorry for you. Run away quickly. For the OS Empire, the most important thing is to save face. The attitude of the Principality of Kation's submission and their investigation made the blood magician flee, which is actually enough. This can be said to be the best theoretical result under the balance of multiple parties. You can get an acceptable result at the lowest cost. But for Weber himself, why should I run? The Dono River is a main waterway that runs through the Principality of Kation, and can also be regarded as the mother river of the Principality of Kation. However, the Dono River itself is not directly connected to the Red Maple River, the largest river in Middle-earth. Instead, a canal was dug later to connect the Dono River and the Red Maple River to increase the water transport and trade system of Kaduan. This canal can be regarded as one of Kaduan's main foreign ports. And the Red Maple River branch will pass through the Ida River of the Kingdom of Ida. The Kingdom of Ida, which was originally on the verge of a war with the neighboring Principality of Gya, has suddenly become much calmer in the past few days. It seems that the Crown Prince, who has been in a coma after being assassinated, has finally woken up. In addition, a great undead wizard appeared in the Principality of Kaduan to make trouble. Combined with the recent war on the East Plain, people suspect that there may be some connection. For big shots, they are not detectives, so there is no need to pay attention to any evidence. Free conviction is okay. The preparation of the great undead wizard should not be a matter of one day or one night. If you say that the recent turmoil in the East Plain is really irrelevant, I guess no one will believe it. But if it is a normal situation, even if the Kingdom of Ida discovers the truth, it is likely that it will not care, because suppressing the Principality of Gya is also in the interests of the Kingdom of Ida. The Principality of Gya, which has a great wizard, is said to have a prince who has become a disciple of the great wizard. If their relationship is allowed to become closer, it will not be a good thing for the Kingdom of Ida, the little bully of the East Plain. After all, the influence of a great wizard is not only his own strength, some classmates and friends who study together, as well as the connections made in the Leo floating city, will still be a headache if they expand. As the contemporary King Edai, who has an ancestral flying dragon and is still carefully training a two-legged flying dragon guard, this is undoubtedly a stumbling block to his ambition. However, recently, the envoys of the OS Empire will soon pass through the Edai River to the Principality of Kaduan to conduct an investigation on the magic blood sorcerer. King Edai naturally can't put on a tense posture again. Otherwise, who is he doing this for? The contemporary King Edai is known as the strongest man in the East Plain, and his strength is even higher than that of Earl Luke. He has his own ambitions. But ambition does not mean that he is a reckless man. The OS Empire is not a weakling among the old empires, and it is really not something that the Edai Kingdom can match. The Edai River is a branch of the Hanfeng River. Although it is just a branch, it is also the main river of the Edai Kingdom. The widest part is more than 1 kilometer. In addition to many fishermen, the merchant ships, and some flower boats moored on the shore bring a sense of prosperity. As the capital of the Edai Kingdom, Edai City is also built on the edge of this river. There are 3 prosperous docks. The royal dock connected to the royal palace for the royal family, the inner city dock used by nobles and wealthy merchants, and the outer city dock, which is open to everyone and is the largest in scale. The 3 docks also successfully divided the city into 3 areas, which are clearly divided. Today, on the royal dock, the tall King Edai personally stood at the dock and waited quietly, and behind him were several powerful nobles in the kingdom. From a distance, a large wooden warship can be seen, slowly slowing down on the water and docking. Although it is a wooden warship, it looks like a modern cargo ship. There is a wolf flag of the OS Empire on the sail, and there is a figurehead emitting magical brilliance on the bow. A white-browed wizard in a robe standing behind King Edai said in a respectful tone. Your Majesty, this worship has a strong magical atmosphere, although it is now going downstream. I am afraid that there are many magical arrangements inside, some defensive and some mobile. At this point, the white-browed wizard also had a trace of envy and emotion in his eyes. After all, it is an old empire. They just took out such a warship as a ship, although it is not as free-flying as the magic airship of Calais. With the convenience of waterways, its defense and cargo capacity can be far superior. A warship can fully demonstrate the strength of this old empire. After hearing the old wizard's reminder, King Edai nodded calmly, and then said directly from a distance of hundreds of meters, "Welcome the envoy of the OS Empire." The deep voice was extremely penetrating, and it penetrated the entire river surface. It seemed that even the surface of the river was smooth. King Edai may be slightly inferior to Luke in talent, but with his own accumulation and the blessing of some resources, even if the flying dragon is not counted, his strength is even stronger. Maybe his chance of breaking through the legend is not as great as Luke, but there is no doubt that he is still a top knight with hope of breaking through. The current #1 person in the East Plain. The 2 blessings of the Moon God Temple on him are also quite powerful, with a good resistance to magic, and also bring strong recovery. And because the royal family of the OS Empire is a warlock family, it has integrated many other bloodlines, and also believes in the Moon God. With this relationship, facing the greetings of King Edai, an old man with a resolute face walked out of the deck of the battleship that was a bit similar to Galen. Martinio, I haven't seen you for many years. You have become stronger. Maybe the next time we meet, I will call you the legendary master. The old man has white hair and beard, but his body is strong and powerful, like an old grandfather who loves fitness. He carries a giant sword over 2 meters on his back. Obviously, he knows King Edai. The OS Empire sent an investigation team here, and it is impossible to make arrangements casually. Those who have local connections here will definitely be used. It's not that simple. It's Earl Luke of the Principality of Kaduan that you are going to this time who has more hope. King Edai laughed and sighed in his heart when he looked at the figures on the deck. The Empire is the Empire after all. There are 5 heroes in the investigation mission that went out only once. One of them seems to be a great warlock from the royal family. Even if they know that the OS Empire is trying to establish its prestige this time, they will definitely hunt down the magic blood warlock if they can really find him. So their strength will not be weak. But they easily took out a team that can easily sweep across ordinary principalities, which really reveals their strength and dominance. Not to mention the Principality of Kaduan. Even their own kingdom will face a lot of pressure when facing this force. In addition to these 5 heroes, there are hundreds of magic wolf knights on this battleship. I just barely trained a 2-legged dragon guard with the convenience of flying dragons. But they only sent out 1 ship. But there were hundreds of Warcraft knights, which was really incomparable. The only thing that made King Edai a little relieved was that his wyvern guards could fly after all. The mobility and strategic role should be greater. Looking at those well-trained wolves that were not muzzled and did not howl, King Edai knew in his heart that the Principality of Kaduan was in trouble this time. Maybe the OS Empire did not come here just because of the magic blood warlock. This is really a talent. Beifong didn't tell me about this treasure. Wang Yi lay in the mage tower and looked through some strategies for bending the bow and shooting the eagle, and couldn't help but nod secretly. Beifong took me to the Bard's Guild. I didn't expect that he had so much in his hands, but he just didn't say it. But Wang Yi just took a look and didn't mean to try it according to the strategy. Recently, the rumors about the OS Empire have spread quite widely into No City. In terms of the information transmission mode in this world, this is definitely quite abnormal. Although this world has the convenience of magic and can transmit information remotely, it is also because magic power cannot be popularized. So there will be polarization in information. Although the Bone Dragon in the Burial Soldier Canyon seems to be a big event, the information itself will be transmitted and spread to various countries in the first place. And it is normal even to other continents. But this kind of news is transmitted through magic communication, and it is likely to reach the top first. And then it will be slowly dispersed by organizations like the Bard Guild according to the situation, and finally sink to various places. However, in such a short period of time, the rumor of magic blood sorcerer has spread among the people. It is obvious that someone must be trying to deceive the OS Empire, or perhaps want to divert something through this hot spot. Looking back at the ups and downs and to know, it is also that the Principality of Kaduan can't stand the pressure of the OS Empire, and wants to let Weber know the news and hide quickly. But the OS Empire's reaction speed is still quite fast. Wang Yi found another post about the opening of the business route by young Master Qin, using the Flame Dog Caravan. This guy has excitedly arrived at Kaduan City, the capital of Kaduan, and made a lot of money. The various real local specialties produced by the savages are beyond words, and they are really more precious than the unit price of gold. And now, because of the business mission, relying on this profit, young Master Qin and his friends have gained a lot of experience. After their caravan returns to Danoga, combined with the money they earn this time, the ordinary members of the Flame Dog Caravan may also be able to break through to the professional level. If the professional level is willing, joining a nobleman will immediately give them the status of a knight, and their status is incomparable to that of ordinary people. And it is precisely because young Master Qin arrived at the capital of Ketan that he can feel the tense and powerless feeling of the capital of Ketan. If Luke had not just conquered the West Mountain territory and now needed to guard the border to prevent not from counterattacking, he would probably want to call him back to greet him. The noble coalition that had just been formed in Ketan Fudi was originally going to come to support the East Land and the West Mountain territory, but now it has stopped halfway, and some important members have returned to Ketan City first, waiting for the Empire's envoy. Through some street shots and chats of PDD on the streets of Ketan City, we can also fully experience the powerlessness of a small country in this world. Brothers, to be honest, I really didn't expect that the Empire only arranged an envoy to come. The people haven't arrived yet. I heard that they are still in the kingdom of Edai and receiving the hospitality of King Edai. But the whole of Kaduan is already nervous. Grand Duke Kaduan went to the direction of the dock many times to personally check some of the welcoming arrangements. While speaking, PDD also came to the direction of Kaduan Wharf, which is connected to the Dono River and is also the starting point of the Kaduan Canal. Flowers, red carpets, stages, and the welcoming group who are rehearsing. The atmosphere is full before the people arrive. Because the welcoming group are all beautiful ladies, the effect of the program filmed by PDD next to them is really good. The most interesting thing is that there are a few guards with bitter faces next to PDD. For these guards, some enthusiastic netizens also gave a simple explanation. It is probably that the sand sculpture appearance of the players in Kaduan bumped into the envoys of the OS Empire. But the savages are indebted to Kaduan, so they can't chase them away. So there is no way to adopt a multi-to-one surveillance method. The guards around PDD are not unique to him. Every player in the Flame Dog Caravan enjoys this treatment. It is a two-way protection. Whether it is the attitude of Kaduan towards the envoys of the OS Empire, or the previous spreading of relevant news in Dano in the hope that Weber would run away, we can see the difficulty of this sandwich. After watching the live broadcast for a while, Wang Yi was also considering arranging a floating wizard tower module above the core area of the East Plain. Now that he knows some of the situation of the Wisdom God Church, Wang Yi also knows not to be arrogant in this world. Among the four gods of the abyss, Wang Yi is most interested in wisdom. Perhaps there is a chance to use the isolation of the material world and the powerful world will of the Sephi world as a barrier to directly peek at the information of wisdom across space. In this case, the speed and arrangement of the strategy in this world will have to be slightly modified. On the other side, the lone wolf of the OS Empire finally arrived in Kaduan along the canal. Compared with the kingdom of Edai, under the personal reception of King Edai, the envoys of the OS Empire took a different attitude of equal communication. This time, after the warship docked, they didn't even get off the ship, ignoring the red carpet and welcoming ceremony at the dock. It was the fitness old man Raphael Han, who was familiar with King Edai, who stood on the deck and spoke coldly. Arrange a guide to come up, and the others should leave. Even though Grand Duke Ketan had already arrived at the dock, he didn't care about his thoughts at all. This time, the OSS Empire came to Ketan to establish its power, so even the superficial courtesy was omitted. Standing beside Grand Duke Kaduan, the Grand Knight, who was responsible for guarding the capital, the head of the Royal Knights of Kaduan, Raiden Man, could not help but speak in a deep voice at this time. Everyone, our Grand Duke wants to invite. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by another young Grand Knight next to him with a sneer. This kind of rural principality is just inconsiderate. Don't you see that we don't want to waste time? After saying that, the young man also looked at the square-faced head of the Royal Knights and said disdainfully, "The Grand Knight, who used the potion to break through will never be able to make another step forward in his life. Didn't I hear that you have a genius Grand Knight in Kaduan who is known as a legendary and promising person? Why didn't I see him coming? Does he look down on us?" Compared to the strength of King Ida in the kingdom of Ida at that time, the capital of Kaduan, which only had an ordinary Grand Knight, was completely at a disadvantage when facing the envoy team from the OS Empire, and was not even qualified for an equal dialogue. And the other party didn't need to care about their feelings at all. Only the burly old man Raphael Han said indifferently at the beginning, "Young people are more aggressive. No malice. Hope you don't mind." After saying that, he seemed to show that he had thought of something and said, "By the way, I heard that there is a kind of savage who claims to be blessed by God in your principality recently. Bring one over to see." PDD's live broadcast room, which broadcast the whole scene back, has also started various explosive speeches at this time. Appeared another villain force. So strong. Is this the Empire? Stronger than Calais. It reminds me of the scene when 577 sat on the small bench and the Syrian representative hid on the side and cried. Weak countries just don't get respect. It's really true. It's obvious that they are not good people. They are the villain camp. Did anyone go to the river to rob them? How much mission rewards can they get by chiseling their boats? For the rebellious players, the stronger the opponent is, the more excited they are. What's so good about the little submissive principality of Curtin? There is no sense of accomplishment in brushing. Still this interesting. Chapter 580, a lofty threat? The OS Empire's envoys only stopped at the dock of the capital of Kaduan for a short rest, and did not even get off the ship, after hearing that they wanted to see the savages. Raiden, the only great knight of the Principality of Kaduan at the scene, and the head of the royal knights responsible for guarding the capital of Kaduan, could only take the initiative to sigh and say, "The savages are undisciplined and afraid of offending you, so we didn't let them into the city. It may take a lot of time to invite them now. How about I accompany you to Dano first?" Raiden was also ready to deal with the situation in front of him first. After all, the savages had a favor to Kaduan, so he could only delay it first, and then pass the information to Dano again, so that they could hide first, because PDD was live at the scene. He also heard this, and said in the live broadcast room at the moment, "Wow, this head of the Raiden is loyal. But it is the sadness of a small country after all." Many barrages were also discussing this matter. Our current strength has surpassed that of the Principality of Curtin. We are caught in the middle, and are being bullied by both sides. But it's still good. We can hold on for now. But I guess we can't hold on after we get to Dunner. Right? What do you mean by get to Dunner? We'll kill them on the way. Yes. Call young Master Chin to join us. When PDD saw some people leading the rhythm, he also asked the Super Control to control the screen. And then, he spoke. Brothers, if only a few professional level players brought that Warcraft Legion, and we all went up. The foreign friends, who were wiped out by the heroic level strength before, would definitely have something to say. Players are not afraid of death. But because of the loss of attributes, these top players will still pay a little attention. However, although PDD refused, many casual players and some small game anchors smelled the business opportunities in it. The penalty for death in the game is very heavy. But if the benefits can exceed the penalty for death, or the expected value is high enough, then there is no need to be afraid. At that moment, some other small anchors began to appear with banners such as Night Raid on the OSS Envoy and began to gather popularity. Live broadcasting starts from the preparation work and accumulates slowly. Some people completely listen to advice and arrange the plan by netizens themselves. For a time, the popularity of various plans on the internet quickly increased. The only great knight in the capital of the Principality was forced to be taken to show the way. In the face of this situation, Grand Duke Katoen had no way to say anything. The other party's reasons were very sufficient. If someone took advantage of the departure of the great knight who guarded the capital to make trouble, it would be a loss-making business. Besides, they actually had no right to refuse. They just came with an investigation mission, which could completely suppress their entire country. There was actually no choice under the huge gap in strength. The essence of the world is still the law of the jungle. It depends on who has the harder fist in the end. Although the OS Empire is strong, if it cannot reach this side, then it will not give face. But since such a strong mission can be sent over, the other party will have to bear whatever they do. The Kingdom of Edai was able to maintain its face, in addition to the good relationship between King Edai and Raphael. In fact, the most important thing is that the contemporary King Edai himself and the overall strength of the Kingdom of Edai are strong enough. In comparison, what is the side of Kaduan? You Kaduan want face. Don't we? The OS Empire. Want it? That blood magician repeatedly appeared in Dano's city. Even if it had nothing to do with Kaduan, they would express an attitude to make up for the embarrassment caused by the blood magician on them. As for the feelings of Kaduan, who was angered, they didn't need to know. At this time, the leader of the Royal Knights of Kaduan, Leiden, who was already standing on their ship, also had such helplessness at this time. But fortunately, he was still a hero-level knight. Although he really had no potential, he was still a hero level. Except for the young knight named F. Williams, who was more imposing. The attitudes of the other few people towards him were not bad, which was considered to be the face that the hero level should have. In fact, Leiden also estimated at this time that the OS Empire had specially inserted such a young and talented knight, because in this way, many things can be pushed to him and then perfunctorily passed off with the excuse of youthful vigor. He was sure that when he was in the kingdom of Edi before, this great knight would not be so disrespectful to King Edi. Now, it was nothing more than that he was the only hero level on the scene, and his strength was probably not as good as his. This was the sadness of the weak. Even if he was already a hero level who could go anywhere in the world, he seemed helpless under many constraints. Leiden Man was sure that if he was really a wild hero level with no ties, then after learning the lesson of being slapped in the face by the blood magician last time, their attitude should be much better. For a while, Leiden Man still had some thoughts of supporting the blood magician in his heart. In fact, his two appearances were to help him out. It was a pity that with his small arms and legs, there was only a limited place where he could help. Just when Leiden Man was standing on the deck and complaining to himself, a middle-aged man in a robe came to him and said to him with a smile, "Captain Leiden, Williams has been spoiled since he was a child because of his talent. I hope you don't mind." "How could it be? He has become a great knight at such a young age. A true legend in the future is expected." No matter how dissatisfied Leiden was in his heart, he still behaved very respectfully after the robe man came over. This is Wellington OSS, the only hero-level spellcaster in the OSS mission. A great warlock from the royal family of the OSS Empire. Although Wellington OSS himself is only a member of a more remote branch of the OSS royal family. After he successfully became a great warlock, the contemporary OSS Emperor also held a ceremony for him to be canonized, and checked the family tree to confirm his uncle's identity. Even for the OSS Empire, a hero-level spellcaster who is also a member of the Blood Bond is quite rare. Otherwise, he would not have wanted to tie the magic blood warlock on the ship. But he did not expect that his personality was so strong. You must stop praising him. He is already too spoiled. If he cannot overcome his mentality, he will only squander this talent in the future. Wellington OSS sighed and shook his head, as if he was just chatting with Leiden. And Leiden himself has always been cautious in dealing with it. He knows his own business. This person would not come here for no reason. He must have some ideas and purposes. By the way, I wonder what Captain Leiden thinks of the savages. After chatting for a few words, Wellington OSS also began to change the topic and shifted to the savages. This time, the OS Empire sent such a strong lineup. The magic blood warlock is a factor. But some rumors about the savages and some legendary goods are also of great interest. The spices, fertilizers, medicines, etc. behind have not yet spread to the OS Empire. Only through the intelligence gathering capabilities such as magic communication. Some descriptions are roughly known in text, and they still need to be verified. But the important news about the savages taming monsters and the convenient magic equipment has already reached the OS Empire, and has been discussed many times. It's just that the two sides were far apart before, and they were prepared to wait and see. But who would have thought that it would happen to him while he was waiting? And it was widely spread. Now that everyone has been arranged, he must make full use of it. This time, they also brought a group of magic wolf knights. Hundreds of magic wolves and their knights. They can not only serve as subordinates for intelligence exploration, but also as a deterrent when necessary. After all, if there is only a hero level, even if the force is amazing, it is actually just like that. And there is no clone. So there will always be a loss of one thing while taking care of another. But with this group, the effect is completely different. To put it bluntly, even if the OS Empire suddenly wants to take an enclave in Kaduan, it can immediately take it down and complete the occupation. I personally know less about the wildlings. At present, their main active area is still in the city of Dunner. Raiden said honestly. These are all semi-public intelligence. It doesn't matter. I know this too. But does Captain Raiden think that the timing of the appearance of the magic blood warlock is a bit clever? Wellington OSS guided the topic. How clever is this? Just as the savages came out, the blood warlock appeared, and he has disappeared for hundreds of years. We have never relaxed our search and arrest for him. Perhaps he has been sheltering under a certain force all these years. which is why we haven't found him. Hearing the hint from the Great Warlock, Leiden was startled. Is he trying to put the Hat of Blood Warlock on the savages? Take down the claim first? But he didn't dare to refute it at all. What should he do after the refutation is not on the savages' side? Didn't they say that he was sheltering under a certain force? If it's not the savages, then it's the Principality of Kaduan, to which the city of Dunner belongs, that is sheltering him. Although this great warlock came to communicate cheerfully and politely, he was much more comfortable than the impulsive young knight. But his friendly communication made Leiden's back wet with sweat. Although Wellington OSS spoke kindly, Leiden felt that he was more difficult to deal with than the outspoken young knight. The other party said it lightly and in a gentle tone, but the meaning behind it was chilling. Is this the OS Empire? Aye. Before Leiden could say anything, Wellington OS frowned and touched his eyelids and said, Interesting. Someone is eyeing us. At this time, invisible magic eyeballs were wandering under the water. Although OS's Lone Wolf itself cannot fly like the Calais airship, it is precisely because it directly relies on the buoyancy of water, which reduces the demand for many modules. So there are many magic patterns installed on it. Wellington Osborne is a great warlock, and with the help of this magic warship, he has long arranged dozens of warning magic buoys around. When necessary, it can act as the effect of the magic eye. Now he feels that the magic buoy has been touched. Is there anyone coming from under the water? As he began to connect to the underwater buoy perspective, he was speechless to find some figures with reeds in their mouths, floating from the water in a very funny way. Each of them had various tools for destruction in their hands. Hammers, drills, everything. And they looked malicious. Interesting. After realizing that these were wild men, Wellington OSS was speechless. He was still putting pressure on them to get words out. As long as the Knight of KTON said that the wild men might be related to the Blood Magician, then they would naturally find a suitable reason and excuse. The whole world knows that this Blood Magician is not on good terms with our OS Empire. Are you guys not giving him face? Then you have to spit something out anyway. They don't mind the magic beast taming technology. The main magic beast legion of the OS Empire is the Wolf Cavalry. The Wolf Cavalry itself has many advantages. It is highly mobile and flexible, and can even adapt to mountain and forest combat. It can also be regarded as a kind of light cavalry, and it is convenient for warships to transport. However, there are also disadvantages. Although the Wolf Riders of the Magic Wolf Knights are magic beasts, they are mainly agile, and do not have much advantage in frontal charge. In fact, before the information about the Magic Blood Warlock appeared, after the Magic Beast information about the Flame Dog appeared here, they had discussed whether to find a way to import a batch to fill the gap. It doesn't need to be too many. Just a heavy cavalry team of 1,000 or 2,000 people can be formed for emergency use. But before we can discuss the matter here, the Magic Blood Warlock issue appeared. That's just right. Let's make a deal this time. Put pressure on Ketan. Put the Hat of the Wild Man. And then put pressure on the Wild Man again. And finally take a step back and be willing to exchange with money and resources. Even if the technology is not obtained, you must obtain the purchase qualification. This kind of operation with many flexibility and range is enough to deal with various possibilities. The specific situation depends on the strength of the Wild Man. If the strength is strong, it is a misunderstanding, and we will talk about business normally. If the strength is not enough, it means that you took in the Magic Blood Warlock and didn't give face. But he never expected that while he was still trying to get information on the way, the savage would come to him on his own initiative. Very good. No need to make excuses. Wellington OSS laughed, then ignored Leiden and came to the edge of the deck, looking at the river. Then let me see what you want to do. It is rumored that the savages have the divine favor of resurrection from the dead. So are they so brave? After receiving the notice from Wellington OSS, the fitness grandfather Rafar, who also came to the deck, also looked at the water and made a sound like a bell. Resurrection from the dead is a very difficult ability. But this ability is not unique to the savages. The life box of the necromancer, the high level of the former blood clan, and some special monsters all have this strange ability. So although they were amazed after getting some information from relevant channels, they did not say they were too shocked. I myself have also integrated the blood of the blood clan and the salamander blood, and my rebirth ability is not inferior to that of the necromancer. If they can cover the entire clan, then it is likely that they have the rebirth ability similar to that of the Warcraft salamander. It is easier to deal with than the life box. Just destroy its soul with a direct and powerful mental attack, Wellington OSS said in a flat tone. At the beginning, Almost all the Blood Clan dukes and above had extremely strong regeneration and resurrection abilities. But in the end, they were either killed or sealed under various targeted responses. Since the Savages can be popularized, it is obviously not a model similar to the Blood Clan and the Necromancer. There is a weak monster called Salamander. When facing a life-and-death crisis, it can split into two parts and escape separately. No matter which one escapes, it can survive. If there is no unique mental attack method, the dead half of the spirit will return to the new body. Taking advantage of this feature, some warlocks will also choose this weak monster, and then use part of the body as a physical soul box. And formal warlocks can complete this arrangement. As long as it is not directly damaged by soul destruction, it can be slowly restored by returning after the physical body is defeated. However, the cost of this is naturally higher than that of Blood Clan and Necromancer, and it is also easy to be targeted by some soul attacks. Although the corresponding Necromancer's life box will also recycle the soul, it is more like a contract to call it back. Ordinary attacks are ineffective. This kind of rebirth is tricky to deal with. I haven't practiced some dissection skills for a long time. Let's catch a few alive later. No problem. The envoys from the OS Empire all looked relaxed at this time. Several soldiers of the Demon Wolf Knights stood on the deck expressionlessly waiting, and then jumped into the water one by one at a command. Double-click 666. I will show you how to drill a hole underwater. A streamer named Big Head Cat, while holding a reed in his mouth and approaching the ship of the OS Empire in the water, was also typing in the void to interact with the fans. But at this time, several wolf cavalrymen on the ship had already jumped into the water, and the splashes of water were very low. And it was obvious that these people who came out were quite good at swimming, and they swam quickly towards the scattered players in the water. It was obvious that their target was them. This made Big Head Cat startled. How did they find us? Before the fans could exclaim, the wolf cavalryman, who was his target, had already swam in front of him. The agile movements in the water were like a flexible fish. Although the OS Empire is a landlocked country, most people are good at water because of the many waterways. Not to mention these carefully selected Magic Wolf cavalry. Even without the Magic Wolf mount bonus, the strength of each wolf cavalry member is also very good. Although they cannot reach the level of all professional ranks, they are at least close to the threshold of professional ranks. In addition, the combat skills and abilities trained are here, and they are probably not inferior to those professional ranks who came out of the greenhouse. And they may even win the battle. The big-headed cat can now touch this place. In fact, it is also a leader among the players, and the attributes have reached the critical value. Only the last bit of experience and materials are missing. He was also one of the captured players during the last Noble Coalition, and took advantage of the situation at that time to collect a wave of traffic. This time he dared to be so bold. In fact, he also had more or less the same idea as last time. Now seeing the diving wolf cavalry coming over, he was secretly happy in his heart, but his face was full of righteousness. Brothers, we have been discovered. This time, I will not be captured by them even if I die in battle. Gurgle gurgle. Looking at the wolf cavalry in front of him, whose eyelids were rolled up by the water, and who was about to drown, Big Head Cat could not help but feel speechless. His own attributes have reached the critical value, and to some extent, he is very close to the wolf cavalry, who is also a high-level squire. But in terms of combat skills, he is far behind. Just relying on the resistance of the water flow, he has more reaction time. After playing a game of poking and dodging for a while, he found that the wolf cavalry began to choke on the water. Originally, Big Head Cat wanted to mix the effect of being captured. Before, No Suck was rescued 3 times, and now the number of fans is rising. He also achieved good results last time by following the trend, and he can do it again this time. But why did you suddenly want to go up when everything was fine at the beginning? The big-headed cat wanted to let the other party go, but now that the other party was in trouble, he couldn't let the other party go too obviously. Right? There was no other way. In order to prevent the fans from seeing through him, he could only go over and pester the other party to prevent him from going up. While interacting in the live broadcast room, these NPCs are not strong. The most we have is that our attributes are weak due to lack of oxygen. But these guys seem to be able to do it. Players can survive by absorbing magic power. In fact, it is just like eating. Some attributes are designed just to make them look more like living people. This is naturally something that ordinary wolf cavalry can't compare with. As a result, after the first batch of wolf cavalry came down confidently to capture, it didn't take long for several bodies to float up on the water with white bellies. Seeing this, The faces of several members of the delegation, who didn't care on the deck, suddenly changed. How brave! Rafar was furious and jumped up directly. The 2-meter-long giant sword behind him was held in both hands, like a door panel, and chopped hard. The rich and violent blue magic light broke the water surface the next moment. Then several players inside were knocked into the air like fish skipping over water. As Raphael surfaced, he kicked the lurking players onto the deck with a few heavy kicks. After finishing the set, he stepped on the water surface and quickly returned to the boat. With his sturdy body and white hair and beard, he actually received a lot of gifts in the live broadcast rooms of these anchors. What a handsome old man. You are still as good as ever. 666. The big-headed cat lying on the ground also spoke first, with the fastest reaction speed. Hey! You bunch of worms of the corrupt empire. Don't even think about being arrogant in Ketan. The big-headed cat is also a tough guy. He has no ability to cast spells with language proficiency. But he has relied on his own language proficiency day and night to use the common language more skillfully. Although his accent is still a little funny, it is much better than those players, who mostly know a few words of daily spoken language. So this time, he was obviously not the first one to be thrown on the deck, nor the first to speak. But he relied on what he learned hard to seize the opportunity and seize the initiative. As soon as these words came out, Leiden, who came to see the situation, felt his scalp numb. Little brother, what are you doing? We don't have it in Ketan. We are not Ketan. After hearing this, Wellington OSS looked at Leiden with a smile and said, Captain Leiden, these savages are really good to you Ketan. You Ketan really have a good ally. Leiden's scalp numbed when he heard these words that seemed to be a smile. Although he was complaining in his heart and almost crying. But as a senior executive of Ketan, he also knew the benefits and help that the savages brought to Ketan at present. Many times, it was because of the actions of the savages that Ketan's troubles were solved. So at this time, he could only bite the bullet and say, Mr. Wellington is polite. Our relationship with the savages is indeed good. Maybe they misunderstood something. I hope you can forgive them once. Please give me and the Principality of Ketan a face. After saying that, he clasped his fists, hoping to get a face with his heroic status. Face? What face do you have? Do you deserve it? Do you deserve it? The young knight F. William showed his role again at this time, with a face full of arrogance. Shut up. Don't think of insulting Ketan and our allies like this. Otherwise, your OS Empire will be retaliated by us savages. Leiden wanted to say something but didn't say it. But the big-headed cat spoke with emotion. The netizens in the live broadcast room laughed directly. Captain Leiden's face turned green. He is the captain of the Royal Knights of Ketan. One of the 3 great knights. Right? Leiden Gagei. Even if you are an enemy of the whole world, we will support you. Miserable. In fact, the Principality of Ketan is really good to us. A positive force. Don't always cheat them. The interactive ability of this game is very strong. Not to mention the words of netizens, and Leiden, who was sitting on pins and needles. After the big-headed cat spoke, it made several people in the OS Empire feel funny. Finally, it was Wellington OSS, who had the most extensive knowledge, the highest status, and royal blood, who spoke up. Perhaps, relying on your ability to resurrect from the dead, you may think you are very brave. But even the blood race of that year also ushered in destruction. And all the materials became our wedding dress. After saying that, a strange green lightning appeared in Wellington OSS's hand. The resurrection ability is nothing more than a few mechanisms. But for a great warlock like me, there are many means of soul attack. Perhaps, facing some heroic physical professions, the savages can directly curse at their faces. But if he jumps like this in front of a great warlock like himself, who can easily attack the soul, it would be too naive. But Wellington Osborne thought that even if the savages were uneducated, they should be able to understand the meaning of his words. But he didn't expect that it would be better if he didn't say this. As soon as he said this, several savages who were caught on the deck at the scene almost couldn't help but sneer at the same time. This threat again? Haha. Come and hit me through the network cable. Idiot. It seems that the previous undead mage was the same. Full of confidence. But it turned out to be a lie. Is this the only way to threaten you over and over again? He is also a great warlock. No wonder he was shown off by the old man Blood Warlock. The other savages were still talking nonsense. And the barrage in the live broadcast room could not be seen. But this did not prevent Wellington OSS from feeling the disdain and ridicule from the heart of these savages. This time made him a little confused. What's wrong with this world? Did I say something wrong just now? Come on. Come on. You can study my body at will. If you can figure it out, you are awesome. If you can't figure it out, call me Dad and let me hear it. The big-headed cat seized the opportunity and spoke directly using the convenience of knowing the language. At the same time, he was typing in the void in the live broadcast room. Friends, I'm going all out. And the live broadcast will be studied and dissected. Everyone double-click 666 to support.